Chapter 29:13. If I don't release them, will you not give me those millet seeds? G-Man sneered. That's right. Those millet seeds, boy, have been taken out of Huda's stronghold by my subordinates. As soon as they hear the news of the boy's death, they will immediately destroy the soul nest. They don't even know what's inside. Ziming nodded. Look, G-Man pointed with her hand, you are the descendant of Huda, great god, but you don't treat your own people as your own. The trillions of people in Meng Mountain are not even worth a few damn cultivators. If I compromise with you, how am I going to explain to Huda, great god? Not to mention that they killed Lu, I will not let them go. Just because they led you astray, I will kill them. G-Man, Ziming said anxiously, they really have nothing to do with this. Ziyan's death was also because they wanted to save the boy. G-Man waved her hand, stopping Ziming's explanation, and said, don't worry, I will definitely kill them by your side. I will let you know the feeling of your loved one dying before you die. Hearing the words of his loved one, Ziming's face flushed red. The hatred in his eyes faded as he glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua had his eyes closed and did not know. Fairy Wuxia was a little embarrassed and angry. She glared fiercely at Ziming. Poor Fairy Wuxia. Previously, she had been burdened by Jiuxia's matter and was somewhat resentful towards Xiaohua. However, Jiuxia had saved her life. Furthermore, Jiuxia knew when to stop and leave. This made Fairy Wuxia feel somewhat comforted. Now that they came to Huda's stronghold, this Ziming was actually Ziyi. He actually. Back in Sky Patrol City, before Fairy Wuxia joined the battle, he already had an affair with Xiaohua. How could Fairy Wuxia not be miserable? Now, Fairy Wuxia had not recovered from the joy and shock of knowing that her sister did not die. Once again, she was awakened by G-Man's words. How could she not be angry? Since G-Man knows about this, then, you must know that if young Master Xiao and the others cannot leave safely, that millet boy will definitely be destroyed. Ziming said resolutely. Since you have such thoughts, then, you should also understand my feelings. Since they killed Lu, this old woman will definitely not let them off. G-Man replied word by word. You're so good at devising strategies, but there's still a flaw. Not to mention that after I kill you all, I can still find the seed in your storage bags. Why don't you try? Ziming sneered. G-Man ignored her and continued, furthermore, since you've already broken off all ties with this old woman, you shouldn't have used this seed on the way back to the Back Earth Stockade. Now, even if I were to kill all of you, with those seeds in Weeping Lychee Stronghold, I have absolute confidence that I can replace all the seeds in Meng Mountains within 100 years. The millet seeds in your hands right now, it doesn't matter if this old woman wants them or not. It was just a matter of starving the people to death. The sins of these people will all be on your head. Do you think this boy didn't think of this? Speaking up to hear, Ziming's eyes flashed with a touch of tenderness. Unfortunately, young Master Xiao and the others have the world in their hearts. Although they are not the people of Meng Mountains, they are better than the people of Meng Mountains. When they saw too many people starving to death along the way, they threw their own safety to the back of their minds and insisted on keeping the millet seeds. Although this boy knows that this is not appropriate, it can't stop them from being kind. If they were kind, why would they set a trap in the peacock tomb with you? G-Man didn't believe it at all. She waved her hand and said, the truth has been revealed, and this old woman has said all that I can say. In addition, this old woman has revealed this matter in front of all the elders, and recorded this matter in the Magus Code. Even if the Grand Magus returns, even if the people of Back Earth Stockade ask, this old woman has a reason to reply. Ziming, now that things have come to this old woman doesn't want to say anything more. When you return to the embrace of Back Earth, great God, you can reflect on your evil deeds. Xiao Mao didn't know what Xiao Hua was doing, but his calmness was different from Li Zongbao's. His corporeal body struggled to break free, and he even opened his mouth to scream. He really wanted to tell the truth, and let Zi Ming take out the soul artifact that imprisoned the demon's soul. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free, and he couldn't even say a single word. Fairy Hongxia looked at Li Zongbao, and there was helplessness in both of their eyes. They knew that the danger today was far greater than anything they had ever faced before. When the city gate was on fire, the fish in the moat would also suffer. Perhaps, these 4 Daoist sect disciples who came to Meng Mountains from thousands of miles away were really going to die in the fierce struggle for power in Back Earth Stockade. As for Xiao Hua, the only person who could create a miracle, he was trapped in the mysterious dark cloud. Countless soul strands were moving around like lightning, and strands of green light were flashing. One after another, shapeless green seal text was forming and disappearing amidst strange noises. The current situation was somewhat similar to when Xiao Hua condensed his core. His endless potential was forced out under the threat of death. Furthermore, Xiao Hua didn't have the time to think about how to consume the rejuvenation pill, and how to replenish the loss of his life essence. But, how could the ancient green seal text be so easy to comprehend? How could the so-called witchcraft curse be released so easily by the soul strands? Enter the ancestral hall. After G-Man finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Hua and the others with disgust, and then looked at Zi Ming who had an unusually calm face. He waved his hand and gave an order, and then walked out of the hall. Following G-Man's orders, the guards who had just killed Zi Ming's subordinates rushed out, each of them grabbing Xiao Hua and the rest. Their hands that were still stained with blood were grabbing Xiao Hua and the rest by their necks. As for Fairy Hongxia and Zi Ming, they were helped up by the maidservants and followed behind the guards. After coming out from the hall, G-Man's face was still pale. What happened to Zi Ming and Zi Yan was a huge blow to her. She had tried her best to maintain the balance of power in Back Earth Stockade, but things had come to a stage that she didn't want to see. The crowd was like a tide, and G-Man was standing at the tip of the tide. Everyone behind her had a panicked and shocked expression. It was as if they had suddenly woken up in the middle of the night, and suddenly realized that, the things that didn't happen in their dreams had actually happened. Young Miss Zi Ming had actually killed Zi Yan, and G-Man was actually going to kill Zi Ming without Elder Wu's permission. At this moment, the sky was already bright, and a smear of white appeared in the sky. Clouds the size of a fist covered the sky, and the edges of the clouds were faintly golden. When the golden light fell, it illuminated the entire Back Earth Stockade, illuminating the crowd. Following G-Man, they passed through the various halls of the Back Earth Stockade, and arrived at the back of the mountain. There were also some halls behind the mountain, but these halls were different from the ones in front of the mountain. These halls were all huge. Some were built with large stones, some were supported by huge trees, and each hall was inlaid with countless white bones. Most of the palaces in the front of the mountain were red in color, but these halls were mostly dark green in color. The back of the mountain was rather barren, with rugged rocks and thick withered trees everywhere. Even in between the halls, one could vaguely see some white bones. If Xiao Hua opened his eyes right now and saw such a scene, perhaps he wouldn't be as surprised as he was when he saw the palaces in Back Earth Stockade, because this barren scene was what he had imagined the shaman stronghold to be like. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was casually carried by a dark and skinny guard, like a hunter carrying his prey. Although Xiao Hua's forehead would occasionally flash with a green glow, and faint sobbing sounds could be heard coming from the green glow, it didn't attract the guard's attention at all. Walking along the wide mountain path, G-Man arrived in front of a huge hall in the time it took to eat a meal. This hall was obviously different from the other halls. Not only was it because the entire hall was white in color, but also because the doors and pillars were all built with white bones. On top of these white bones, countless strange beasts and nether beasts were engraved with an unknown method. These nether beasts were vivid and lifelike, and looked extremely terrifying. The sound mirage beast that Xiaohua and Zi Ming encountered in the Sea of Netherworld was actually one of these nether beasts. G-Man came to a stop in front of the door. Waving her hand, she began to mutter something under her breath. A faint green light began to emerge from the bone staff in her hand. But just as she was about to open the soul array, a scorching hot and furious soul sense swept over from afar. Pang pang pang. A series of popping noises followed. Ah! Screams of agony began to ring through the air. Humph! G-Man sensed it and snorted coldly. The green glow in her hand dissipated, and she turned around to see where the soul sense came from. In the dimly lit sky, an orange-red flame was flying over at an extremely fast speed. In the sky, there were already many guards of Back-Earth Stockade riding their soul beasts in front of this flame, but no matter if it was soul beasts or soul warriors, before they could even get close to the flame, a dark red flame flashed around their bodies, and their bodies exploded from the inside out. Blood splattered everywhere, and they fell from the sky. Woo 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 woo, a deep and furious roar came from afar, and an indescribable feeling of dryness suddenly appeared in G-Man's heart. They're finally here. G-Man's body flashed with green light as she spoke in a low voice. G. In contrast to G-Man's calmness, at the foot of the mountain furthest away from G-Man, the ground beneath the feet of the soul warriors had already begun to crack open. The originally dry soil was drying up and turning yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and grains of yellow sand were gradually forming. The soul warriors couldn't help but begin to panic. Raising their heads to look at the massacre in the sky, they cried out in alarm despite knowing that they couldn't panic. Woo woo, sensing the arrival of Hanba, Xiao Mao opened his mouth and let out a whimper. He stopped struggling, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Boom boom boom, more and more soul warriors flew into the sky to stop Hanba, but they weren't a match for Hanba at all. Hanba's thick palm would raise from time to time, and every time it raised, several soul warriors would turn into a mist of blood. Every time it raised its palm, several soul warriors would scream and fall from the sky with sparks flying all over their bodies. Chapter 29:14. Keh, a sharp cry came from somewhere in the Back-Earth stronghold. Like a command, the spirit warriors that were flying in the air immediately stopped and hurriedly dodged. Then, the 36 white-haired elders waved their bone staffs and flew into the air. It was clear that these 36 elders had been accumulating their power for a long time. Just as they rose into the air, streaks of dark green light were produced from their bone staffs. These streaks of light were like dots of light that constantly moved between them. In just a moment, a huge green net was born between these elders. Swoosh! The moment the green net was formed, a clear sound came from the sky. Countless ghost heads appeared along with this sound. Furthermore, the green light turned into dots, each of which was an extremely small ghost head. Aooooooooo, a mournful ghost cry came out from these ghost heads. That cold and bloodthirsty aura immediately filled the entire green net. The strange thing was that after these ghost heads howled in unison, not only did the green brilliance disappear, even the ghost heads disappeared as well. It was as if nothing had ever appeared. Hitorigami had already flown close to the elders. At this moment, Hitorigami was different from before. The red hair on Hitorigami's body had all faded away. It was similar to its face. However, Hitorigami's skin was extremely thick. It looked like the texture of a mountain rock. The phosphorescent runes had also faded away. It looked like an ordinary person. Hanba stopped. An ominous glint appeared in its crimson eyes. Sparks would occasionally appear around its body. At this moment, these sparks suddenly flourished. A somewhat hoarse and furious roar was emitted from Hanba's mouth. A hesitant expression appeared in its eyes. Clearly, it had also sensed the power of the soul formation set up by the 36 elders. However, Hanba only paused for a moment. Then, it raised its hands again. An indescribable heat suddenly appeared near the 36 elders. Swoosh! A layer of faint green light flashed and covered the elders. Several of the elders' skinny faces suddenly bulged with green veins and then disappeared. Seeing that its attack was blocked, Hanba became anxious again. Looking at the distant palace, it suddenly changed its direction and began to land on the ground as if it wanted to burrow into the ground. Unexpectedly, just as Hitorigami moved, 16 of the 36 elders also moved. They flew faster than Hitorigami, and in the blink of an eye, they landed below Hitorigami. Roar! Hitorigami saw these people blocking him, and he waved his hand again. These people's bodies emitted a green light again. Hitorigami's other hand grabbed at the air, and the green light was immediately torn apart. With a muffled bang, another elder's body exploded. The elders to the side didn't think that Hanba would be so strong that the soul formation of 30 people couldn't stop it. Their faces changed. However, the other elders didn't stop. One by one, they flew past Hanba's feet and shook their bone staffs. Wang wang, a strange buzzing sound came from the bone staffs. A huge green net appeared in front of the 15 elders and wrapped around Hanba. At the same time, the 16 elders who stopped in midair also waved their bone staffs. The green net that disappeared earlier appeared again and covered Hanba from the top to the bottom. Roar! Seeing this, Hanba didn't dare to fly down anymore. Its entire body wanted to escape the range of the green net. Unfortunately, Hanba's flight was still too slow. He had only flown for about 100 feet before the green net began to close up like an inescapable net. The moment the green light came into contact with the net, a sizzling sound was immediately emitted. The brilliance of the light intensified, and the ghost head that had disappeared earlier appeared again with a ferocious expression. It pounced towards Hanba. Roar! Hanba was enraged. The red flames around its body also became brighter. Both of its hands waved continuously. The ghost heads that were pouncing towards it all flashed with a trace of fire and were completely destroyed. What was special was that the flames around Hanba's body were like golden flying swords. The ghost heads that were close to it were pierced through one by one. Amidst the heart-wrenching screams, the giant green net fell into the flames. Zzz la la. After a series of noises, the green net bound the flames out of thin air. At the same time, the flames that were previously revealed were covered. The flames actually became much thinner. What was special was that after the green net fell, each of the green lights started to swim. They were like thin pythons that coiled around Hanba's body. Roar! Hanba roared. Its entire body expanded. The flames also expanded as if it wanted to break free from the green light. Unfortunately, the 35 surviving elders waved their bone staffs at the same time. Countless green lights fell into the green net. As Hanba expanded, the green net also extended. There were no signs of it being destroyed. On the other hand, the flames around Hanba's body became even thinner. Although both of its hands were grabbing onto the green light and trying its best to tear it apart, every time it tore apart a green light, another green light would appear. Moreover, even more ghost heads appeared out of thin air. They were like flies that saw blood. They pounced on Hanba's body and opened their mouths, wanting to devour Hanba's essence blood. Humph, it's only a so-so. G-Man sneered from afar. He was about to wave the bone staff in his hand again. However, at this moment, two loud sounds came from the air around Hanba and G-Man. G-Man was shocked. She hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound. At this moment, Xiaohua had already opened his eyes. The spirit treasure soul lock that was imprisoning his body was currently emitting an intense sound. What was special was that the bone spikes that were pressing against Xiaohua's forehead and the back of his head were currently being restrained by a layer of dense green light. Furthermore, the green light was flashing more and more, gradually covering Xiaohua's head. The loud sound came from within the green light. Green seal text. G-Man was even more shocked when she saw it. She could clearly see that the flashing green light was the green seal text that was gradually forming. Furthermore, following the formation of the green seal text, a familiar sound gradually came out. This sound was like the sound of thunder, but also like the sound of flowing water. It came from afar and came closer. It stopped in her ears and was born in her heart. Not only that, following the sound, an indescribable feeling emerged from G-Man's heart. She looked at Xiaohua's surroundings in disbelief. Furthermore, following the sound, she looked towards the sky. The formation of the green seal text actually caused a phenomenon in the sky. Strands of dark clouds came from all directions and gradually gathered above Ho-Tu's stronghold. This. G-Man couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. This was a divine ability that even she didn't have before. That's right, at this moment, Xiaohua had already gradually figured out the method to pronounce the green seal text. Within the mysterious dark clouds, the tiny green seal text overlapped one another and emitted a loud sound. This sound shook the soul lock's imprisonment and wanted to break it apart. Unfortunately, Xiaohua only had the cloud summoning rain talisman. This talisman didn't have any offensive power. Furthermore, Xiaohua's green seal text wasn't completely successful. Even if he wanted to break free from the soul lock's imprisonment, he still couldn't do so. Now, it even attracted G-Man's attention. Humph! G-Man was shocked and resentment appeared in her eyes. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. As she waved her bone staff, a green light appeared in her mouth. When the green light landed on the blood essence immediately exploded and turned into a ghost head. The ghost head screamed and rushed into Xiaohua's head. Following the disappearance of the ghost head, the green light around Xiaohua's head also gradually disappeared. The sound of the green seal text also gradually stopped and the dark clouds that filled the sky also slowly dispersed. Xiaohua's final struggle was also broken by G-Man. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed. He knew that he was already at his wit's end. G-Man's gaze coldly swept across the dejected Xiaohua, then he looked into the distance. The other loud sound just now came from where Hanba was. Hanba's body flashed with a red brilliance, and a huge illusory figure appeared from its body. It seemed to be formed by strange red runes, and it grew bigger and bigger. In the moment that G-Man imprisoned Xiaohua again, the phantom had already grown to more than 10 feet. The green light and ghost head that were binding Hanba was blocked by the phantom. The soul power of the 35 elders seemed to be insufficient to support the green light. As the light flickered, the phantom actually showed signs of collapsing. Hanba. As expected of great god Shibai's descendant. G-Man sighed. Her body flashed with a green light again. Like a green rainbow, she shot into the sky and appeared right above Hanba's phantom in the blink of an eye. Everyone's eyes were focused on G-Man. They wanted to see what she would do. However, G-Man simply stretched out her hand and a green light appeared at her fingertips. The moment this green light appeared, it was as bright as a star. It was even brighter than the rising sun. With some difficulty, G-Man pointed her finger and the green light landed on the phantom. Roar! As the green light entered his body, Hitorigami let out an extremely painful roar. The shadow rapidly shrank, and the green light that bound Hitorigami's body rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, Hitorigami returned to his original form. The green shadow was like a giant python that bound Hitorigami tightly. Sigh, Xiao Mao sighed in his heart. He was also dejected. He looked at Xiaohua and wanted to shake his head but couldn't move. He could only smile bitterly. Only Zi Ming's gaze was hesitant. She wanted to look at Xiao Hua but was also worried about Fairy Hongxia. However, there was clearly some worry in her eyes. This was because when Xiao Hua let out that loud noise, she had clearly heard the sound of the green seal text. Although she didn't know how Xiao Hua activated the talisman, she was very clear in her heart that activating this mysterious talisman consumed life essence. She should give the rejuvenation pill to Xiao Hua, but she couldn't move right now, so how could she take it out? However, when she saw that Xiao Hua's face was still the same, she was puzzled. Could it be that she heard wrongly? Hanba was captured by G-Man. Just like Xiao Mao and the others, its burly body struggled with all its might. The flames around its body were also faintly discernible. Unfortunately, the flames were extinguished as soon as they appeared. It seemed to have no effect on the green light. Hanba's hands were also waving non-stop. However, no matter what, it couldn't use the powerful bloodline power from before. Chapter 29:15. Humph! G-Man snorted coldly once again. With a point of his finger, Hitorigami immediately fell from the sky like a huge boulder. With a loud boom, it smashed into the foot of the mountain, shattering a huge boulder at the foot of the mountain. Watch this thing carefully. G-Man instructed. Turning around, he transformed into a streak of light and charged towards the hall. The 35 elders did not dare to be negligent. They descended from the air and surrounded Hanba. Green light was faintly discernible on their bone staffs. Clearly, they were on high alert. G-Man's figure appeared in front of the palace door. The bone staff glowed with green light again. G-Man waved his hand and the green light streaked across the sky like a sharp sword. A green crack appeared in the air in front of the palace door. This crack slowly split open and pulled to both sides. At the same time, the green light rolled up like a rolling curtain. Roar! The green light rolled up halfway. A roar came from the green light and the two green lights turned into a beast's head. The beast head became slightly more solid, then turned around and charged toward the two deathly white bone doors at the entrance of the palace. With a loud boom, the beast's head sank into the bone doors. The two bone doors glowed with green light and blood gradually appeared. It was like the blood in the Netherworld Sea. It flowed along the bone doors. When the entire bone doors were covered by the blood, G-Man opened his mouth and chanted in the Huta village's witchcraft language. A flight of stairs gradually appeared in the blood. It extended from the bone doors and extended to G-Man's feet. The blood gradually turned into a ferocious beast's head. It opened its bloody mouth and waited to devour the guests on the stairs. G-Man glanced at the stairs under his feet and slowly stepped onto it. The stairs changed and brought G-Man's body into the mouth of the beast head that was formed by the palace door. As for the guards, when they saw G-Man go, they quickly grabbed Xiao Mao and the others. Especially the guard who was freed from Xiao Hua's hands by using the green seal scripture. He kicked Xiao Hua fiercely a few times before grabbing Xiao Hua's neck and jumping up the stairs. The stairs were also strange. As the guards jumped up, the stairs suddenly widened. It did not feel crowded when the few of them stood together. Naturally, the rest of the people also stepped onto the stairs after the guards. Xiao Hua's face was facing down. He could only see the stairs constantly changing, followed by a blood-red color and the smell of blood. In the end, Xiao Hua saw a ground full of bones and skeletons. Plop! Xiao Hua was casually thrown to the ground like an object. Only now did he have the chance to raise his face and see the situation of this hall clearly. Just as Xiao Hua thought, the ancestral shrine of Huta village was this huge bone hall. There were no pillars in the center of the bone hall. The roof of the hall was made of bones and skeletons, and the floor was also made of bones and skeletons. In fact, it was not clear which was the floor and which was the roof. At the top of the hall was a blood-red curtain that blocked everyone's view. What was behind the curtain couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Not even soul sense or divine sense could see through it. G-Man quietly stood in front of the curtain. Her eyes stared at the blood-red curtain, and 2 traces of blood could be seen in her eyes. Cough cough. After everyone who could enter the ancestral shrine had entered, G-Man coughed twice, turned around, and raised her hand. It was the token of Senior Wu. With a cold voice, she said, "Everyone, you have all seen it." For the sake of G-Man's position, Ziming had schemed a lot. Not only did he use Huda Village's Hanba as bait to lure Xian, then he used Hanba's bloodline power to kill Xian. Furthermore, he had also leaked the secret of Meng Mountain to the cultivators of Dao sect. As a cultivator of Dao sect, this Xiaohua actually knows some witchcraft arts. This old woman really doesn't know how many secrets Ziming had leaked out. Ziming's evil deeds have already violated the teachings of our ancestors. Although he is the primary candidate for G-Man, this old woman has decided to send him back to the embrace of Huda Great God, so that he can reflect on his actions. As for these cultivators of Dao sect, they are the murderers of Xian. This old woman will also exterminate them to avenge Xian. After she finished speaking, G-Man turned around and faced the blood-red curtain. She knelt down, and a voice of yin and yang came out from her mouth. It seemed like she was praying, but also seemed like she was telling something. All the soul warriors and elders behind her also knelt down, and a similar voice came out from their mouths. Following these voices, strands of green light slowly appeared, and floated towards the blood-red curtain. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the green light on the blood-red curtain increased, and gradually formed a layer of green mist. At this moment, G-Man stood up from the ground and raised the token in her hand. The token flew into the air and rushed into the mist. With a buzzing sound, all of the mist was sucked in by the token. The token trembled for a moment, then turned into a strange beast head the size of a fist. The beast head suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a beam of green light shot out, landing on the blood-red curtain. The curtain gradually opened, and a huge statue of Huda Great God appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Woo! A series of strange high-pitched sounds came from the mouths of the Huda stronghold's residents. Everyone piously knelt down again. The gigantic statue of a deity was floating in midair, and the 2 hands in front of it were holding 2 jade snakes in a hugging posture. There were many thumb-sized bone grains in front of the statue, and each bone grain was engraved with strange runes. These should be the sacrificial tablets of the Huda stronghold's ancestors. These bone grains were densely packed, and they floated between the arms and the jade snakes, as if they had really returned to Huda Great God's embrace. Below the statue, there was a small sacrificial table. The table wasn't empty, and besides a few flickering green candles, there was a furry thing lying lazily on the table. At this moment, the furry thing seemed to have been awakened by the noise. It poked its head out from the table, and it looked like a dog's head. However, as the dog's head poked out, a faint beam of light shot out from its mouth. As the light grew more and more sinister, wisps of blood-red light appeared in the air above the ancestral hall, and mournful cries could be heard. On top of the dog's head, the 2 sparkling eyes on its head swept across the soul cultivators, and a kind of fear that came from the soul cultivators' souls was born. Aside from a few old soul cultivators whose bodies were flashing with green light, the rest of the soul cultivators fell to the ground and bowed with trembling bodies. When G-Man saw that the dog had been awakened, she hurriedly bowed and began to chant some strange incantations. The black dog aimlessly glanced at the people kneeling before the offering table. Suddenly, its little nose wrinkled and its entire body trembled. With a whoosh, the black dog flew up from the offering table. Like a black lightning bolt, it rushed in front of the crowd. The people kneeling on the ground were like stones in a pond. They were so scared that they rolled around on the ground. It was as if they were extremely afraid of the black dog. However, to everyone's surprise, that black dog didn't pay attention to anyone. Instead, it obediently flew in front of Xiaohua, who was half lying on the ground. Woof woof, woof woof, a burst of joyful barks sounded. That black dog actually started to happily play around in the air. In the end, it actually landed on Xiaohua's shoulder, leaving everyone dumbstruck. This. Ji-man looked at all of this in a daze. She knew that Ziming had already served this sacred beast for dozens of years. If she were to use Elder Wu's token in the ancestral hall, it would inevitably alarm the sacred beast. Perhaps, it would disrupt her plans. However, she already had a plan to deal with it. But what she never expected was that the sacred beast was indeed alarmed. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary alarm. But the one who alarmed the sacred beast wasn't Ziming, but that mysterious Xiaohua. Ji-man could clearly feel the sacred beast's ecstasy and attachment. Zhang Xiaohua. Ji-man suddenly came to a realization. She once again looked at Xiaohua with an inconceivable gaze. This is the sword practitioner that the sacred beast is looking for. Zhang Xiaohua. Daddy, daddy. When the black dog landed on Xiaohua's shoulder, a voice emerged from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. It made Xiaohua somewhat confused. But when the black dog's warm tongue licked his ear, Xiaohua's heart trembled. He hurriedly replied, You are Little Black? Daddy, Little Black replied. It happily leaped over Xiaohua's head and landed on his other shoulder. At this moment, in the ancestral hall, everyone was stunned like clay statues. They forgot to fear and tremble. Even Ziming, who was extremely familiar with the sacred beast, was unable to react. Her thoughts were the same as Ji-man's. She didn't know how Xiaohua became the flying sword-wielding Zhang Xiaohua that the sacred beast was talking about. Little Black happily jumped a few times. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't react, it angrily whimpered a few times. It opened its mouth and with a ha sound, a white light flashed. It spat on the dark green light that was binding Xiaohua. The moment the light touched the white light, it immediately melted. Sacred beast, Ji-man hurriedly shouted. Immediately after, she uttered some incomprehensible shaman language, as if she was asking something. Who would have thought that at this moment, Little Black completely ignored Ji-man. It immediately flew up from Xiaohua's shoulder and barked randomly, this. Ji-man hesitated. She didn't need to communicate with the sacred beast. She also knew that the sacred beast wanted her to release Xiaohua. But if she released Xiaohua, Ziming would naturally be released as well. Then, how would she repay Ziyan's revenge? Woof woof, Little Black urged again. It seemed that it was already somewhat anxious. Ji-man bit her lips tightly. The expression on her face changed several times. She was really somewhat unwilling. She finally made the decision. She was finally going to take revenge. But at this final stage, there was a variable that she couldn't resist. Could she let go? Kill? A trace of ominous light flashed through Ji-man's eyes. Chapter 29:16. However, the ferocious glint in her eyes disappeared in a flash. Ji-man did not dare to kill the saint beast even though she was confident. Because she wasn't confident and didn't dare to kill all the elders in the ancestral shrine. Moreover, she didn't dare to destroy the entire Huda stronghold's foundation. Is it wrong for me to avenge Lu, Huda God? Why is she so unfair to me? Ji-man clenched her fists and murmured to herself as warmth gushed out from her eyes. Ji-man. A gentle voice came from the palace door in the distance. Elder Wu? Ji-man sniffed and looked over, only to see a slightly dark and skinny young man walking over from there. This young man looked very ordinary, but his eyes were extremely bright, like the twinkling stars of the morning. Moreover, this young man walked slowly, step by step in the air. His figure was faintly discernible, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of G-Man. "Greetings, Elder Wu." G-Man didn't dare to be negligent and bowed. Everyone in the ancestral shrine also bowed with G-Man, and the respect in their eyes was even greater than when they saw Little Black. Woof woof, woof woof. Only Little Black continued to bark in the air, not afraid of this young man. He. Elder Wu had a warm smile on his face as he reached out his hand and patted Little Black's head. "Don't be impatient, don't be impatient." Then, Elder Wu pointed his finger, and a green light that was almost invisible to the naked eye appeared from his hand and landed on Xiaohua's body. The dozens of dark green pythons immediately disappeared. Immediately after, Old Wu made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the soul lock that bound Xiaohua also broke free from Xiaohua's body and landed in his hand. Finally, Old Wu frowned slightly, and with a flick of his right hand's middle finger, a ball of blood-red brilliance also flew out from Xiaohua's head and dissipated in the air. Xiaohua completely regained his freedom. He stood up from the ground and respectfully said, "Junior Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect greets Senior." "Xiaohua? You're not Zhang Xiaohua?" Old Wu also seemed to be surprised as he looked at Xiaohei. At this moment, Xiaohei was very happy. He had already landed on Xiaohua's head and messed up Xiaohua's hair. Junior's name might be Zhang Xiaohua, but Junior's name is Xiaohua now. Xiaohua looked at Elder Wu's gentle expression and didn't hide anything, carefully replying, "Oh, I see." Nodding his head, Old Wu looked at Ziming, Fairy Hongxia and the rest. Finally, he looked at G-Man who had yet to get up and asked, "G-Man, please get up. What's going on? I beg Elder Wu to make the decision and seek justice for my dead Lu." G-Man refused to get up and said in a sorrowful voice, Ziyen. What's wrong? When did he return to Huda Great God's embrace?" Elder Wu was also surprised, and he hurriedly asked. "Of course it was Ziming's doing." G-Man said hatefully, "Otherwise, how could I tie her up and bring her to the ancestral hall? How could I alarm the sacred beast?" Elder Wu nodded his head slightly, glancing at Ziming. He didn't instruct G-Man to release Ziming and the rest, but asked indifferently, "Have you investigated?" "Yes, I have investigated, and Ziming has admitted it himself." G-Man replied. "I got it. Please get up." Elder Wu's expression didn't change. "Tell me the whole story. Now that we are in the ancestral hall, I may not have the authority to punish others. If Ziming really killed Ziyen, I will give Ziyen an explanation right here." "Yes, I thank Elder Wu." Hearing that, G-Man hurriedly got up and repeated the whole story. Then, she pointed her finger downwards and said, "The elders and guards were all present. I was afraid that there might be a mistake, so I brought them to the ancestral hall. If Elder Wu doesn't believe me, you can ask them." "All right." Elder Wu nodded his head, looked at Xiaohua and asked, "What G-Man said, do you admit it?" Xiaohua smiled and shook his head, replying, "Although most of what G-Man said is true, she got it wrong. The one who set the trap is Ziyen, not Ziming. Furthermore, this Ziyen is definitely not the Lu, that G-Man spoke of. He is Lu, who has been possessed by the devil. Ziming has solid evidence. Elder Wu only needs to take a look to know." Lu, has been possessed? This is impossible." Not only was Elder Wu stunned, even G-Man turned pale with fright and denied it. Sigh, the devil's methods are getting more and more brilliant. Elder Wu was clearly starting to believe Xiaohua. With a sigh, he said to G-Man, "Release Ziming, this old man will question him." G-Man asked in disbelief, "Xiaohua, if Ziming has solid evidence, then previously." At this point, G-Man couldn't ask any further. She already understood that Zi Ming wouldn't give this evidence to her even if he had to risk his life. That was an extreme distrust of her. Ji Man's face paled slightly, and she released Zi Ming, Fairy Hongxia and the rest. Zi Ming ignored Ji Man, bowing towards Elder Wu and said, "Boy greets Elder Wu. It's been hard on you." Elder Wu waved his hand and said, "Tell me everything that happened." "Yes." Zi Ming replied, and told Elder Wu everything that happened after he left the Back Earth stronghold. He even told Elder Wu about Master Qin Qin's death. In the end, Zi Ming stretched out his hand, and his index finger cut across his calf like a knife. With a flash of blood, the soul artifact that contained the devil's soul was taken out from his flesh, and he raised his hand to present it to Elder Wu. Seeing this soul artifact, Ji Man's face turned even paler. She already understood that Zi Ming was telling the truth. Zi Yan was no longer Zi Yan, the one who killed Zi Yan was the devil in this soul artifact, and Zi Ming could even be said to have avenged Zi Yan. "Ji Man, do you want to see it or me?" Elder Wu took the soul bead, and instructed Zi Ming to heal his wounds, then asked Ji Man, "Elder Wu, please see." Ji Man shook her head slightly. This concubine wants to avoid suspicion. Alright, Elder Wu didn't decline, and his starry eyes stared at the soul bead. A strand of green crystal came out from between his eyebrows and entered the soul bead. Traces of blood red seeped out from the soul orb and entered Venerable Wu's forehead through the crystal thread. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Venerable Wu finally retrieved the crystal thread and looked at Ji Man with a complicated expression. Was this concubine wrong? Ji Man couldn't help but ask, "How many devil's minions are there in the Back Earth stronghold?" "You were wrong. But it's good that you didn't make a big mistake," Elder Wu said lightly, and then his mouth moved a few times. Ji Man heard, and couldn't help but be surprised. Elder Wu's face was also gloomy. He threw the soul bead in his hand, and it landed in front of Blackie. Xiaofan opened his mouth slightly, and with a "ha" sound, a white light came out of his mouth and sprinkled on the soul bead. A pitch-black shadow let out a mournful cry and was sucked into his stomach. After Blackie ate the devil's soul, he actually did the same thing as Goldie. He stretched his waist, and his blood-red tongue touched the corner of his mouth. Then, he laid on Xiaohua's shoulder and seemed to be drowsy. Xiaohua looked at Blackie, and used his hand to stroke its smooth fur. He smiled and asked, "Elder Wu, this is this junior's Blackie. This junior wants to take it away." "Yes, although this is the sacred beast of our Back Earth stronghold, it still came from the heavens. From the day it asked this old man to look for you, this old man knew that it would leave the Back Earth stronghold." Elder Wu nodded slightly. "Moreover, the sacred beast is a sacred beast because it was bestowed by the heavens. The sacred beast's whereabouts are arranged by the great God. How can we, the people, decide for the sacred beast?" "Many thanks, Elder Wu." Xiaohua smiled and temporarily placed Blackie in his arms. "Farewell, sacred beast," Xiaohua said casually, but the elders of the Back Earth stronghold did not dare to be negligent. Everyone knelt on the ground again. "Thank you, great God Hudu, for your grace." As if it heard everyone's kowtows, Blackie actually poked its little head out from Xiaohua's arms. With a "ha" sound, it spat out a white light, and then shrank back. "I've made you suffer." Elder Wu looked at Fairy Hongxia and the rest and said kindly. Fairy Hongxia and the rest hurriedly bowed. "This junior greets Elder Wu. This is nothing. As long as we can clear Miss Zi Ming's grievances, we are already satisfied. Sigh, it's all because this old woman was too anxious and believed in slanderous words." Ji Man also hurriedly said. Fairy Hongxia and the rest glanced at the calm Zi Ming and quickly bowed. This matter is too much of a coincidence, and Ji Man is also concerned about her family. This junior can understand. Ji-man looked at Zi Ming's expression, and her heart sank. She knew that the family she had accumulated for dozens of years had been poured down like a torrential flood in less than a day. Zi Ming's heart had already built a strong dam, and no matter how hard she tried, it would be impossible for her to reach the same level as before. Sure enough, Zi Ming glanced at everyone and said calmly, "Boy knows that he is not good at expanding, but he is good at protecting what he has built. He has never put the safety of the people of Meng Mountains aside. Furthermore, I don't care how others look at Boy. Boy only does what he thinks is right. It doesn't matter if you understand or misunderstand. Once something has happened, then, we can never go back to how we were before." Elder Wu smiled, and an indescribable charm immediately appeared on his ordinary-looking face. He pointed his finger and said, "Zi Ming is right, Ji-man is also right. Everything that happened before today has turned into water. We can never go back to how we were before. A mistake is a mistake, and no amount of compensation can change what has been done wrong. Since we can admit our mistakes and never make the same mistake again, that is the right thing to do. How can we be completely right when we govern Wu Stockade? As long as we have the people in our hearts, we can handle things impartially, and we have a clear conscience. As for the mistakes that we can't go back to how we were before, let it be an eternal mistake. Let it be a lesson for us. Without the past, without the present, how can there be a future? Only when there is rain can there be a rainbow. Only then can we know the beauty of Meng Mountains. Huda Stockade is one of the 12 great stockades of Meng Mountains. How could we have gone through such a simple storm? If we, the descendants of the great god Hutu, are defeated by such a trivial matter, wouldn't we become a joke to the original Taoist Xiao of the country of Xi? Chapter 29:17. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. Venerable Wu and Ji-man had mentioned his name twice in a row. That Ji-man was still fine, but she should have sensed the situation with them. Since Venerable Wu of Bai Lu's stronghold could mention the name Taoist Xiao, then Ji-man could too. However, Venerable Wu was different. He had just returned from outside, and Zi Ming had told him that he was ordered by the Shaman King to go deep into Meng Mountains. How could he know so clearly? Thinking of Venerable Wu's situation, Xiao Hua naturally thought of Shui Mingcha of Sword Domain. Since she could also mention his name, although there was still some doubt in her tone, since she could think of it, how could the others not know? Since the sword cultivators knew, how could the cultivators of Dao's sect not know? There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Perhaps the current nascent soul masters already know Wu Ming's origin. Looks like I'll have to seek advice from Han Zhu about my Buddhist cultivation. I'll see how I can conceal it better. Everything in Huda's stronghold and Meng Mountains was arranged by the great hands of Huda Great God and the other 12 great gods. It was all to temper and sharpen us, the descendants of the great gods. Only after going through the hardships of Huda's stronghold today can we understand the value of family, trust, and selflessness. Only after going through the drought of Meng Mountains can we understand the importance of hard work and toil, and the importance of Meng Mountains to us. Venerable Wu saw Xiao Hua frown and ignored him. He then said to Zi Ming and the others, "All the disasters now have shown us that no matter if it's the demons, swordsmen, or cultivators, even the soul warriors and natives of Meng Mountains, they all have some unfathomable intentions. They always want to realize their own schemes and satisfy their own selfish desires. They treat the lives of billions of people in Meng Mountains as grass, and treat Meng Mountains as a chess piece. They even treat the world as their own slaughterhouse. This is something that we, the descendants of the 12 great gods, cannot tolerate. This destroys the tradition of our billions of people peacefully guarding Meng Mountains. Yes, we'll listen to senior shaman's instructions." When everyone heard this, they were all excited and cheered in unison. Even though there were still some sounds among these calls, and there were still some shaman language that Xiao Hua and the others couldn't understand. Obviously, Grandmaster Wu's words were meant for Xiao Hua and the others to hear. Then, Grandmaster Wu spoke again, but this time, Xiao Hua and the others couldn't understand the shaman language. Following Grandmaster Wu's orders, groups of guards were led out by the elders. In just a short while, only Grandmaster Wu, Ji-Man, Xiao Hua and the others were left in the ancestral hall. The current Huda stronghold is in some trouble. I believe Taoist Master Xiao has already seen it. This old man was aware of this situation long ago and has already made preparations. However, I never thought that the Devil Cultivator's attack would be so intense that even Ziyan's body would be possessed. It seems that this old man will be busy for a while in the coming days. Grandmaster Wu said to Xiao Hua in a very amiable manner, therefore, I would like to ask Taoist Xiao to stay in my back earth village for a few days. After this old man has finished dealing with the secular affairs, I will discuss with Taoist Xiao. No problem, Xiao Hua smiled. Although this Grandmaster Wu looked very ordinary, but since he appeared in the ancestral hall, every action and word of his attracted everyone's gaze and attention. Furthermore, Grandmaster Wu's words were neither hot nor cold, and were extremely pleasant to the ears. His fairness and strictness were self-evident, which made Xiao Hua's heart filled with admiration. Xiao Hua naturally took this kind of senior's words to heart. He bowed and said, Junior and the others will listen to Senior's arrangements. Ji-Man, follow this old man to the back earth palace. Grandmaster Wu nodded and ordered Ji-Man. Ji-Man also replied respectfully, yes, this concubine understands. Zi-Ming, now that you have repaired the soul-falling lamp, and Zi-Ye's matter has also been settled, rest for a day and then come to the back earth palace. Grandmaster Wu looked at Zi-Ming, who was in a daze and looking straight at the ground, and said. Zi-Ming's situation seemed to be very emotional about Grandmaster Wu's words, and he actually didn't hear Grandmaster Wu's order clearly. After Grandmaster Wu finished speaking, he suddenly understood and asked curiously as if he had just woken up from a dream, Boy, why are you going to the back earth palace? Ha ha ha. Grandmaster Wu laughed and didn't say another word. He raised his feet and walked away like a shadow. Ji-Man looked at Zi-Ming apologetically, and a trace of a bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and also walked out of the ancestral hall. Zi-Ming looked at the backs of the two people leaving, and an extremely complicated expression appeared on his face. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. What should have happened had happened, and what should have been said had been said. It seemed that what happened before was different from before, but thinking carefully, what changed? What didn't change? Zi-Ming. Xiao Hua's voice sounded in Zi-Ming's ears, Grandmaster Wu is right, yesterday is yesterday, today is today, and tomorrow is tomorrow. You still have to think carefully. This concubine understands. It's easy to say, but when it comes to doing, how can it be so simple to truly understand? Zi-Ming looked at Xiao Hua with a bitter smile. Fairy Hongxia was originally dissatisfied with Zi-Ming, but at this moment, she felt pity in her heart, and said softly, Sigh, life is always unpredictable, and the joys and sorrows of separation are the main taste. Miss Zi-Ming, your heart must be strong. As she spoke, Fairy Hongxia also looked at Li Zongbao. Ever since Li Zongbao used the netherworld mirror and didn't see Kai Zhuoxia's image, he hadn't said a word. Even when he was captured by Ji-Man, he didn't say a word, and didn't resist at all, as if he had lost his soul. Fairy Hongxia's words were meant for Li Zongbao to hear. Unfortunately, Li Zongbao still looked at the ground indifferently, and ignored her. Io Xiao Hua. At this moment, Zi-Ming suddenly cried out, and took out the rejuvenation pill, and handed it to Xiao Hua. Quickly take the rejuvenation pill. Quickly replenish your life essence. What? Fairy Hongxia was also anxious, and asked curiously, Xiao Hua, when did you? However, Fairy Wuxia hesitated when she saw Xiaohua's face. She had seen Grandmaster Qin Qin's condition after she entered the soul-refining cave, and knew what it was like to have one's life essence damaged. At this moment, Xiaohua's face was glowing, and there wasn't a single wrinkle on his face. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't look like his life essence was damaged. Is that so? Xiaohua actually didn't feel anything. He was forced to do it, and his life was almost gone, so what was the point of wanting his life essence? Moreover, he was only able to use half of the cloud summoning rain spell before it was sealed by G-Man, and the green seal text was not completely released. As for whether this spell could damage his life essence, Xiaohua didn't know. Touching his smooth cheeks, he was a little dazed. Using half of a spell, can it damage my life essence? Xiaohua thought for a while and asked. Of course, Ziming was a little anxious, and urged, witchcraft is the essence of heaven and earth, how can we mortals use it? We can only rely on life essence to replenish the heaven and earth essence consumed by witchcraft. Not to mention using half of it, as long as it is used, it will be damaged. But I don't feel anything. Xiaohua smacked his lips, why don't we wait a little longer? This rejuvenation pill is also quite precious. Ziming was about to cry, and stamped her feet, young Master Xiao, I'm not joking with you. The taboo power of my Meng Mountain's witchcraft is not something you know. That is the power of a great god, not the magic power of a cultivator, and not some spell formed by heaven and earth's spiritual energy. All right, seeing Ziming in a hurry, Xiaohua quickly caught the rejuvenation pill, and said, how about this, I'll take the rejuvenation pill first. I'll see when the life essence starts to be damaged, and when there is something wrong, I'll immediately take the rejuvenation pill. This way, I'll also know how powerful that witchcraft is, right? All right. Young Master Xiao can decide for yourself. Ziming helplessly shook her head, but a moment later, she thought of something, and said in a low voice, what was the witchcraft spell that young Master Xiao used just now? When did young Master cultivate it? This witchcraft spell, even my Huda village's elder Wu, can't use it. It's a long story. Xiaohua said with a smile, this is the spell evolved from my cloud summoning rain talisman, Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish, Ziming was shocked, and said involuntarily, isn't this great god Xianming's rain summoning technique? I don't know. Xiaohua said with a smile, but I got it from somewhere in Meng country. This witchcraft spell can't attack, but young master risked his life to activate it. I'm afraid it's useless. Ziming sighed. Xiaohua said in all seriousness, even so, at that time, this Xiao couldn't just surrender without putting up a fight. It's all my fault for dragging young Master Xiao and the others into danger. Ziming blamed herself again, I'm afraid G-Man will think that I leaked the secret of Meng Mountain. Hearing this, Xiaohua shook his head and said, Ziming, Elder Wu's words are very good. You go back and reflect on it. I won't say anything. Xiao and the others came to Meng Mountain. According to you soul cultivators, it was Huda Great God who sent us here. Even this witchcraft spell was instructed by Huda Great God. If it's related to you, it was Huda Great God who sent you to Sentry City and let you get to know me. All the cause and effect originated from Huda Great God. I understand. Ziming smiled slightly. Daoist Zhao's trip to Meng Mountain is very important to the people of Meng Mountain. Judging from Elder Wu's expression just now, it's far from the distress when the drought just started. I'm sure you already know how powerful Daoist Zhao is. That's right, this Xiao has a hard life. Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders casually with a pitiful appearance. Ziming laughed. He was really happy now. Let's go. Fairy Hongxia's heart skipped a beat, and she urged, Elder Wu has already asked Ziming to go to Huda Palace. It's also a chance for Ziming. Let's rest early and let Ziming have some peace. Ziming lowered his head, and Xiao Hua acted as if he didn't hear it. Xiao Mao said tactfully, that's right, I've been tortured by this by G-man. Even my mother's portrait is only half done. I still have to finish it while I'm free. Chapter 29:18. Young Master Xiao, please. Ziming lowered her head. Her ears were burning as she quickly walked in front of him. Her feelings for Xiao Hua were actually not that deep. It was only because no one was able to enter her eyes. Xiao Hua's temperament was completely different from the millions of Meng Mountain spirit warriors, and he did not have the slightest bit of flattery. That was why he immediately entered her heart. Today's experience, which could not be considered a lingering and frightening experience, had deepened her impression of him, making it somewhat hazy. This hazy feeling had always been a secret, and she did not want Fairy Hongxia to know about it. However, G-Man had pointed it out. Now that Fairy Hongxia was on guard, she naturally felt embarrassed. Oh right, Ziming, there is something that I feel is strange about. I would like to ask a few more questions. Xiao Hua spoke again at an inappropriate time, causing Fairy Hongxia to stare at him with a bit of anger and embarrassment. Young Master Xiao, please speak. Ziming lowered her head slightly and looked up slightly, asking in a low voice. Regarding Ziyan, I am somewhat puzzled. I have always wanted to ask about it. Xiao Hua did not care about this, and spoke out the doubts in his heart. Ziyan was possessed by a demon, so he did not fall. Perhaps his natal spirit tablet would not shatter. However, Hanba killed Ziyan, and Miss Ziming took away the demon's remnant soul. Does that mean that the natal spirit tablet would not shatter before the soul was destroyed? Why did G-Man not know about this? Why did she only make things difficult now? Oh, so this is what young Master Xiao is puzzled about. Ziming understood and smiled. That natal spirit tablet is only a magic of your Dao sect. There is nothing similar among Meng Mountain spirit cultivators. Oh? Why not? If you had this item, you and G-Man, wouldn't there be so many misunderstandings? Xiao Hua asked in astonishment. Ziming's face was slightly pale. She said indifferently, if we had this item, the incident with Ziyi would not have happened. After thinking for a moment, Ziming said, I believe young Master Xiao already knows about the power of bloodline. It is the foundation of Meng Mountain spirit cultivators' spirit techniques. I know a little. Xiao Hua nodded. Master Kuqin had already told him about this. Simply speaking, the power of bloodline is to use the power of heaven and earth through the inheritance of blood essence. The blood essence must contain the imprint of a soul warrior. Ziming said, although your Dao sect's Dharma spells don't talk about this, the natal spirit tablet that can be refined with blood essence should also belong to this category. A drop of blood essence isn't much to you Dao sect cultivators, but to us soul warriors, it's incomparably important. A soul warrior can use countless methods to use blood essence to cast spells on another soul warrior, and even take the life of that soul warrior. Therefore, it is impossible for us, the soul warriors of Meng Mountains, to use our own blood essence to craft some natal spirit tablet and let others control our life and death. Actually, a simpler explanation would be that since the death of a Dao sect cultivator could cause the destruction of his natal spirit tablet, the destruction of his natal spirit tablet would definitely cause the death of a Dao sect cultivator. Your Dao sect's natal spirit tablet is the most important method that cultivation sects use to control their own disciples. It's not the concern for their own disciples that ordinary people think. Let me say something unpleasant. If my Meng Mountains were to attack your Dao sect's 3 kingdoms, we don't even need to fight to the death. As long as we can control your Jade Archive Palace, we can completely control all of your cultivators. Hiss. Hearing this, not only was Xiao Hua dumbfounded, even Fairy Wuxia and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Xiaofan even thought of the golden natal spirit tablet that he kept in the Jade Archive Palace. Dao sect cultivators are like locusts in the mortal world, desperately devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using everything in the world for their own use. Moreover, they plunder by hook or by crook, not caring about the needs and nourishment of heaven and earth. Today's abnormal weather in Meng Mountains, I'm afraid it's the result of your Dao sect's 3 kingdoms ignoring the heavenly Dao, right? Ziming sighed, it's a pity that you cultivators don't know about it at all. Moreover, you're so arrogant, thinking that you're the orthodox sect. The people of the world are also short-sighted. When they see how powerful the Dao sect spells are, they naturally follow suit. Therefore, our soul cultivators have declined, and our Confucian cultivators have died out. At this point, Ziming saw that Xiaofan and the others' expressions were not good. She smiled and said, "This is what Venerable Wu said on a normal day. I'm just listening. Now that I'm telling you, young Master Xiao, you may not necessarily take it seriously." Hee hee. Xiaofan smiled bitterly. Looking at Fairy Wuxia and the others who were also thinking about something, he didn't know how to answer. As they spoke, they walked out of the ancestral hall. With a glance, they saw the tall and sturdy Hitorigami standing on top of a boulder. The Hitorigami seemed to have received Venerable Wu's orders and didn't make a fuss. When it saw Xiao Mao, it roared and flew down from the boulder. The ground where its feet landed turned yellow. With a smile on his face, Xiao Mao stretched out his hand. The Hitorigami also stretched out its big hand. 2 fingers touched Xiao Mao's hand. Xiao Mao whispered a few words, and the Hitorigami laughed happily. Then, its body glowed red, and it flew into the sky again. The Hitorigami is very powerful. Unfortunately, it still can't control its own strength. Xiao Mao looked regretfully at the place where the Hitorigami was standing. There were already some fine grains of sand. He said, "Otherwise, with it following us, it could have saved us a lot of trouble. It's a pity that you can't bring it out of." Xiaofan said casually, but stopped halfway. "Yes, why can't I bring it out of Million Meng Mountains?" "Yes, Million Meng Mountains is the Hitorigami's home. I won't let it leave. Moreover, if it goes to the cultivation world, who knows if it will attract the attention of nascent soul or spirit severing stage seniors?" Xiao Mao said with a smile. He then took out the jade scroll in his hand and immersed his divine sense in it. Xiaofan raised his eyes and looked at the terrifying mountains on the left. He then looked at Fairy Wuxia and said, "This. I'm afraid this is where the earliest Huda stockade was located?" "Yes, it is." Ziming waited for a moment. Seeing that Fairy Wuxia didn't say anything, she slowly said, "According to the shaman canon, the earliest Huda stockade only had an ancestral temple. Moreover, the ancestral temple wasn't as big as it is now. Later, it slowly expanded. The palaces and other things were built around the ancestral temple. When the back mountain was full. This was another large-scale construction in my previous life. Previously, I've said that the buildings in the front mountain were heavily influenced by Confucian cultivation. It's already different from the back mountain. Confucian cultivation, what should it look like?" Xiaofan narrowed his eyes. He thought of the turtle shell, the core, and the inscriptions on the armor. Outside the ancestral shrine, there were naturally guards standing guard. Ziming looked at the guards and gave a few orders. Then, she whispered to Xiaofan and the others, "This concubine's resting place is near the ancestral shrine. This concubine won't see you off. Yes, Miss Ziming, please have some peace." Xiaofan didn't dare to say more, "We'll also go back and meditate. When Elder Wu finishes dealing with the matters of Huda stockade, we'll meet again." "All right." Ziming smiled and was about to turn around. Fairy Wuxia said again, "Miss Ziming, you have to pay more attention to the matters of Huda Stockade. After all, you're the next G-man. The task on your shoulders is very heavy. The people of Huda Stockade are all depending on you. Ming's heart ached. She knew what Fairy Hongxia wanted to say. She smiled bitterly, "Thank you, sister. I know what I'm doing." After saying that, she smiled at everyone. Then, she turned and walked along the wide mountain path towards the hall beside the ancestral temple. Her figure looked so lonely in the wind. "Sigh, let's go." Xiaohua sighed. Although its G-man in the Huda Stockade is above everyone else, the hardships involved can't be compared to the freedom of being a cultivator. "Why? Do you want to share the burden?" Fairy Hongxia asked with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Please don't," Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. "This Xiao has a lazy personality. This kind of thing should be left to the ambitious. It's just sharing the burden. Why don't you try?" Fairy Hongxia didn't give up. "I'm very eager." Xiaohua's face turned serious. "This Xiao is a cultivator. How can I get involved in the affairs of millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain? Besides, this Xiao is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. If I want to share the burden, it's the affairs of my myriad Thunder Valley. How can I split myself here?" "Hee, Xiaohua. What's that talisman of yours? It looks like a soul spell, right?" Fairy Hongxia laughed. "Besides, didn't you lose that Dharma body of yours? When you find it, let it come to Huda Stockade. Just treat it as if you're here. Isn't this the best of both worlds?" "Oh right, speaking of this." Xiaohua didn't seem to hear her. He raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Hongxia, don't you think it strange? Why can't we find Kai Zhuoxia's soul? I was the one who brought her corpse back with my own hands. Besides, didn't you say that you buried her? You buried her with your own hands. How could she still be alive?" Fairy Hongxia's heart clenched. She nodded and said, "That's right. Unless, the one who died wasn't elder sister?" Hearing that he had successfully changed the topic, Xiaohua's heart relaxed. He looked at Li Zongbao and said, "I saw Kai Zhuoxia's death with my own eyes. Besides, the corpse that I brought back was seen by the head of your Kai family. Everyone was certain that it was her. How can it not be her? Then, where did the problem go wrong?" Fairy Hongxia scratched her head. "Unless elder sister really isn't dead? But at that time, she was completely lifeless and suffered such heavy injuries. Until the time of the burial, this concubine had repeatedly probed but didn't find anything strange. If there was even a trace of warmth, this concubine wouldn't have. Senior brotherly, what do you think?" Xiaohua turned to look at Li Zongbao and asked. "Back to Luyang, this Maojia wants to see it with my own eyes." Li Zongbao raised his head. His eyes were red as he said word by word. Previously this Maojia didn't dare to admit it and didn't dare to face it. But now that Zhuoxia is still alive, this Maojia has been enlightened. Since this Maojia has her in my heart, I should admit it in front of the whole world. This way, even if she died, she would be able to rest in peace. Perhaps, she is waiting for this Maojia to visit her. Chapter 29:19. This. Xiaohua was slightly shocked. He was afraid that Li Zongbao had gone mad. He had seen Kai Zhuoxia's death with his own eyes. She was really dead and could not be alive. Since the Netherworld mirror could not find traces of Kai Zhuoxia's soul, there must be something wrong with the Netherworld mirror. Wasn't there a problem when he used it? It must be because Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia used it that something happened. Yes, I am also in a hurry to go back and see my sister's body. Who knows, a miracle might really happen. Fairy Hongxia's face was also filled with excitement. Li Zongbao also bit his lips and said, "Yes, since Ziming wants to revive Zai, if Wuxia is not dead, there is no reason why she can't be revived. This. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly again. He looked at Xiao Mao, who was walking with his head down and seemed to be immersing his divine sense into the jade slip. He could not say anything. It seemed that only he, the culprit who broke the netherworld mirror, did not get anything from the netherworld mirror? Yes, what is that huge black silhouette? What is that series of sounds? Xiao Hua was puzzled. Is it the netherworld? Or the 9 springs? Or the 10,000 demon realm? The demon realm? Xiao Hua and the others returned to the quiet room with doubts in their hearts. However, this quiet room wasn't the enormous palace from before, and it was a small and exquisite room instead. Presently, only Xiao Hua was seated cross-legged in this room. Thinking about how so many things had happened in just one day and one night after leaving the quiet room, Xiao Hua was almost exhausted. Most of his mental energy was on the sounds of the green seal text. If it was not a matter of life and death, even if he had started dozens of days ago, or even decades ago, Xiao Hua did not believe that he would have made the most crucial progress in such a short period of time. Therefore, Xiao Hua sat cross-legged quietly. He did not think or do anything. He simply meditated, and in a moment, he entered a dream. Although Xiao Hua was asleep, the primordial spirit in Qingshan heaven was still waving the soul strands and trying different sounds. Strands of green light were constantly produced, and strange sounds were constantly emitted. Similar to the situation in Qingshan heaven, in Xiao Hua's dream, there were also green lights fluttering. The green seal script that was born in the white bone previously turned into butterflies that gracefully entered the dream. Of course, whatever you think about in the day, you will also have dreams. The emergence of the green seal script inexplicably stimulated the primordial spirit and the soul strands. From the earliest formless green seal script to the later green seal script gradually emerged in an orderly manner. It actually became a kind of faint music that reverberated throughout the entire clear spirit heaven. When it was deep into the night, the energy of the outer realm Yuan star broke free from the confinement of the sun star and shot out from the starry night, enveloping Xiao Hua within it. After the appearance of the outer realm Yuan star force, about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Elder Wu flashed out of the sky like a ghost. His starry eyes were even brighter in the night, and after strands of green light flashed, he had a strange expression on his face. That expression seemed to have some understanding, but it was also astonishment. This astonishment seemed to have more confusion than understanding. Elder Wu softly muttered a few inaudible words of shaman language, then slightly shook his head, and his figure slowly disappeared again. Dream. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Xiao Hua suddenly woke up. Cold sweat seeped out from his forehead, and all the green seal text in his dream came to an abrupt end. It was completely shattered by the inexplicable words of the pitch-black giant monster's outline. Sigh, Xiao Hua looked left and right, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, is this dream my family? Why do I care so much about it? But if it really wants to come, why is there no sign of it? Humph, thinking of this, Xiao Hua sneered again, since nameless identity is going to be revealed, then the person who sealed my Naiwan palace will definitely appear. My amnesia must be related to them. The day when the truth comes to light is gradually approaching. Unfortunately, my nameless is only at the early nascent soul stage. My Naiwan palace and middle dantian are sealed so tightly, it's definitely not the work of a nascent soul cultivator. If it's not a spirit-severing cultivator, then it's a void refinement cultivator, or even a body fusion cultivator. Damn it, this won't do. If I meet them now, I can only be a fish on the chopping block, not a knife. I have to think of a way. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly stared blankly, as if he thought of something. He forcefully slapped his forehead with his hand and said, damn it, how could I forget? When Wuxia died, she died a cold death. But But when I was in Luyang's Kai family, didn't I use that strange willow branch to summon the soul? That broken willow branch is really strange. All the spiritual herbs in the space grow crazily, but this willow branch hasn't changed at all after so many years. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's mind entered the space, and from the edge of the yin-yang pool, he took out the willow branch again. Xiaohua's gaze swept over it, and he bitterly smiled, but he saw that the willow branch was still abnormally dry, and the dried surface was dotted with yellow spots, no different from before. Especially the 9th-grade willow leaf, it didn't increase or decrease, and even the withered yellow lines on the willow leaf didn't change at all. In the end, is this thing causing trouble again? Xiaohua lost confidence, but from the surface, this thing was just an ordinary willow branch. If it wasn't for the fact that it didn't change in Xiaohua's space, and if it wasn't for the fact that Xiaohua spent dozens of high-grade spirit stones to buy this treasure, Xiaohua would have thrown this willow branch away long ago, right? Maybe it's useful? Xiaohua's eyes turned a few times, and he secretly said, "This Ho-Tu village's elder Wu is obviously an expert, his cultivation is simply unfathomable. Moreover, shamans have always been proficient in soul techniques. If this thing can protect Wuxia's soul, it's obviously one of the few powerful things in the world, even more powerful than the soul-falling lamp, Elder Wu should know. How about?" However, Xiaohua only had this thought, and he immediately extinguished it, and hurriedly sent the willow branch back into the space, and still stuck it in the yin-yang pool. There are many treasures in the world, and Xiaohua didn't know how many of them can protect the soul, but Xiaohua knew. Elder Wu calmly dealt with the dispute between Ji-Man and Zi-Ming, and easily cleared the Ho-Tu village of the demon invasion. That was because Elder Wu had absolute control over the Ho-Tu village. In this control, he wouldn't care too much about any unforeseen events. However, if this willow branch entered Elder Wu's eyes, and if it exceeded what Elder Wu could bear, would Elder Wu become greedy? Xiaohua boasted that he already had a lot of rare treasures, but when he saw an excellent magical treasure, his heart would still itch. Xiaohua himself was like this. What about others? Xiaohua couldn't guarantee that Elder Wu wouldn't make other moves. Forget it, this kind of treasure is related to life and death, it's better for this young master to know. Xiaohua thought to himself, and then raised his eyes to look outside the quiet room. At this moment, the quiet room had just lit up, as if another day had come. It's already been dozens of days, right? Elder Wu still hasn't come. I'm afraid the Ho-Tu village's crisis is really serious this time. Sigh, this devil dweller is really everywhere. I don't know if these demons are related to Yin Meng and the others. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt that the millions of Meng mountains blocking the northwest side of the Xiaoyu continent was really disgusting, but now, he felt that it was incomparably cute. If it weren't for the millions of Meng mountain soul cultivators, perhaps Zhang Qingxiao would have already been captured by Lord Jipeng, right? I better hurry up and cultivate. When Xiaohua thought of Lord Jipeng, his heart trembled again. He knew that this kind of cruel and merciless demon general would appear in front of him sooner or later. After such a long period of recovery, under the miraculous effect of the Sun Shroud art, Xiaohua's burned divine sense had recovered. Moreover, this divine sense had become even more tenacious, thick, and enormous. Although it couldn't be compared to the Buddhist sense, Xiaohua had a feeling that as long as he kept cultivating the Sun Shroud art and strengthening his mind, this divine sense would soon surpass the Buddhist sense. While sighing with emotion at the miraculous secret technique given by Jiuxia, Xiaohua once again erased Jiuxia's face from his mind, and sent his mind into the mysterious dark cloud. At this moment, the mysterious dark cloud was different from before. In the short period of time that Xiaohua had controlled the green seal text, some strange runes had appeared outside the mysterious dark cloud. These runes were faintly floating outside the dark cloud, appearing and disappearing. Every time a rune appeared, a faint green glow would flash. This green glow would pass from one rune to another, and then disappear along with the disappearance of the rune. When another rune appeared, the green light would appear again. Slowly, this green light ran through the entire surface of the mysterious dark cloud, and those strange runes also gradually covered the entire mysterious dark cloud. Xiaohua had always been interested in runes. Seeing that it was so strange, he had already focused his mind on these runes. However, these runes either suddenly disappeared when they came into contact with his mind, or they disappeared before his mind could even approach them. Xiaohua's mind was unable to capture them. When Xiaohua coincidentally encountered a newly formed rune, a kind of boundless feeling immediately came from that rune. Compared to this boundless feeling, Xiaohua's mind was like a grain of sand in the vast ocean, insignificant and undetectable. See, Xiaohua suddenly realized, this might be the heavenly pattern earth deed that protects the soul. Immediately, Xiaohua's greedy thoughts appeared again. Damn it, if I can comprehend this heavenly pattern earth deed, then how good would that be? Unfortunately, Xiaohua had only encountered it for a moment, and after that, he didn't have anything else. Even if he wanted to encounter it again, it was impossible. Opportunity, opportunity, Xiaohua understood that it was impossible, and regretfully entered the mysterious dark cloud. The moment Xiaohua's mind entered, the heavenly pattern earth deed suddenly flashed outside the mysterious dark cloud, as if it wanted to resist. When it lightly touched Xiaohua's mind again, that flash was extinguished, and the heavenly pattern earth deed returned to its previous state of flickering. Chapter 29-20. Wow! Xiaohua had just entered the heaven ring of qi when the originally cold and desolate heaven ring of qi fluttered in all directions. Sounds that seemed to shake the heavens and earth constantly resounded in the heaven ring of qi. The outlines of mountains and rivers could be faintly seen, and traces of clouds and rain also appeared in midair. The green seal script is divine, able to steal the essence of heaven and earth, causing changes in heaven and earth. The 12 great gods are able to move heaven and earth and weep ghosts and gods, as expected. Xiaohua exclaimed in amazement. He had always thought that the Tao sect's spells could reach the heavens. Although Zi Ming, Master Qin Qin, and the others had already explained the magical powers of soul spells, Xiaohua still felt that it was impossible. After all, he had only cultivated to the second day of the 9 heavens of spirit origin, far away from becoming a shaman. Even if he could comprehend the green seal script, how could he have the ability to reach the heavens? But everything in front of him was telling him that soul cultivation was really different from Tao cultivation. The pure green seal script had nothing to do with cultivation. At this moment, he really had the possibility of reaching the heavens. After entering the clear God sky, the deafening sounds became even louder. The entire clear God sky seemed to be in a state of chaos. Not only was Xiaohua's primordial spirit busy waving the soul strands to try to comprehend more green seal scripts, even the soul of the little white dragon was roaring like a dragon dancing in the 9 heavens. And what made Xiaohua the happiest was that the little white dragon and his primordial spirit were already close to the peak of the clear God sky. The waves of commotion caused the gloomy sky of the clear God sky to shake open little by little. One by one, the green seal scripts that seemed to have spirituality rushed into the sky from time to time, and there were even soul strands that had completely penetrated into the chaotic space. Good, Xiaohua was overjoyed, and thought to himself, so the cultivation of the 9 heavens of spirit origin is not just a method of dancing, day-night moon, and so on. Even if it's comprehending the green seal script, cultivating charms is also one of the methods. According to Xiaohua's knowledge, there should be 365 basic green seal characters. He had learned 3 when he was making sorcerer puppets, and he had acquired 36 from the Misty Clouds martial school. There were 4 on White Bone's left-hand bone. Adding the tens of green seal characters he had acquired earlier, he should have nearly 70 green seal characters. Recently, he had acquired another 100 green seal characters from the Sorcerer's Codex. Excluding the duplicates, he still had about 130 green seal characters. To use the moving clouds and summoning rain technique, only 36 characters were needed. These 36 characters were something that Xiaohua had just completely comprehended. Among these 36 characters, some were the green seal text of the clear spirit sky, some were the green seal text of the surrounding qi sky, and some were the green seal text of the surrounding qi sky. There were even a few that Xiaohua did not know which sky they were from. All of a sudden, Xiaohua had a strange feeling. The green seal text must be comprehended from the most basic level. Don't bite off more than you can chew, don't be greedy. The 12 great gods used these 365 green seal characters to pass down the teachings of heaven and earth. Just now, in the surrounding qi sky, although I haven't fully comprehended the 50 green seal characters that belong to the surrounding qi sky, the entire surrounding qi sky already has the image of heaven and earth. What if I completely comprehend it? Thinking about this, Xiaohua forcefully suppressed his ecstasy. His primordial spirit began to slowly comprehend the first green seal character revealed in the Sorcerer's Codex. Sure enough, following the sound of the seemingly right but actually wrong green seal character, Xiaohua fell into the surrounding qi sky. An indescribable feeling entered his mind, a feeling of missing out on an opportunity. Tao is 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. Tao gives birth to 2 extremes, 2 extremes give birth to 4 divisions, 4 divisions give birth to 8 trigrams, 8 trigrams give birth to 10,000 things, 10,000 things form heaven and earth. Damn it, now in this place of chaos, isn't Tao giving birth? Alas, that primordial spirit has already entered the clear spirit sky. Even if it comes back, it won't be able to. I've suffered a great loss. Xiaohua suddenly felt as if his soul had left his body. What should I do? Looking at some indescribable things gradually appearing in the surrounding qi sky, Xiaohua was extremely disappointed. That's right, this young master's primordial spirit can't come back, but there are other primordial spirits in other places. Thinking about this, Xiaohua no longer dared to hesitate. He hurriedly rushed his mind out of the mysterious dark clouds and immediately returned to the space. Within the space, the nascent soul that had previously comprehended cultivation methods was now exerting all its strength to wield the Dharma seal. Streams of samadhi true fire were swimming up and down the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace, similar to when Xiaohua first refined pills. Moreover, a faint medicinal fragrance had already gushed out from the pill furnace. Clearly, Xiaohua's primordial spirit could already refine the simplest Wucang pill. If he had enough time, his primordial spirit could also refine high-grade pills such as the Peiyuan pill, Foundation Establishment pill, and so on. However, at this time, how could Xiaohua care about refining pills and refining tools? He hurriedly urged his primordial spirit out of the space and recklessly rushed into the mysterious dark clouds. Naturally, the heavenly pattern earth deed in the mysterious dark clouds also flashed with a green brilliance, allowing the primordial spirit to safely enter. Slowly comprehend it. Xiaohua's mind instructed. After Xiaohua's primordial spirit heard this, it very quietly sat in the heaven ring of qi. The indescribable thing in the heaven ring of qi also had a strange fluctuation that slowly spread to the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit formed bit by bit in the heaven ring of qi, and a kind of déjà vu feeling was born in the heaven ring of qi. Moreover, the dancing primordial spirit in the heaven ring of qi had also changed. It was completely dancing with soul strands. Each strand of soul strand was emitting an extremely simple and completely identical rhythm. A green seal character that Xiaohua had never comprehended before flashed with this brilliance and gradually appeared in the entire heaven ring of qi. However, this first green seal character didn't seem to be less difficult to form because Xiaohua was already able to use the cloud-traveling rain summoning talisman. Xiaohua's mind stayed in the heaven ring of qi for a long time. He only heard a rumbling sound. The entire heaven ring of Qi was filled with green light, but the green seal character didn't appear smoothly. Forget it. This Tao begets one. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Let my primordial spirit slowly play with you. Xiaohua understood the difficulty of this green seal character and withdrew his mind from the heaven ring of Qi. Then, Xiaohua placed his attention on Master Qin Qin's soul cultivation equipment refining technique. After all, Xiaohua had broken the spirit treasure nether passage mirror of Ho-Tu stronghold, which had a huge impact on Ziming. He also wanted to see if he could repair this nether passage mirror. However, the soul cultivation equipment refining technique was very different from the Dao sex equipment refining technique. Before Xiaohua could see any clues, a guard came to invite Xiaohua, Fairy Hongxia and the rest under the orders of Wu Lao. This time, the hall that Wu Lao was in was different from the one that Xiaohua had seen before. It was at the back of the mountain, beside the ancestral shrine. It was a hall that was somewhat similar to the Huai Xian pavilion that G-Man was in. However, this hall did not look as elegant as the Huai Xian pavilion. On the contrary, a kind of rough, simple and grand feeling was revealed through the white bones piled up and the round wood spliced together on the four walls. At this time, the sun shone through the huge window and shone on the hall. The light pillar that was 10 feet in radius enveloped a square chair made of white bones, and on that square chair sat the young Wu Lao. In the light shadow, Wu Lao's face was unusually bright, as if there was a layer of holy light emitting from his body. G-Man was dressed in slightly plain clothes and sat below Wu Lao. Opposite her sat Ziming, who had a trace of joy on his face. Xiaohua and the rest entered the hall and saw such a scene. A kind of solemnity arose spontaneously. A few of them did not dare to be negligent and quickly stepped forward to greet Wu Lao and G-Man. A trace of a smile appeared on Wu Lao's face as he raised his hand and said, "Little friends from the Dao sect, we have met dozens of days ago. During this period of time, because my Ho-Tu stronghold had some things to do, I have neglected you all. This old man apologizes. We don't dare." Xiaohua hurriedly replied, "Wu Lao, the Ho-Tu stronghold's affairs are more important. We came from afar to disturb you, and also brought some trouble to your stronghold. The ones who should apologize should be us." "No matter," Wu Lao smiled and said, "this old man already knows everything. Those are mostly some small conflicts. The other thing is my Ho-Tu stronghold's chores, it's nothing. Moreover, you all came together with Ziming to exterminate the demons and capture their souls. In these dozens of days, based on what I obtained from the souls, I cleaned up the entire Ho-Tu stronghold and Shibai stronghold. There were about 2,000 soul warriors who were taken over by the demons. This is beyond this old man's estimation. If this is counted, it's all thanks to Daoist Xiao." Xiaohua hurriedly bowed and said, "Wu Lao is a senior. This Xiao has not yet reached the nascent soul stage, so this Xiao cannot be called Daoist Xiao. Wu Lao can just call this Xiao by his name. Then this old man will call you little friend Xiao." Wu Lao smiled and said, "Today, I invited little friend Xiao and the rest to come over because I want to discuss something with you. Actually, even if this old man doesn't say it, I think little friend Xiao should know about it, right?" Xiaohua understood and nodded. If there are no accidents, this junior must have obtained the seed of millet from a deserted island outside the sea. Indeed. Wu Lao also denied it. He raised his head and looked at the dazzling sunlight and said, "To be honest, as Wu Lao, I can't leave Ho-Tu stronghold. But this old man has received the order of the Wu King to leave Ho-Tu stronghold and go to the Wu King stronghold in the depths of Wu Meng. This old man wants to discuss with the 12 shaman strongholds, the descendants of the 12 great gods, about the drastic change of the weather in Meng Mountains." Xiaohua was a little curious why Wu Lao suddenly talked about the trip to the Wu King stronghold, but he still smiled and listened with great interest. Wu Lao and Wu King of the 12 shaman strongholds, the 13 of us are helpless when faced with this difficult situation that Meng Mountains has not encountered for thousands of years. We don't know how to deal with it. Wu Lao continued, even when this old man arranged for his men to invade the sword domain, wanting to find a place to settle the people in the sword domain, I didn't get a good result. Some of the ideas and methods proposed by the other Wu Lao were also rejected by everyone. Of course, there are also some Wu Lao who talked about the descendant of the great god Shibai, who can affect the weather. They hoped that the Wu Lao of Shibai stronghold could use the power of his bloodline to summon clouds and summon rain. Perhaps it could alleviate the drought of Meng Mountains. Speaking up to here, Wu Lao glanced at Xiao Mao and said, but according to Wu Lao of Shibai stronghold, the art of summoning clouds and summoning rain is an ancient talisman of Meng Mountains. Only ancient shamans who know the Green Seal script can control it. However, although the Green Seal script is the foundation of the cultivation of Meng Mountain soul spells, the progress is slow, and the price to pay is huge. After so many years, very few people have touched it. Chapter 29-21. Furthermore, this change in the weather is the power of heaven and earth. Even if someone used the power of great god Shibai's bloodline to control the weather, how could it be compared to the power of heaven and earth? The best way is to adapt to it and not resist it. Yes, this is what the Taoist sect always says, it's better to let it go. Therefore, we treated the millet seed as our main focus. However, the millet seed is the food of Meng Mountains Ziming for thousands of years. How could it be made suitable for the millet seed to adapt to the weather overnight? We searched through the shaman canon and racked our brains, but we still couldn't find any ancient shaman art that could change all of this. At the very last moment, when he was at the end of his rope and had no way out, the shaman king was left with no other choice. Thus, he resorted to the mystic arts of Meng Mountains, gathered the blood essence of the descendants of the 12 great gods, and unleashed the art of divine connection. With the Shaman King's divine connection art and the prayers of the 13 of us, the Shaman King was finally able to communicate with heaven and earth and found the will of the great god. Under the will of the great god, the Shaman King gave me the Shaman King's order, ordering me to rush back to Huda's stronghold and tell him that the fate of Meng Mountain depends on my Huda stronghold. Hiss. Hearing this, Xiaohua gasped, and Jiu Xia's face immediately appeared in his mind. Wasn't this so-called divine connection art similar to Jiu Xia's divination art? It could find out what he wanted to know from nothing? Old Wu ignored Xiaohua's astonishment and continued, at first, I was surprised, but after seeing what I heard and saw on the way back, and seeing little friend Xiao in the ancestral temple, I immediately understood what the Shaman King meant. The fate of Meng Mountain is really in little friend Zhao's hands. After saying this, old Wu touched his chest and took out a thumb-sized ring. The ring was completely transparent and had the shape of a crystal skull. The Shaman King said that this is a gift for little friend Xiao. He asked little friend Xiao to visit Wu Meng when you have time. Perhaps, something unexpected will happen. The Shaman King also wants to thank little friend Xiao. After saying this, old Wu waved his hand, and the crystal skull slowly flew in front of Xiaohua. Elder Wu, Xiaohua smiled bitterly, Elder Wu, you didn't allow this junior to say anything and just went straight to the point. This junior really doesn't know how to respond. I don't mind giving you this seed. Perhaps it is really Huda great deity who wants to save millions of people in Meng Mountains with the help of me. But I also want to do something with this seed. Of course, if this Shaman King's decree can be completed, and I want to do it, I can agree to it now. Alas! Elder Wu sighed, seeming to know what Xiaohua wanted to say, and he shook his head. The 12 main strongholds are a branch of their own, and they don't interfere with each other. Even though the Shaman King commands the Shaman King stronghold and controls the Shaman King command token, he has never interfered with the internal affairs of the 12 main strongholds. I'm afraid that little friend Zhao's plan of borrowing the Witch King token won't work. When he spoke up to here, Elder Wu stretched out his hand and said to Xiao Mao, "Give me the jade slip and allow me to take a look at your mother's appearance. Perhaps I'll know something." "Yes." Facing the Elder Wu of Huda's stronghold who could help him, Xiao Mao didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly took out the jade slip and gave it to Elder Wu. Elder Wu seemed to have divine sense. He took the jade slip and gave it a look, then gave it to Ji-man. Looking at Elder Wu's frowning face, Xiao Mao's heart skipped a beat. When Ji-man saw the jade slip and shook her head at Elder Wu, Xiao Mao's heart turned cold. Ji-man didn't give the jade slip back to Xiao Mao. Instead, she hesitated for a moment, then gave it to Ziming. Ziming had a surprised look on her face, but she still took it. But after she looked at it, she was also at a loss. "Xiao Mao," Elder Wu spoke, "should have seen Ji-man of Shibai stronghold, and those who are qualified to inherit Ji-man's position. But your mother's appearance is really unfamiliar to me. I'm sure I've never seen her before. And since Ji-man and Ziming have never seen her before, I think, she might not be a citizen of Shibai stronghold." Elder Wu, Ziming returned the jade slip to Xiao Mao and said in confusion, "If Xiao Mao's mother isn't a citizen of Shibai stronghold, how can Xiao Mao have the bloodline of Shibai great god? If my mother doesn't have the qualifications to inherit Ji-man's position, then why would Fu Man of Shibai stronghold attack Xiao Mao? What does your father look like?" Ji-man suddenly asked. "This." Xiao Mao was a little embarrassed. "Junior's memory of my father is even more vague, and I can't remember at all. If there's the netherworld mirror." At this point, Xiao Mao immediately stopped talking. He understood that he had touched a sore spot. "Right, Elder Wu, can the netherworld mirror be repaired? Where are its remains?" Hearing this, Xiaohua knew that he had to face it, so he asked. "Compared to the lives of my Ho-Tu stronghold citizens, the netherworld mirror is nothing. Little friend Xiao, you don't have to worry about it." Elder Wu waved his hand and said. Xiaohua said again, "If the netherworld mirror can be repaired, Junior's heart can be at ease." "I'm afraid it's not possible." Elder Wu smiled bitterly, "I've seen it. It was the backlash of the netherworld's power. It can't be repaired without a great divine ability." "I see." Xiaohua thought for a moment, then said frankly, "If Meng Mountains can't be repaired, why don't you give Junior the netherworld mirror's remains and the refining method? Since it's Junior's fault, Junior will do his best to repair it." Elder Wu raised his eyebrows and glanced at Ji-man. Ji-man's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression, then he nodded slightly. "Good." Elder Wu nodded, "Since little friend has such a heart, how can I not fulfill it?" After that, Elder Wu passed down the order, and a moment later, a guard brought in a bone. Xiaohua took a look at it and kept it. Little did he know that when Xiaohua took a look at it, Xiao Mao's face revealed a surprised expression, while Elder Wu and Ji-man didn't have any strange expressions. Seeing Xiaohua keep the bone, Ziming took the opportunity and said, "Elder Wu, from what this boy saw, Xiao Mao's father looks very similar to Xiao Mao." "Oh? Why?" Elder Wu didn't say anything, but Xiao Mao felt strange. "Young Master Xiao, don't forget, you said it yourself, you were attacked by Fu Man of Shibai village. If he didn't know your father and saw that you looked very similar to your father, how could he kill you before you found Shibai village?" Ziming said indifferently. "But," Xiao Mao argued, "we are mortal enemies with Yi Yu, and we've already seen him at Flowing Cloud Lake." "Io, that's not right." At this point, Xiao Mao came to a realization, and said anxiously, "Junior always thought that Yi Yu wanted to kill us because we were opponents in the Great War of Dao Sword. Moreover, he knew of Junior's actions at Bailu village, so he came to kill us. Junior even thought that his target was my big brother." "Yes, Xiao Mao, you don't have to say any more." Elder Wu heard and nodded. "If Yi Yu didn't know that you're your father's boy, why would he notice your actions at Bailu village? Why would he team up with others to kill you?" He must have seen you at Flowing Cloud Lake long ago. Then. Senior, have you seen this junior's father? Xiao Mao probed. No. Elder Wu and G-Man both shook their heads. However, Elder Wu smiled and said, "That's not a problem. In about 10 days, it's time for Zi Ming to light the soul lamp. Elder Wu from the other 10 villages won't come, but Elder Wu from Shibai village will definitely come, and I'll know when I ask him." "Yes, thank you, Elder Wu." Xiao Mao's cold heart became lively again. Beside him, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. His seed was originally reserved for Xiao Mao as a trump card, but Xiao Mao was dismissed by Elder Wu with a few words, so what was the point of keeping his seed? Forget it. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and took the crystal skull's ring in his hand. Since Elder Wu has resolved this junior's worries, this junior has nothing to say. He, little friend Xiao, Shibai village is Shibai village, and Huda village is Huda village. I can only be the master of Huda village, and I have no right to interfere with the matters of Shibai village. Elder Wu smiled and said, "I can only promise Xiao Mao to help him ask. As for how Elder Wu from Shibai village will answer, I can't make any decisions. Elder Wu, you only need to do your best." Xiao Hua nodded. "Your little finger is thicker than our waists, right?" Hee. Elder Wu smiled and didn't say anything. Elder Wu, Jr. has a question. Li Zongbao, who had been silent all this time, said. "Speak." Elder Wu replied faintly. Although his tone sounded similar to Xiao Hua and the others, Li Zongbao understood that there was a lack of friendliness in his voice. Even when compared to the conversation between Elder Wu and Xiao Mao just now, it was still very different. However, Li Zongbao didn't feel any dissatisfaction in his heart. He said respectfully, "Junior just wants to ask, if the netherworld mirror can't see the person in Junior's heart, does that mean that person is definitely still alive?" Elder Wu looked at Li Zongbao and seemed to be thinking about something. He then asked, "If that's the case, are you sure that person is definitely dead?" "That's right. Junior is sure." Li Zongbao nodded. "Then, what do you think is death and what is life?" Elder Wu asked again. This time, Li Zongbao was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to answer. "That's right, what is life and what is death?" Although he had experienced the great battle of Dao Sword, experienced many life and death situations, and killed many swordsmen, if he really had to say the true meaning of life and death, how could he say it? Reporting to Elder Fairy Hongxia quickly bowed and said, "It's like this, you don't have to say more. I already know about this." Elder Wu's tone was still indifferent, but it was still unquestionable. "Yes." Fairy Hongxia quickly shut her mouth. "Your Dao sect often says that the Dao of life and death is number 1. Without life and death, there is no Dao." Elder Wu looked at Li Zongbao, who was in a daze, and said, "Its mystery is deep in the Dao of heaven. Even among the 12 great gods of Meng Mountain, perhaps only I, the great god Hudu, can understand a thing or two about it. Not to mention you, even I, who have studied the art of souls and the Dao of souls for many years, find it difficult to explain its mystery." Chapter 29-22. However, if we simply talk about life and death, then a human can be divided into 2 parts. One is the 3 souls and 6 spirits cultivated by the people of Meng Mountain, and the other is the fleshly body cultivated by the Taoist or sword cultivators. The fleshly body is further divided into blood vessels, body, meridians, and so on. If a person's soul is the sky, then the fleshly body is the earth. No matter if it's the sky or the earth, neither can be missing. Without the fleshly body, the soul has no place to reside, and without the soul, the fleshly body becomes an empty shell, and can't be considered a human. The soul is extremely important, and as long as one soul or spirit is damaged or lost, the person will no longer be the same person. Even if he is alive, what's the difference between that and death? But if the fleshly body is gone, and the 3 souls and 6 spirits are left in the world, then even if he dies, he can be reborn with an excellent fleshly body. What's the difference between that and being alive? Senior Wu's words were simple, and Li Zongbao might not be unaware of it, but he was still very respectful. But when he heard Senior Wu's words, he couldn't hold back the fire in his heart and said anxiously, then, Wuxia, as for her situation, this old man has never seen it, so naturally I can't jump to conclusions. Although Senior Wu didn't say anything, there was a slight dissatisfaction on his face, seemingly because he was interrupted by Li Zongbao. He said, but according to this old man's knowledge, although the person you're talking about has fallen, because of a coincidence, her soul didn't fall into the netherworld. That's why the netherworld mirror can't use the power of her soul to communicate with the netherworld. That's why you can't see what you want to see. There's no reason why I can't see the reincarnation? Li Zongbao was delighted and asked again. A person leaves his name when he passes by, and a goose leaves its sound when it passes by. The netherworld mirror can also use the power of a remnant soul to reveal a trace of information about the netherworld. Your situation only means that your soul didn't enter the netherworld. Senior Wu waved his hand and didn't say anything else. Sigh, Senior Brother Li. Xiaofan sighed at the side and said to himself, I've seen people lose a watermelon for a sesame seed, but I've never seen someone as blind as you. The way of life and death, the leader of the 3,000 great ways. Why don't you wait for Venerable Wu to finish speaking before mentioning Wuxia? It's just a short while. Can you not be so anxious? Xiaofan had been listening attentively to Elder Wu's analysis of the way of life and death, but who would have thought that he would be interrupted by Li Zongbao before he could even begin? How could he not sigh? However, Xiaofan understood that compared to the grand Tao of life and death, Wuxia's life and death seemed to be more important in Li Zongbao's eyes, right? Seeing that Elder Wu was no longer interested in dissecting, Xiaofan could only probe, in that case, that person's soul is either incomplete or lost. It's impossible for a soul or a spirit to flow into the netherworld? Elder Wu couldn't not answer Xiaofan's question, but he nodded and said, indeed. Even if there was a soul in the netherworld, the nether passage mirror would still be able to reveal a trace of it. Therefore, the soul of the person you speak of is either wandering the world, or it was captured by someone else, and used to craft a soul armament. Li Zongbao's expression changed when he heard this. He turned to look at Xiaofan. Xiaofan was also shocked when he heard this. He rolled his eyes and smiled. The possibility of the soul being captured by someone else is not high. To tell you the truth, when that person died, this junior was beside him, and the corpse was also sent back to his hometown by this junior. No one had seen the corpse in between. Therefore, this soul could only be wandering the world. But here comes the question, why didn't this person's soul return to the netherworld? Instead, it's wandering the world? Xiaofan instantly thought of little cabbage Huang Yi. Could it be that Wuxia has a ghost cultivation technique? She also made little cabbage? How can this old man answer this? Elder Wu shook his head. After all, this is little friend Xiao's situation. I'm afraid only little friend Xiao can answer this, right? That's right, Hongxia. Does Wuxia know ghost cultivation techniques? Xiaofan originally wanted to transmit his voice, but after thinking about it, he opened his mouth and asked. Ghost cultivation? Fairy Hongxia was stunned and shook her head slightly. Elder sister and I cultivate the same cultivation technique, but I've never heard of her having such a technique. Furthermore, my Kai family has never had such a legacy. Then that's strange. Although Xiaohua's face was bewildered, in his heart, he had already linked Wuxia's strangeness with the willow branch. Coincidentally, Ziming who was at the side opened his mouth again. Elder Wu, that day when young Master Li and elder sister Hong Xia used the netherworld mirror, there was a trace of green light. Although it was very similar to the soul not being in the netherworld, but Boy felt that there was something different. As for what the difference was, Boy also did not know. This was also later when he reported to Elder Wu. Boy then realized it. The sunlight on Elder Wu's face gradually faded, and his hands were placed on his knees again. His index and middle fingers were trembling rhythmically, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he looked at Xiaohua again and said word by word, "Actually, there is still a possibility." "Of course, this is only a possibility." Xiaohua's heart trembled, and hurriedly asked, "Senior, please speak." The netherworld mirror receives the user's thoughts and establishes a connection with the soul in the netherworld, using the power of the soul to reveal a trace of the situation in the netherworld. The flickering green light in the netherworld is emitted by the soul treasure itself, but there should be a difference between the netherworld without a soul and the netherworld with a soul that is extremely faint. But as for what the difference is, this old man also does not know. According to Ziming, that person's soul could have just arrived in the netherworld and immediately left the netherworld. Why did it leave? Perhaps there was an almighty person who used a great divine ability to pull the soul out of the netherworld. Elder Wu said somewhat unconfidently, "Of course, this great divine ability in my Meng Mountain is impossible. Even the Shaman King does not have this great divine ability. Furthermore, this old man is not looking down on the cultivators of your Dao sect. Even if they have reached the tribulation stage and Mahayana stage, it is impossible for them to have this level of magical power. Therefore, this old man did not explain it earlier. After all, this is the only possibility." Xiaohua was even more delighted, and hurriedly asked, "Is it possible that there is such a magical item? It can pull that person's soul out of the netherworld?" "Hee, little friend Xiao. How can a magical item be formed? Furthermore, how can such a divine ability be formed by the body?" The divine ability that this old man is talking about naturally requires the help of other objects to be formed. As for the treasures of my Meng Mountain's Netherism, or your Dao sect's capital spiritual treasure, I'm afraid they can't do it, right? Elder Wu said with a smile. Capital spiritual treasure can't do it? Xiaohua was stunned. "Little friend Xiao, what do you think?" "That is the power of the netherworld that transcends all worldly powers. If a simple capital spiritual treasure and a Mahayana stage cultivator can challenge the power of the netherworld, then wouldn't the 6 paths of reincarnation have long been in chaos?" Elder Wu sneered. But at this point, Elder Wu's finger moved slightly, and he said, "Of course, if this person has the power to resist the power of the netherworld and a special capital spiritual treasure, perhaps he can achieve it without any cultivation base?" What is the power to resist the power of the netherworld? What is a special capital spiritual treasure? Xiaohua began to get to the bottom of this. The power of the netherworld is naturally the power of death. If he has the power of life, he can naturally resist the power of the netherworld. Elder Wu said with a smile, "However, I don't know what a special capital spiritual treasure is. But I have a special soul treasure in my shaman stockade that can have this effect." Soul falling lamp. Xiaohua immediately understood. Yes, didn't Ziming always think about how to revive Ziyi? Yes, Elder Wu looked at Ziming affectionately and said, "Legend has it that the soul falling lamp can fall a soul, and can also bring it back. But no one knows how to use it." Ziming's face turned pale, and he lowered his head slightly. The power of life, the third gold tribulation, the power of thunder and lightning. Xiaohua was enlightened. After beating around the bush for so long, Xiaohua finally understood that this willow branch was probably an extremely powerful soul treasure. And he could attract thunder. That's not right. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was puzzled again. When I was in the Kai family, I hadn't joined the Imperial Thunder sect, so I didn't know how to control thunder. Sigh, I still don't understand. It seems like the truth won't come to light. Xiaohua understood that he couldn't ask anymore. If he said too much, even if he didn't say anything about the willow branch, Elder Wu would be able to guess it. Maybe, there was a powerful person related to the Kai family in Luoyang that day, who pulled Wuxia's soul out from the netherworld? Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao, then at Fairy Hongxia, and said softly, but our cultivation is shallow, so we can't see it. Unfortunately, Elder Wu immediately dispelled their thoughts. Such a powerful person has long surpassed your Dao sect's so-called Mahayana realm. How could they appear in the country of Shi? Moreover, if such a powerful person took action, would you still be able to find my Ho-Tu stockade? Sigh, yes, if there was such a powerful person who surpassed the Mahayana realm, how could Wuxia be buried? Everything now is just a guess. You should go back and take a look. Elder Wu suggested, even if the soul is left behind and the body is gone, it's still Gue Li. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua bowed, we thank Elder Wu for your guidance. It's nothing. Elder Wu raised his hand, you don't practice soul arts, so you don't know the mystery of the soul, and don't know the 9 heavens of spirit origin. This old man immersed himself in it, so I have some understanding. At this point, a smile appeared on Elder Wu's face, and he asked, I know I shouldn't ask, but from what G-Man said, that day when you resisted the soul lock, there was a green seal script in your soul. Little friend Xiao, what level of heaven has your soul cultivation reached? Oh, Xiaohua scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Junior obtained the cloud and rain technique from the Misty Cloud sect, and blindly fumbled about. Now I have cultivated to the clear spirit heaven, I've made a fool of myself. Hee, not bad. Elder Wu laughed, to be able to cultivate to the clear spirit heaven is already rare and commendable. Many cultivators who changed their cultivation to spirit warrior, even if they spend many years, they are still lingering in the ring of spirit heaven. Very few people enter the bright sky and clear sky. Little friend Xiao seems to have a chance to break through. Chapter 29-23. Fooling around, fooling around. Xiaohua hurriedly smiled, it's because I have the cloud and rain summoning talisman that I used to practice. Practice. Li Zongbao's mind was in a mess, he smiled bitterly. Previously, he used a spiritual treasure like the Kill Immortal Whip to practice, and now he's using a soul cultivator's secret art to practice. This Xiaohua, yes, Xiaohua's face was getting more and more ferocious. He was no longer the first-level qi refining cultivator that Li Zongbao met in the past. That. Elder Wu slightly hesitated, his gaze sweeping over Zi Ming. Zi Ming naturally understood Elder Wu's thoughts. Without waiting for Elder Wu to speak, he immediately said to Xiaohua, Young Master Xiao, my Huda's stronghold wants to make a deal with Young Master, I wonder if Young Master is interested? Oh. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, he smiled and said, when I have nothing to do, I like to go shopping, I can always pick up some good deals. Hee, I've said too much, I wonder what kind of deal Huda's stronghold wants to make with me. Hee, is there even a need to say? Zi Ming smiled and said, Young Master has already said, don't you have the cloud and rain summoning talisman of Misty Cloud sect? My Meng Mountain is currently in a drought, isn't this technique suitable for my Meng Mountain? Oh, I see. Xiaohua suddenly understood, but his eyes rolled and he asked again, I wonder what good things Huda's stronghold can use to exchange. It's good that you can exchange. Zi Ming smiled and said, I wonder what young Master Xiao wants. What do I want? Xiaohua scratched his head. Little friend Xiao, if my Huda's stronghold doesn't have it, I can find the Shaman King. The cloud and rain summoning talisman is important to my Meng Mountain. Elder Wu smiled and said. Then what about millet seed? Xiaohua smiled and said. Seeing Xiaohua finally point out the most important thing today, Elder Wu was not surprised, he said seriously, millet seed is more important than the cloud and rain summoning talisman, I must get it no matter what. Therefore, I'll talk to little friend Xiao first. Good. Seeing Elder Wu speak so straightforwardly, Xiao Hua also clapped and said to Ji-man, I don't want anything else, I just want the cloud and rain summoning talisman of Confucian inheritance. Confucian inheritance? Everyone in the hall was stunned. Elder Wu and Ji-man had thought about it for a long time and thought of all kinds of possibilities, but they didn't expect that Xiao Hua would want the inheritance of a Confucian cultivator. That's impossible. Ji-man replied almost without thinking. Likewise, Old Wu had a wry smile on his face as he helplessly replied, Little friend Xiao, my Huda's stronghold is a soul cultivator of the Meng Mountains. You can choose whatever you want from our soul arts. Aren't you making things difficult for me by looking for the inheritance of a Confucian cultivator? Besides, the inheritance of Confucianism is Ji-man's own destiny. It has nothing to do with our Huda's stronghold. Even Zi Ming couldn't understand what Xiao Hua was thinking. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Xiao Hua strangely. Xiao Hua also felt very embarrassed. He thought to himself, nonsense, this is the Huda's stronghold. You let this young master choose. I've chosen the legacy of Confucianism because it has nothing to do with your Magus village, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. So this young master's thoughtfulness is making things difficult for you? Xiao Hua touched his nose habitually and said with a smile, this matter is making things difficult for Old Wu. Then just pretend that this junior didn't say anything. Since Old Wu has given the conditions, you obviously have a plan. Then there's no need to play riddles with this junior. Just tell this junior directly. Old Wu shook his head helplessly. He was indeed prepared, and also wanted to have a good talk with Xiao Hua. However, he really didn't expect Xiao Hua's thoughts to be so unimaginable. He was indeed forced to the end. After thinking for a moment, Old Wu waved his hand and said, since little friend Xiao is so straightforward, then this old man won't hide it. For little friend Xiao's art of traveling clouds and summoning rain, this old man also took out a talisman from my Magus village in exchange for little friend Xiao. Oh. Xiao Hua was delighted and said with a smile, what talisman is that? What effect does it have? This. Old Wu's face once again revealed an extremely rare expression of embarrassment. He said in a low voice, this old man is also not very clear about the effect of this talisman. Xiao Hua was stunned. If even Old Wu doesn't know, then how would this junior know? It's like this. Old Wu said with a smile, we don't have a rejuvenation pill, but little friend Xiao does. With a pill that can replenish life essence, little friend Xiao will try his best to test the effect of this talisman. Old Wu, do you think that the rejuvenation pill is so easy to concoct? If that's the case, how could Ziming not show filial piety to Ji-man? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, now this junior doesn't have any rejuvenation pills. The corner of Ji-man's eyes twitched, but he didn't say anything. Old Wu said with a smile, if even Daoist Xiao doesn't have a way, then we don't have a way either. Sigh, Old Wu, this junior doesn't understand. Xiao Hua seemed to be beating around the bush, this talisman belongs to your Meng Mountain. Even my Daoist sect spirit-severing masters don't understand it. Why is this talisman declining so much? Old Wu looked at Xiao Hua for a moment. Seeing that Xiao Hua only mentioned the millet seed and was now asking questions, he thought that Xiao Hua was increasing the stakes. However, he couldn't not answer, so he could only say, from what Ziming said, little friend Xiao has already met Kuchin. Presumably, you also know that he needs to rely on talismans to repair the fallen soul lamp. You also know that using talismans consumes life essence. But how much life essence can a person have in this world? How can these life essences withstand the repeated use of talismans? But the question is, why does Meng Mountain have talismans? Are they all used by those spirit warriors who don't care about their lives? Xiaohua asked without giving up. Sigh, speaking of this old man has to tell you some of my Meng Mountain secrets. Old Wu looked at Ji-Man and said helplessly, little friend Xiao, do you know the bloodline of my Meng Mountain's 12 great gods? I know a little. Xiaohua nodded slightly. Actually, in the end, these talismans are the words of my Meng Mountain's 12 great gods. Old Wu said respectfully, the words of the 12 great gods came true. It really affected the changes of the heavenly Tao. And as the 12 great gods transformed into heaven and earth, these words were controlled by the descendants of the 12 great gods' bloodline. Thus, they became talismans. The words of the 12 great gods are naturally exclusive to the great gods. In fact, how can we, mere mortals, control them? Only the legendary demigod body of my Meng Mountain can control these talismans. Half. Demigod body? Xiaohua looked to the side again, feeling a little dizzy. He only wanted to bargain, who knew that it would lead to the demigod body. The demigod body, as the name implies, has the body of a great god. Old Wu said calmly, aside from the great god's divinity, the demigod body can't have the body of a great god. Everything else is no different from a great god. Old Wu. What is this demigod body? This divinity, what is it? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He knew that the inheritance of millions of Meng Mountain was really ancient. Every word of Old Wu was enough for him to think about for several years. Old Wu thought for a moment and asked, little friend Xiao, do you know about the power of faith? The power of faith? Xiaohua naturally had some impression of it, but he didn't dare to admit it. He directly denied it. How could this junior know about your millions of Meng Mountain? Actually, these words were not said by the sole cultivators of Meng Mountain. Old Wu explained again, sigh, let's put it simply. The power of faith is the confidence, worship, and prayers of others in you. So what? Xiaohua naturally asked in confusion. When the power of faith is concentrated to the extreme, it can condense into an object. This object is the divinity. Old Wu said mysteriously, the divinity is born from faith, and the great gods live by faith. It's really like that. I don't understand. Xiaohua was even more straightforward. Old Wu ignored him and continued, the demigod body is those who have the same body as the 12 great gods, but don't have the divinity, and don't have the power of faith. What about the divinity? Then the talisman won't consume life essence? Xiaohua asked curiously. It doesn't need to be upgraded to the level of divinity. Old Wu smiled, as long as you have the demigod body, the talisman won't consume life essence. This junior seems to understand a little. This seems to be related to the bloodline. Xiaohua seemed to understand a little, and then he asked in an extremely natural manner, then, how do you cultivate this demigod body? Cultivate? Old Wu's lips curled up slightly, seemingly disdainful, and said indifferently, the cultivators of the Tao sect have always stolen the essence of heaven and earth for their own use. They have always been opportunistic, thinking that they can reach the heavens with their own strength. But how can the profoundness of heaven and earth be comprehended by humans? How can the profoundness of heaven and earth be comprehended by cultivation alone? If everything can be cultivated, wouldn't my Meng Mountain have tens of thousands of demigod bodies? Seeing how Old Wu was so disdainful of the Tao sect's cultivation method, which was similar to what Zi Ming said earlier, Xiaohua also felt helpless. Xiaohua felt helpless. His cultivation base couldn't be compared to Old Wu, so he naturally couldn't refute. This was the so-called those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua smiled and said, Senior has told this junior so much, this junior can't refute. After all, this junior's cultivation base is still shallow. But since my Tao sect's Tao is so prosperous, it naturally has been passed down from ancient times. It might not be any weaker than the soul cultivators of Meng Mountain. As the saying goes, all things return to the same origin. Perhaps the 3,000 great Daos of my Dao sect have some similarities with the great Daos of soul cultivators. This old man is indeed a little too hasty. Old Wu laughed. What cultivation base do you have? How would you know if I told you this? But I'm afraid you now understand the importance of the power of bloodline. The ancestors of my Meng Mountain relied on this demigod body to pass down the words of the 12 great gods. But now, the bloodline of the 12 great gods is getting thinner and thinner. The demigod body has become a legend, and the talisman has become even more of a legend. Since the demigod body can't be cultivated, then old Wu is using the talisman to exchange for the talisman. Does that mean you want me to? Xiao Hua looked at old Wu with a smile. Chapter 29-24. Elder Wu was unlucky to meet such a greedy Xiao Hua. He smiled and said, "This old man doesn't have any other thoughts. Firstly, this old man knows that you have the rejuvenation pill that can replenish life essence. Secondly, G-Man and Zimming have seen your green seal script. That's why I want to exchange talismans for talismans. If little friend Xiao doesn't think it's suitable, we can continue the discussion. Can this junior see the talismans now?" Xiao Hua was tempted. "Of course you can." Old Wu stretched out his hand, and a thumb-sized bone suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, with a flick of his finger, the bone flew in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua caught it with his hand and used his soul sense to look at it. Only then did he realize that this was how the green seal script was recorded. He had been bargaining with Venerable Wu all this while, but he never thought that he didn't even know how to record the green seal text. What could he use to exchange with Venerable Wu? Only by looking at this bone would he be able to give the green seal text of the art of traveling clouds and summoning rain to Elder Wu. What do you think? Elder Wu was obviously looking forward to this art of clouds and rain, and he didn't hide his impatience. On the contrary, his attitude made Xiao Hua, who had always been petty and calculative, somewhat embarrassed to say anything more. "All right." Xiao Hua kept the bone and nodded. Since Elder Wu is so sincere, how can this junior not agree? This is beneficial to the millions of people of Meng Mountain. This junior should agree. Good. Seeing Xiao Hua keep the bone, Elder Wu's heart was finally at ease. He clapped his hands and smiled. This old man knows that little friend Xiao will agree. But until now, this old man still can't be at ease. This is human nature. Xiao Hua smiled. This junior will now record the green seal script of the art of clouds and rain. Oh? Elder Wu raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "There's no record of this bone?" "No." Xiao Hua shrugged. Furthermore, the green seal script of Misty Cloud's sect has disappeared. This junior, this is the only shop in the entire world. Elder Wu smiled and didn't continue the conversation. Xiao Hua was also very generous. He was merely a soul cultivator, and his cultivation was very shallow. He wasn't afraid of being laughed at and immediately sat down. "Young Master Xiao, what are you doing?" Ming asked curiously. "This Xiao is going to record the passing clouds and summoning rain technique right now?" Xiao Hua said in all seriousness. Young Master, do you know how to record green seal text soul techniques?" Ming probed. This Xiao really doesn't know how to. However, looking at Elder Wu's green seal scripture bone, would like to try. Xiao Hua didn't hide it. After all, Elder Wu values this matter very much. This Xiao also wants to give this green seal text to Huda village. Ming was speechless. He looked at Grandmaster Wu, and when he saw no reaction from Grandmaster Wu, he reached out his hand and took out a bone from his soul nest. Then, he threw it over to Xiao Hua and said, young Master Xiao, do you think the soul technique of Meng Mountains is an ordinary Dao art? Take a good look at it. Is this green seal text easy to record? This. Xiao Hua's face was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Ziming to have the method to create a bone. However, when he took the bone and scanned it with his soul sense, although his expression didn't change, he suddenly understood. Not only did this bone contain the method to record green seal text, there were also many other soul techniques. Ziming had said earlier that soul techniques were the secret of Huda village. She couldn't give it to Xiao Hua casually. Perhaps taking this opportunity to give it to Xiao Hua in front of Grandmaster Wu, she wouldn't be going against the teachings of her ancestors. Sure enough, Grandmaster Wu glanced at Ziming and said, "Young Master Xiao, what Ziming said is true. My Meng Mountains green seal text isn't the same as your Dao sex technique. It can't be recorded by ordinary words. The method recorded in this bone is also a trick. It's not the real green seal text." "Oh, I think young Master Xiao has already seen the real green seal text. It can only be recorded by an almighty person who can truly control the green seal text. Yes, this junior knows." Xiao Hua stood up from the ground and said, "The method recorded in this bone is obviously different from what Junior has seen before. That's why Junior thought I could record it immediately. I've made a fool of myself in front of Grandmaster Wu. It's fine. When you leave Huda village, just give this bone to this old man." Grandmaster Wu nodded his head slightly. "Of course, if you need any other soul techniques, you can ask Ziming for them as long as you don't go against the teachings of our ancestors." "Thank you, Grandmaster Wu." Xiao Hua understood that Ziming's little trick couldn't be hidden from Grandmaster Wu. "All right." Grandmaster Wu sighed, "Compared to the life and death of my Meng Mountains trillions of people, soul cultivation secret techniques and soul treasures are nothing. As for the art of traveling clouds and summoning rain, this old man has some selfish motives. When I was seeking benefits for my Meng Mountains people, I also left behind a soul technique for the people of Huda village. As for the seed of millet, this old man really doesn't know how to deal with young Master Xiao. Young Master Xiao, you can tell me your thoughts. As long as my Huda village can do it, this old man will agree. If my Huda village can't satisfy young Master Xiao, this old man will report to the Shaman King. With the power of the descendants of the 12 great gods of Meng Mountains, with the power of the 12 main villages of Meng Mountains, I believe there's nothing in this world that can't be done." Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. He was overjoyed. Wasn't this a good thing that was delivered to him? Previously, he wanted to give this seed of millet to Xiao Mao as the capital to return to Shibai village. He had just mentioned this to Grandmaster Wu, but Grandmaster Wu only said that it was the internal affairs of Shibai village, and he couldn't directly interfere. But now, Grandmaster Wu had directly brought out the Shaman King, so he only needed to say a few words, right? However, just as he was about to say something, he was suddenly startled. That's not right. If Xiao Mao's matter could be solved so easily, why didn't Grandmaster Wu mention it just now? Instead, he mentioned anything now? He even mentioned the power of the 12 main villages. Damn it, I understand now. Grandmaster Wu mentioned Xiao Mao's matter early on, so I don't have to use this matter as the price. He also said clearly just now that Ho-Tu village can't interfere with the internal affairs of Shibai village. If I keep mentioning Xiao Mao's matter, then, wouldn't I be making things difficult for Grandmaster Wu? Even if I reported it to the Shaman King can't interfere with the internal affairs of Shibai village. At this moment, Xiao Mao's voice came into Xiao Hua's ears, "Big brother, don't mention my matter anymore. You've done enough for me. Everything from now on will depend on me. You need to make some plans for yourself. The power of Meng Mountains far surpasses the power of the 3 kingdoms. Although I don't know why Big Brother has been concealing your cultivation base, I'm sure you have some difficulties that you can't talk about. Now is a good opportunity. With the support of Meng Mountain's shaman kings, who are you afraid of? Hearing Xiao Mao's words, Xiao Hua was stunned. Like a clay statue, he didn't say anything for a long time. Then, a wild joy flashed across his face. That's right, Xiao Hua had always been scheming for others, whether it was Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao, or even Xiao Mao. But, he had never thought of using the seed of millet and the power of millions of Meng Mountains to scheme for himself. Besides, he always felt that he had gained a lot from Meng Mountains. If it wasn't for Xiao Mao's matter, he would rather give the seed of millet to the natives of Meng Mountains. Just like what he had done in the Three Kingdoms and Sword Domain. However, before his eyes, not to mention the problem of memory loss, even the seal of his Mud Pill Palace and Middle Dantian was like a heavy mountain pressing down on his heart. He couldn't relax, and he couldn't slack off. Xiao Mao was right. With the power of Meng Mountains, why would he be afraid of these things? Even if there were divinity severing or void refinement cultivators who came to make things difficult for him, how could they compare to the 12 shamans of Meng Mountains? Seeing the wild joy on Xiao Hua's face, Grandmaster Wu laughed in his heart. The reason why he was so humble, bargaining with a Dao sect cultivator who was much weaker than him, was partly because of himself, and partly because of the Shaman King's Shaman King order. He knew very well that the Shaman King wouldn't invite Xiao Hua to the Shaman King's stronghold for no reason. The Shaman King's divine spell was a famous soul spell in Meng Mountains, and it was the Shaman King's divine ability. Grandmaster Wu believed that this Xiao Hua wasn't as simple as he seemed. On the other hand, Grandmaster Wu knew the significance of Daoist Xiao to the natives of Meng Mountains, and he also knew the significance of Daoist Xiao in the Three Kingdoms. Although he wasn't proficient in the power of faith, he was still the Grandmaster of Shaman Stronghold. How could he not know the impact of killing Daoist Xiao? In fact, most importantly, Grandmaster Wu knew that Xiao Hua, who could easily give the seed of millet to the natives of the Three Kingdoms, wouldn't make things difficult for him. Sure enough, Xiao Hua opened his mouth. Grandmaster Wu, in fact, this junior obtained these seeds by accident. To tell you the truth, the number of seeds of millet and rice is huge, and it can definitely save the natives of Meng Mountains from danger in a few years or even a dozen years. You can say that these seeds of millet were sent to the natives of Meng Mountains by this junior's hand. This junior should just give them to Grandmaster Wu for free. But, since the 12 great gods want to send them to me, then it must be related to this junior. Now, this junior has two big problems that I need Grandmaster Wu's help with. Xiao Hua changed the topic. Of course, even if Grandmaster Wu can't do these two things, I will still send the seeds of millet to you. After saying that, Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. He reached out his hand, took out a dozen storage bags from his chest and waist, and handed them over to Grandmaster Wu, saying, "These are the storage bags for the seeds of millet." This junior didn't dare to take them out before, but looking at the number now, there are 12 or 13 of them. I'm afraid the 12 great gods have already calculated this beforehand. Please accept them, Grandmaster Wu. Great. Even though Grandmaster Wu was mentally prepared, when he saw Xiao Hua being so generous, he couldn't help but be impressed. He almost stood up, clapped his hands and said, "Daoist Xiao's kindness, we, the people of Meng Mountains, will never forget it." Ziming also had a smile on her face. She stepped forward and received the storage bags. When she casually glanced at them, her face was once again filled with shock, and she said in surprise, "Young Master Xiao, why are there so many? This is really beyond my imagination." Chapter 29-25. That's right, the storage pouch was filled with millet seeds. The amount was shocking. It's all because of the 12 great deities, it has nothing to do with me. Xiao Hua was used to talking about the 12 great deities, so he said it casually. Ziming gave up on Ji-Man and walked to Grandmaster Wu with a smile. He took one and gave it to Grandmaster Wu. Grandmaster Wu looked at it with a smile and said, "I didn't expect there would be so many millet seeds. If that's the case, why would my Meng Mountains need more than 10 years? I'm afraid it will be over in less than 5 years. If that's the case, why does Grandmaster Wu still need to fight?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Not bad, not bad." Grandmaster Wu laughed and ordered G-Man, "Pass down my order. All the people of Huda village who killed their way into Sword Domain are to retreat to Meng Mountains." "Yes, I will pass down the order now." G-Man nodded and was about to leave. Grandmaster Wu pointed his finger and said, "These millet seeds are extremely precious, they will be the lifeblood of Meng Mountains in the future. Keep them well." G-Man hesitated. "Keep them, or do you want me to do it myself?" Grandmaster Wu said indifferently. "Yes, I will do it now." G-Man nodded, but when she saw Zi Ming's vigilance, she said, "How about this? There are a lot of millet seeds, Zi Ming and I will take half each." "All right." Grandmaster Wu waved his hand indifferently, and Zi Ming unwillingly took out 6 storage pouches and threw them to G-Man. Looking at G-Man's back as she took the storage pouches and walked out of the hall, Grandmaster Wu's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Then he said to Xiao Hua, "Little friend Xiao, now you can tell me what your 2 important matters are." Xiao Hua's mood was a little agitated. He had been looking forward to his birth for a long time, and for so many years, he had been constantly running around to find his birth. Facing this master of soul cultivation, Xiao Hua knew that he could definitely find the reason for his memory loss, and could definitely give him a satisfactory answer. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua lowered his voice and suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "The first matter I want to ask Senior is about my birth." "Oh? Your birth?" Grandmaster Wu was stunned. Xiao Hua's words always gave him surprises. He couldn't think of how he knew Xiao Hua's birth. "It's like this. Ever since I woke up, I have lost all my previous memories." Xiao Hua explained concisely, "That's why I didn't know about my past at all. Now, I beg Senior to help this junior recover his previous memories." "Oh, I see." Venerable Wu raised his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice with a solemn expression, "Although I'm Venerable Wu of Huda Stockade, I've also practiced many soul secret techniques. But these memories are extremely secretive things. You want this old man to help you recover your memories and find the reason why you lost your memories. That's the same as exposing everything to this old man. Are you sure you want this old man to use a soul technique?" "This." Xiao Hua hesitated. He looked at Fairy Red Dawn, and then glanced over at Zi Ming. Hongxia Fairy and Zi Ming's faces were slightly flushed. They naturally understood what old Wu meant. If old Wu wanted to help Xiao Hua, then everything about Xiao Hua would be exposed to old Wu. Everything about Xiao Hua and the 2 of them would also be revealed to old Wu. However, thinking about Xiao Hua's pain in finding out about his past, Hongxia Fairy gritted her teeth and nodded at Xiao Hua. At the same time, Zi Ming winked at Xiao Hua with his right eye. Sigh, if Fairy Hongxia and Zi Ming both hesitated, Xiao Hua's heart would feel better. However, both of them agreed at the same time, causing Xiao Hua to feel very sad. This was the most secretive matter between the 2 of them. Of course, other than these secrets, Xiao Hua still had other concerns. His dimension. That was a huge secret that could not be revealed in the slightest. Even if he was facing this generous elder. A person's heart was hard to predict. There was also a limit to the temptation that a person could withstand. Elder Wu did not seem to care about anything now. That was because Elder Wu controlled the entire Huda Stockade. The temptation of the millet seed and the rain summoning technique was not enough to move him. However, who knew if the temptation of the dimension was beyond what Elder Wu could withstand? Seeing Xiao Hua hesitate, Elder Wu smiled, "This matter is too important. Little friend Xiao, please consider it again." Tell me about the second matter. Xiaofan nodded solemnly, as if he was relieved. He said, Junior's middle dantian was sealed by someone. Senior, can you help me remove it? Middle dantian? Elder Wu was stunned again. He almost lost his voice. That middle dantian belongs to a Confucian cultivator. Oh. At this point, Elder Wu came to a realization. He finally understood why Xiao Hua wanted to find Ji Man to inherit the mantle of a Confucian cultivator. Elder Wu was not the only one who was shocked. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Wuxia Fairy knew that her husband was very mysterious and had many secrets that no one knew. However, she did not expect that her husband had so many secrets. It was so unbelievable. That's right. Ordinary cultivators would not care about the middle dantian. Even if it was completely destroyed, it might not affect their cultivation at all. However, Xiaohua's middle dantian was sealed by someone else. What was the seal? It was not an ordinary sealing technique. It was a great ability that only nascent soul cultivators could use. Poor Wuxia Fairy's heart ached. She wanted to hug Xiaohua, who had lost his memories and had his middle dantian sealed, in her arms. Little friend Xiao, if you don't mind, can you let this old man take a look at the seal? Elder Wu naturally did not dare to be careless. He asked for Xiaohua's opinion in a low voice. Of course. What does Junior need to do? Xiaohua asked impatiently. No need. You just need to stand there. Elder Wu said with a smile. Then, his star-like eyes flashed with a jade-green light. The light was like a burning flame, getting brighter and brighter. It was so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. Moreover, an indescribable feeling arose in everyone's heart. It was as if this jade fire could pierce through the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds, and see through everything in this world. Strange. However, just as this thought appeared in everyone's mind, Elder Wu actually let out a cry of shock, and the jade fire in his eyes slowly extinguished. What's wrong? Xiaohua could not help but tremble. He asked carefully. It's a little strange. Elder Wu's eyes flashed with a strange light again. He said curiously, this old man, actually. Forget it. Little friend Xiao, this old man is going to take a closer look. Don't resist. Junior understands. Xiaohua nodded. He withdrew the golden light protecting his body and withdrew all of his true essence into his gold core. Elder Wu walked to Xiaohua's front with light steps and extended his finger. Just like that day when he checked the memories of the devil cultivator in the soul pearl, a sparkling and translucent jade-green crystal thread emerged from his index finger and slowly probed into Xiaohua's middle dantian. After the time it took to eat a meal, Elder Wu's expression was first astonished. Then, it became serious. Finally, he revealed a thoughtful expression. After Elder Wu withdrew the soul thread and returned to his position, Xiaohua released the golden light protecting his body again. He asked carefully, Senior, sigh little friend Xiao. Elder Wu wanted to say something but stopped. His eyes flashed with undisguised greed. He extended his 2 hands and looked at his smooth skin. Then, he looked at Xiaohua's face. He seemed to be thinking of something, but after he opened his mouth, it was absolutely out of everyone's expectations. Ziming, bring them down first. This old man has something to talk to Xiaohua alone. Yes. Ziming was also surprised. He stood up and left with Fairy Wuxia and the rest. Senior? Xiaohua knew that this matter was serious. Even Fairy Wuxia couldn't listen to it. Xiaohua, you must remember what this old man said. The questions you asked me today, in the future, you must not ask anyone else. And from today onwards, no matter who it is, you must not let them get close to you. You must not let them use their secret techniques to check your body. Elder Wu said in an extremely serious tone. Xiao Hua was stunned. You should know that your physical body is a test for this old man. If this old man didn't obtain your rejuvenation pill, my body's life essence would have been replenished. Moreover, under my Meng Mountain's secret technique, this old man's requirements for my body are extremely low. But even so, this old man still couldn't help but feel greedy just now. Elder Wu sighed. Moreover, this old man doesn't need to look at your memories anymore. Needless to say, your soul must have been searched by someone. All of your previous memories were destroyed, so that they could successfully take over your body. They? Take over this junior's body? Xiao Hua was stunned. Elder Wu's words were truly out of his expectations. He originally thought that the enemy who sealed his middle dantian had a grudge against him, but who would have thought that they actually wanted to take over his body? But, if they wanted to take over his body, why didn't they take over his body before? Why did they seal his middle dantian? Just now, this old man didn't know why I told you about the demigod body. But now, this old man understands that this was all driven by Huda Great God. Sending you to this old man was also Huda Great God's intention. Elder Wu sighed. Although your body can't be said to be a demigod body, your body is very strange. It can block this old man's soul vision. Moreover, this old man roughly probed it just now. Your body contains the aura of a great god. It is the most special body this old man has ever seen. Not to mention, if this old man takes over your body, I can use green seal text at will without worrying about wasting my life essence. Even if a Tao sect cultivator takes over your body, he can also improve his cultivation at an extremely fast pace. Elder Wu, what is the aura of a great god? Xiao Hua was confused. How should I put it? Elder Wu pondered for a moment and said, a great god doesn't always exist. It also comes from nothing. The place where a great god is born will have the aura of a great god. Only with the aura of a great god can a great god be born. Sigh, if not for the fact that you don't have the bloodline of the 12 great gods, this old man would have taken over your body. If not for this old man having taken the rejuvenation pill. TSK. Elder Wu sighed again. Chapter 29-26. Xiao Hua was really scared and shrunk his neck. He didn't expect his body to be so precious. Maybe it's because of your great god's aura that the 12 great gods sent you to Meng Mountains. Old Wu laughed, you're the messenger of the 12 great gods of Meng Mountains, I wouldn't dare to have any ideas about you. However, at this point, Elder Wu continued sternly, of course, even if I don't dare to do it, it doesn't mean that others don't dare to. Xiao Hua, you must remember what I said just now. I asked Zi Ming and the others to leave for the same reason. This is your biggest secret, you must not underestimate it. Yes, this junior understands. Thank you, Old Wu. Xiao Hua bowed. Also, about the seal on your middle dantian, I've looked at it carefully just now. It's an extremely rare seal in your Tao sect. If I'm not wrong, it should be done by 2 or 3 people at the same time. These 3 people's cultivation bases are either spirit severing or void refinement, and to break this seal, even if it's the so-called combination, it won't be easy. Old Wu said again. Why? Xiao Hua's face changed. This seal isn't a simple seal, but the people who cast the seal used a special method to cast different seals. These different seals complement each other, just like your Tao sect's yin and yang mutual restraint technique. If the people who cast the seal didn't know the order of these seals and unseal it according to the special method, then, this seal would immediately explode from the inside out. According to what I know, this explosion should be equivalent to the joint attack of these people. Old Wu had already understood, and his face regained its calmness as he slowly explained to Xiao Hua. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's face changed greatly. He instantly understood the shock of the 10,000 demon realm goddess when she saw the seal that day. This seal was really too insidious. If the people who cast the seal didn't unseal it personally, not only would Xiao Hua be unable to protect himself, even the cultivators who saved Xiao Hua would be seriously injured. In particular, this was a life and death struggle. If they couldn't get Xiao Hua's body and couldn't seize it, then others couldn't get it either. Not to mention Xiao Hua removing the seal by himself, even if he found someone else, if he wasn't careful, the first one to fall would definitely be Xiao Hua. No matter what, the middle Dantian. Yes, and the Naiwen Palace, it was impossible for it to disappear from Xiao Hua's body. As long as there was a problem with the seal, Xiao Hua would be the first to suffer. In fact, Xiao Hua already had a feeling that the seal on his middle Dantian and the seal on his Naiwen Palace were definitely not isolated. The two seals should have a definite connection. Furthermore, these two seals might have to be unsealed at the same time. In the end, Old Wu still let it slip. If there was any mistake in the two seals, Xiao Hua's Dantian and his Naiwen Palace would be in danger. This was simply imprisoning Xiao Hua under the seal. Senior, do you have any ideas? Xiao Hua clearly knew how powerful this seal was, but he still felt lucky in his heart. He asked probingly, wanting to find a life-saving straw. Sigh. Venerable Wu sighed, shook his head and said, I'm a shaman of Meng Mountains, not a cultivator of your Dao sect. How could I possibly have studied this strange seal? Besides, even if I knew how to break this seal, I would need at least 3 shamans with the same cultivation base as me to break this seal. Moreover, the 3 of us would need to have excellent teamwork. As long as there was a slight mistake in breaking the seal, you would immediately be turned into ashes, and we would also be affected. Do you think you can let us do it without worry? Sigh, yes, different professions are like different mountains. Xiao Hua also sighed, his heart was like dead ashes. He understood how difficult this matter was for Old Wu. Moreover, he understood even more clearly how difficult it was to break this seal. Unless his cultivation base was profound, and he had a few close friends with a cultivation base around the unity stage, or a master of the thunder-controlling sect, he could ask them to help him when he found a way to break the seal. However, if that was the case, another problem would appear. When Xiao Hua was cultivating the Buddha Sarira, he wrapped his Naiwen Palace in the Buddha Sarira, and the seal of his Naiwen Palace was naturally also stored in the Buddha Sarira. If Xiao Hua asked someone to break the seal, wouldn't Xiao Hua's Buddhist cultivation base be exposed in front of others? Besides, the one who sealed him was a split divinity or unity stage cultivator. How could they let him cultivate to the split divinity stage? Xiao Hua heard from Old Wu that it was a joint seal by several cultivators. If he was not mistaken, then it must be because he only had one physical body. Those cultivators were unable to come to an agreement, so they sealed him. They were looking for a way to coordinate, and when these people found a solution, they would immediately come to find him. Moreover, even if they didn't have a solution, they wouldn't let him cultivate to the split divinity stage. Sigh, fate really makes fools of people. Xiao Hua sighed. He understood that this matter was already extremely difficult and had become a dead end. Whether it was relying on his own strength or relying on the strength of others, it was unlikely that he could break this seal. Seeing Xiao Hua's pale face, Old Wu was no longer as shocked as before, and even a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Sigh, if that's the case, Junior has no more requests. Xiao Hua sighed again, bowed to Old Wu and said, these millet seeds will be given to the millions of people of Meng Mountain. Oh? You really don't want anything? Old Wu raised his eyebrows and asked. Really? Speaking of this, Xiao Hua's heart was moved again. He thought for a while and said, if Old Wu has the heart, give Junior some of the strange flowers and plants around Huda village or some strange things. Junior might be able to find some ancient divine ability from them. Ha ha ha. How could there be so many ancient divine abilities? Old Wu laughed. If there were, this old man would have already taken them. Looking at Old Wu laughing, Xiao Hua was a little puzzled. He was already so miserable, how could he still laugh? But then, Old Wu reached out his hand and took out a soul nest from his chest and handed it to Xiao Hua. Little friend Xiao, this is a gift from the Shaman King. It is also a part of the gift to thank you for saving the people of Meng Mountain. Xiao Hua was stunned. He didn't understand why Old Wu didn't give it to him when he took out the Shaman King's token. Old Wu wasn't surprised by Xiao Hua's stunned expression at all, and said with a smile, this is the Shaman King's divine ability. He clearly said that if little friend asks for some strange flowers and plants, this old man can only give this soul nest to little friend. Otherwise, of course there is no need. Earlier, little friend only asked this old man to help you with 2 difficult problems. This old man thought that the Shaman King's divine ability was wrong. Xiao Hua was speechless. Whether it was the Shaman King's divine ability or Jiu Xia's divination, they all seemed to have a miraculous effect, and even had the same effect. Especially, the Shaman King's divine ability could actually calculate what kind of flowers and plants he wanted. It was really amazing. Sigh, then thank you, Shaman King. Xiao Hua's face didn't have any joy. He took the soul nest and put it into his chest without even looking at it. Little friend Xiao. You don't seem to understand it. Seeing Xiao Hua's powerless appearance, Old Wu's face had some exaggerated astonishment as he asked curiously. Junior is already like this, what else do I not understand? Xiao Hua indeed replied angrily. Even if the Shaman King will, speaking up to hear, Xiao Hua was suddenly stunned, an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face, even his body was slightly trembling as he asked with an incredulous tone, Old Wu, could it be that the Shaman King already knows, whether the Shaman King knows about the seal on little friend's body through the divine ability, this old man doesn't dare to guarantee. He didn't say anything. Old Wu smiled, but, little friend, don't forget that the Shaman King asked this old man to give the Shaman King's token to little friend first. He even asked little friend to make a trip to the Shaman King's stronghold. Now that I think about it, doesn't that mean that he has a way to remove the seal? It's just that this matter is too important and he didn't want me to know, so he directly asked you to go to the Shaman King's stronghold, right? That's right, that's right. Xiao Hua was wild with joy. What Old Wu said was exactly in line with Xiao Hua's thoughts. If the Shaman King didn't have a way to remove the seal, why would he ask Xiao Hua to make a trip to the Shaman King's stronghold? Even if the Shaman King had something to thank Xiao Hua for, he could have directly asked Old Wu to bring it over. Moreover, didn't the Shaman King ask Old Wu to give this soul nest to Xiao Hua to tell Xiao Hua about this matter? Immediately, Xiao Hua, who previously felt that his future was gloomy, brightened up again. Truly, the world was vast, and there were no more bumps in the road. After Xiao Hua's eyebrows were raised in joy, he pondered slightly and asked in a low voice, when is a suitable time for me to go to Wu Meng? Old Wu shook his head slightly. The Shaman King didn't tell this old man, so of course I don't know. Then, can I go now? Xiao Hua took the opportunity to ask again, his heart thumping wildly. Of course you can. Old Wu said with a smile, the Shaman King's token is in little friend's hand, little friend can go there at any time. After getting the affirmative answer from Old Wu, Xiao Hua hesitated instead. He thought for a while and said, to remove my seal, it will definitely take the Shaman King's great divine ability. Currently, the hardship of millions of people in Meng Mountains is not over yet. If I go there now, it will be somewhat threatening. In my opinion, why don't I wait for a few years, when the disaster of millions of people in Meng Mountains is over, then I'll pay a visit to the Shaman King. Up to you. Old Wu shrugged his shoulders, which was rare for him. As long as you feel that the seal won't affect you too much these few years, you can go there at any time. And this seal should be fine. Xiaofan nodded. Even if I have stepped into the nascent soul realm now, those people might not put me in their eyes. Besides, they haven't made any moves for so many years, so I think this negotiation won't be completed in 10 years. I can also take this time to improve my cultivation. Chapter 29-27. As long as you think it's okay. Elder Wu nodded. Then he looked at the door of the hall and said, Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction is not doing well in his cultivation. When you go back, ask him to cultivate more. It's better for him to ask for help from his own faction. Yes, I know. It's all my fault. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. This was the second soul cultivator besides Master Qin Qin who had mentioned this to him. Of course, Elder Wu wouldn't help Li Zongbao for no reason, although he could ask Elder Wu for help. However, Elder Wu had made it clear that Li Zongbao could ask for help from the Utopia faction. Elder Wu wasn't proficient in Taoist magic, so he might not be able to do the best job. Then Xiao Hua told Elder Wu about Li Zongbao's situation. However, Elder Wu didn't pay much attention to it. After hearing that, he didn't say anything. Instead, he asked Ziming and the others to come in. Fairy Hongxia's face was filled with worry as she followed closely behind Ziming into the palace. However, when she saw the smile on Xiao Hua's face instead of the worry she had expected, her heart immediately settled down and she couldn't help but smile. Of course, Ziming, who was leading the way, was also worried. His reaction was similar to Fairy Hongxia's. However, when Ziming smiled, he glanced at Fairy Hongxia secretly. Ziming. Elder Wu's expression became calm again. Now that everything in the Huda village is settled, I should worry about you. You can take a bath and meditate. I'll ask G-Man to issue a wizard order to summon all wizard elders of the Huda village. In addition, I'll invite the wizard elders of the 11 main villages, including the Shibai village, to come and observe the ceremony after 81 days. To celebrate your burning lamp ceremony. Ziming's eyebrows were filled with joy. He bowed and said, Thank you very much, Elder Wu. Alas, you've been so thoughtful since you were young. You've worked so hard for this. I also hope you can understand the magic of the soul falling lamp and restore the prosperity of the descendants of the Huda god in the Huda village. Yes, the boy will definitely rack his brains. Ziming replied while lying on the ground. Go, bring little friend Xiao and the others down. The burning lamp ceremony is not only a celebration of Huda's stronghold, but also a rare grand event in Meng Mountains. Besides, this grand event will definitely be recorded in the Magus Codex. It is the beginning of a new era for Meng Mountains. Grandmaster Wu waved his hand and said. Yes, the boy knows. Although Ziming already knew that this would happen, he still couldn't help but be overjoyed when he heard it from Elder Wu. After all, Meng Mountains was in a critical moment of life and death. With Xiao Hua's seed, Meng Mountains could finally return from death to life. This milestone must be recorded in the Magus Codex and be worshipped by the trillions of people in Meng Mountains, and be revered by future generations. And this milestone was his own burning lamp ceremony. This was definitely a supreme honor, an opportunity that could only be found by chance. Ziming stood up and left with Xiao Hua and the others. When there was no one else in the hall, Grandmaster Wu sighed. This sigh carried a sense of helplessness, but at the same time, it also carried a sense of joy after a disaster. Then, Grandmaster Wu muttered to himself doubtfully, this Xiao Hua is a Confucian cultivator? Nowadays, Confucian cultivators have long been extinct in Xiaoyu continent. Only a few of them are left in Meng Mountains. Where did he come from? If he is a Confucian cultivator, then how did he cultivate his demigod body? I've never heard of a Confucian cultivator having the body of a sage. While thinking, Grandmaster Wu raised his head and looked at the door of the hall. Ji-man slowly walked in. When she got closer, she bowed and said, Grandmaster Wu, I've ordered all soul warriors to withdraw from Sword Domain. I've also reported this to Grandmaster Wu of Shebi Village. Yes, we've been attacking Sword Domain for so many years. Although we've occupied a lot of territory, it's of no use to solve the crisis of Meng Mountains. We've lost a lot of our people. It's really not worth it. Grandmaster Wu nodded and said. We have no other choice. Ji-man also sighed, we can't just do nothing, right? Although attacking Sword Domain is of no use, our people have seen our efforts. There won't be any chaos. When we attacked Sword Domain, the swordsmen of Sword Domain were forced to attack the 3 cultivation kingdoms. Grandmaster Wu said again, the Great War of Dao and Sword has been going on for so many years. Presumably, when the Daoist cultivators weren't on guard, the swordsmen also occupied a lot of territory, right? That should be the case. Ji-man nodded, but what exactly does it have to do with us? Since we've withdrawn from Sword Domain, the Great War of Dao and Sword should be over by now? Grandmaster Wu's starry eyes flashed with a strange light, however, the territory occupied by the swordsmen. I'm afraid they won't just give it to cultivators. That's for sure. Ji-man said with a smile, humans are insatiable. They want more after getting it. Although Meng Mountains is no longer a threat to them and they won't lose Sword Domain, do you think the swordsmen will give up what they got? I don't think it's possible. There's no need to talk about the matters of outsiders. Grandmaster Wu waved his hand and asked again, this time, our Huda stockade was in danger. I didn't expect the demon dwellers to spend so much effort. Not only were the descendants of the main stockade possessed, even the descendants of the upper stockade like Jing Apple Stockade were possessed. If Ziming didn't find out, I'm afraid that even if we got the seed, it would be a gift to the demon dwellers. Yes, it's all my fault. I'm willing to take responsibility. Ji-man bit her lips and didn't refute. There's no need to talk about taking responsibility now. Grandmaster Wu waved his hand, Meng Mountain's disaster hasn't been completely overcome yet, not to mention that the upper stockade's 99 shaman stockades and the lower stockade's 360 shaman stockades haven't started yet. Why are you bringing this up? However, you and Ziming still have to. It's all my fault. Ji-man lowered her head and admitted, when I heard that Xian was killed by Ziming, I was immediately enraged. Not only did I capture Ziming, young Master Xiao, and the others, I also wanted to kill them. Especially, Sai, I've insulted the previous Ji-man with my words. I'm afraid Ziming can't forgive me for this. Grandmaster Wu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although he was the stockade master, he could only scratch his head when it came to the family matters of the stockade. Look for an opportunity, take it slow. Grandmaster Wu said again, Ziming isn't an unreasonable person. Although she's greedy for power and wants to break free from your control, she's not disloyal to the Huda stockade. Ji-man's face was also filled with helplessness. Yes, she still has a rejuvenation pill, hee. Before Ji-man could finish speaking, Elder Wu interrupted her. Let's not talk about her. Even I have my own thoughts about this. Actually, if it were you, would you give this rejuvenation pill to her? Ji-man didn't say anything and only shook her head slightly. Alright, the selfish desires of humans aren't scary. Without selfish desires, one would be a great deity. We don't have to worry about our own selfish desires, and we don't have to worry about the selfish desires of others. Under the protection of the great deity, all selfish desires will be used by the great deity, and become the driving force for the growth of Meng Mountains. Grandmaster Wu waved his hand, if it weren't for Ziming's selfish desires, how could Ziming know Xiaohua? Without Xiaohua, how could Meng Mountains get out of this predicament? Yes, you're right, Grandmaster Wu. G-Man nodded respectfully. Go and make the arrangements. In 81 days, the burning lamp ceremony will be held in the Huda Hall. My Huda stockade, you, me, and Ziming will all be recorded in the Magus Codex, and become the most important stroke in the Magus Codex, to be worshipped by the future generations. Yes, I understand. G-Man bowed respectfully, then slowly left the hall. While Grandmaster Wu of the Huda Stockade and G-Man were discussing how to record their names in the Magus Codex for the future generations to worship, far away, between the icebergs that bordered the Huan country and the Shi country, on top of the Green Lake, there were also a few sword cultivators discussing how to record their names in the history. Lake Chui was still Lake Chui, and the tranquil lake water was still as calm as ever, as if it was a huge piece of jade. However, at this moment, standing on top of Lake Chui was no longer LV Ruochang and the other sword cultivators, nor were they those weapon cultivators or beast cultivators. Instead, it was a dozen old men dressed in sword armor. These old men just stood quietly in midair, and each of them had a faint sword glow flashing around their bodies. These sword glows were of different colors, and they came from the top of the old men's heads. Some of them flowed down like ripples, spreading to the bottom of their feet in an instant, then turning around and rushing up to the top of their heads again. Some of them were thin serpents that came from the top of their heads, spiraling down around the old men's bodies. When they reached the bottom of their feet, they turned around in a strange manner, not stopping at all as they rushed up to the top of their heads again. Some of them gushed out like fountains, like waterfalls falling down on their bodies. When their bodies were full, these waterfalls gushed out from the bottom of their feet and rushed up to the top of their heads again. However, no matter what color these sword glows came from, after rushing up to the top of their heads, they all disappeared into the top of the old men's heads. As the sword glows disappeared, the old men's bodies trembled slightly, and a faintly discernible huge sword flashed out from their bodies. Rays of sword energy that seemed to be able to split open the blue sky rushed out, and then strangely disappeared in midair. Wang, suddenly, an ear-piercing sword cry came from outside of Lake Chui. Immediately, all of the sword lights above Lake Chui brightened. However, these sword lights disappeared in a flash. Even though the calm Lake Chui had tens of thousands of deep water marks, the entire Lake Chui was in a state of chaos. However, the sword lights around the 10 old men had disappeared. They were no different from the old men of the secular world. When the old men looked at the only opening in Lake Chui, they saw a rainbow of sword glows piercing through the hurricane and into the sky above Lake Chui. When the sword glows slowly disappeared, a slender huge sword was revealed. Before anyone could take a closer look, the huge sword trembled rapidly, and a tall and thin old man appeared from the huge sword. Chapter 29-28. The old man's face was long and narrow, and his arched eyebrows were stuck to the corners of his eyes. He looked like he was in dire straits, but at this moment, there was a trace of a smile on the old man's face, and his arched eyebrows were slightly trembling. The old man appeared to the left of a red-faced old man. If Xiao Hua was here, he would definitely recognize him. This was the third-grade swordsman he met after saving Xiao Mao from the Two Springs Mountain. Moreover, it was this person who issued the Sword Master command at the Sword Tomb and ordered the swordsmen of the Huan country to stop Xiao Hua's group. He was the Sword Master of the Void Heaven Sword School, Chong Taishu. Chong Taishu saw the old man's happy expression and the corners of his mouth curled up. He said, "Sword Master Ruo, is the Supreme Harmony Azure Light Sword a success?" This so-called Sword Master Ruo was the Sword Master of the skyscraping sword school, Ruo Tian. When Ruo Tian heard Chong Taishu's words, he swept his gaze across the crowd and met the gazes directed at him. He extended his hand, and a thread of fire suddenly appeared in his empty hand. This thread of fire flickered rapidly in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, a slender longsword with endless fire runes on it appeared in Ruo Tian's hand. Following the appearance of this sword, an indescribable heat covered the sky above Lake Chui and enveloped all the old men. Ha 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 ha, take a look at my Supreme Harmony Azure Light Sword. Chong Taishu laughed heartily and raised his hand as well. A wisp of watery light appeared in his empty hand. Then, boundless blue waves rippled out from the watery light. Like a whirlwind, they rushed towards the incoming heat. At the same time, a blue flying sword appeared in his hand. This flying sword was the one Xiaohua saw in the Yin-Yang Spring Mountain. Not bad, not bad. Then I'll let all the sword masters see my Supreme Harmony Azure Light Sword. Cheng Minghua from the Clear Sword sect laughed when he saw this. He waved his hand and something that looked like a withered branch flew out from his hand. Then, a cyan sword light surged out from the branch. The withered branch glowed with a green light and sprouts grew out from it. When the sprouts were as long as a thumb, all the sprouts and withered branches exploded. A cyan sword appeared in Cheng Minghua's hand. Of course, a dense sword qi surged out from his body and rushed into the air. Hum 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 hum. Immediately after, two intense sword cries resounded. A stone pillar-like flying sword appeared in the hands of the sword master of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect, Qilian Dai. The thick stone pillar in the hands of the old woman was particularly dazzling. Moreover, the stone pillar-like flying sword was overflowing with a kind of green light. This sword was the profound cyan light sword. The last sword hum naturally came from the Tai Azure Light Sword. This was the flying sword that Xiaohua first saw in the Chicken Crow Mountain. Now, it was in the hands of the scarlet-faced sword master of the High Wind Sword Sect, Zhua Ming's hand. Hum hum. 5 cyan light swords appeared. 5 different types of sword qi floated in the air above Lake Chui, causing the wind and clouds in the sky to change. Even the sword intent hidden in the bodies of the 10 third-grade sword transformation elders was activated. Sword cries came out from the bodies of these elders. One after another, the cries didn't stop. After the time it took to eat half a meal, the 5 types of sword qi finally converged into the 5 cyan light swords. The wind and clouds in the sky also gradually dissipated. The sword cries above Lake Chui also slowly subsided. Cheng Minghua withdrew his hand and the Tai Azure Light Sword entered his arm. Looking at the Tai Azure Light Sword in Ruo Tian's hand, he couldn't help but sigh. These 5 cyan light swords cost the cultivators of my sword domain a lot of effort, not to mention the time it took. Even if I had the confidence to forge these 5 cyan light swords, from the initial Tai Azure Light Sword to the final Tai Azure Light Sword, it took more than 10 years of effort. There were many dangers in the process. Several cyan light swords encountered obstacles. If it wasn't for the protection of my sword domain ancestors, these cyan light swords would have failed on the verge of success. AI, that's right. Ruo Tian, who was the last to arrive, waved his hand. The fiery flying sword emitted a fiery cyan light. Ruo Tian looked at the glaring cyan light and sighed. Innate metal qi and other items can be considered easy. But this innate true fire is extremely rare in my cold sword domain. If someone didn't know, even if you beat this old man to death, this old man wouldn't believe that this innate item was in the extreme north of my sword domain. The sword domain is bitterly cold. This cold qi must have forced the true fire to gather somewhere. Moreover, this true fire is definitely stronger than the true fire of the 3 kingdoms. But the sword domain is so vast, who knows where this true fire is gathered? Chong Taishu nodded. Miss Jiu Xia's ability is definitely not something we can compare to. Not only that. Ruo Tian nodded. This Ruo prostrates himself in admiration of Miss Jiu Xia. That day, when this Ruo began to forge the Tai Azure Light Sword, she already said that although this Tai Azure Light Sword was the easiest to forge, she didn't even need to go there to know that the innate true fire of my sword domain has a cold nature. It's not suitable for the refinement of the Tai Azure Light Sword. I'm afraid that the refinement will succeed in the end. And as this Ruo Tian thought, what's so special about these innate items? But who would have thought that her guess was right? Although this Ruo Tian suffered the most during the refinement, this Ruo Tian can pat his chest and say that this Ruo Tian also obtained the most benefits. Hearing this, a trace of jealousy flashed across the eyes of Soaring Wind Sword Sect Swa Ming, and he said self-deprecatingly, "That's right, this Swa Tian wanted to refine the Tai Azure Light Sword at all times. Unfortunately, the innate Golden Mother is at Chicken Crow Mountain, which is the territory of the Seven Skills sect. In order to not attract the attention of the Dao sect's cultivators, this Swa Tian could only do it secretly. Although the battle at Chicken Crow Mountain caused a huge commotion and the Dao sect's Phoenix Child rose out of nowhere, fortunately, this item was successfully refined at the beginning of the battle. This Swa Tian can be considered to have accomplished his mission." Black Phoenix Sword Sect's Beautiful Butterfly also sighed, "That's right. Who asked the Dao sect's territory to be so vast? The innate true earth is also near Clear Cave." What scared this old woman the most was that the Zhao family of Clear Cave actually discovered the secret of the Tai Azure Light Sword. In order to minimize the impact, this old woman had no choice but to completely exterminate the Zhao family. Fortunately, those Golden Core children in the discussion hall who were like pigs and beasts didn't notice too much. Moreover, Ruo Chang's subsequent concealment eliminated their suspicions. If they were to discover that we were laying down the Heaven One Azure Light Sword formation, I'm afraid this sword formation would be unable to be completed. Hearing this, Void Heaven Sword Sect's Chong Taishu also nodded, "Sword Master Beautiful Butterfly is right. Our sword domain's Heaven One Azure Light Sword formation hasn't been completed for who knows how many years. The Tai Azure Light, 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 and Tai Azure Light are extremely rare. Even with the power of our sword domain, it is difficult to find all of them. This time, in the Dao Sword War, it was all thanks to Lady Jiu Xia's strength that we were able to find traces of the 5 Azure Lights and began to refine the Azure Light Sword. That's not all. Beautiful Butterfly continued, don't be fooled by Ruo Chang's calm command. In the first stage, she exterminated almost all of the Golden Core cultivators. However, this was all part of Lady Jiu Xia's plan. Ruo Chang only took advantage of her familiarity with Lady Jiu Xia, which was why she was able to make such outstanding contributions in the Dao Sword War. Fortunately, Lady Jiu Xia ended up in our sword domain. If she had appeared in the Cultivation Three Kingdoms, I wouldn't dare to imagine the predicament our sword domain would be in and the outcome of this Dao Sword War. Chong Taishu said with great joy. Sword Master Chong. The others didn't speak and only listened to the 5 sword masters in charge of the Azure Light Sword. At this time, Sword Master Ouyang Mingxiu of the Xian Sword Sect said, Lady Jiu Xia promised our sword domain 2 important things. One was to repel the soul cultivators who invaded our sword domain, and the other was to help our sword domain obtain victory in the Dao Sword War. Now, it seems that the second task is more than half complete. Our sword Dao Sword War is already in our grasp. But what about the first task? There seems to be no sign of it. Sword Master Ouyang, Chong Taishu said with a smile, actually, these 2 tasks are one. This Chong clearly remembers that when we went to Miss Jiu Xia's place that day, she agreed to help us resolve the crisis of soul cultivators in our sword domain even though she herself didn't know how to do it. Was this the Dao Sword War? It didn't erupt that day, but we felt that it would erupt sooner or later, so we used these 2 tasks as bargaining chips to negotiate with Lady Jiu Xia. Lady Jiu Xia agreed to these 2 tasks, but later on, I thought about it carefully. We wanted to take advantage of Lady Jiu Xia, but in the end, we still fell into her trap. Hearing this, Not only Oyen Mingxiu, but the other nearly 10 third-grade swordmasters also showed a look of realization. Yes, although Chong Taishu didn't say much, the fact was already in front of everyone. Now that Tian had returned with the refined Supreme Harmony Cyan Light Sword, the sword cultivators only needed to set up the Tianyi Cyan Light Sword formation according to Jiu Xia's previous plan, and the Dao Sword War would end. But the swordsmen had invaded a lot of territory in the country of Shi and the country of Lian, so naturally, they couldn't return it to the Taoism sect. If the swordsmen of the sword domain moved to the country of Shi and then to the country of Lian, then the battle between the swordsmen and the soul cultivators would end, right? Even if the sword domain gave up to the soul cultivators, the swordsmen would be safe. What Lady Jiu Xia promised was also done. Alas, we are too weak to scheme against Lady Jiu Xia. Cheng Minghua sighed again and said, instead of thinking about this, it's better to think about how to set up the Tianyi Cyan Light Sword formation outside the Sky Patrol City and take it down. It's not difficult to set up a sword formation outside the Sky Patrol City. Chong Taishu said with a smile, at the beginning of the war, we deliberately diverted our attention from the Sky Patrol City to prevent the Taoism sect cultivators from noticing the Sky Patrol City. To tell you the truth, Lady Jiu Xia told me to quietly set up a formation within 100 miles of the Sky Patrol City. Oh, I remember that before Qin Jian of the Void Heaven Sword School fell, I transformed into a human form and passed by the Sky Patrol City. I also specifically warned them not to appear near the Sky Patrol City, so as not to arouse the suspicion of the cultivators. I didn't want them to find traces of my formation. Chapter 29-29. Speaking of transformation, Chong Taishu frowned slightly. However, he continued, not only that, after the Taoist Sword War entered the second stage, we followed Miss Jiu Xia's arrangement and repeatedly revealed the flaws of creating a diversion. This made the Taoist sect cultivators think that our target was the Sky Patrolling City, but our real target was not the Sky Patrolling City. This gave them a confusing illusion that they could not make a judgment. Under such circumstances, it shouldn't be too difficult for us to get close to the Sky Patrol City and set up the Tianyi Azure Light Sword formation on top of the sword formation I had set up earlier, right? Sigh, yes. The safest place is also the most dangerous place. It's not just Miss Jiu Xia's arrangement for Sword Master Chong, Blue Butterfly sighed at the mention of Jiu Xia, it's this series of inexplicable arrangements. Even I don't know what her purpose is. If Sword Master Chong didn't mention it today, I would still be thinking about how to set up the sword formation under the nose of the Shui region Taoist master. You, on the other hand, started more than 10 years ago. You've kept us in the dark for so long. Zhuo Ming of the Lingfeng Sword sect laughed and said, it doesn't matter if we faint, as long as Miss Jiu Xia doesn't faint. We just need to follow the arrangement and set up the sword formation in the Sky Patrol City. Okay, the 5 of us will set up the formation. Ruo Tian nodded. The other sword masters will withdraw their forces and march toward the Sky Patrol City. I'd like to see if the Taoist sect cultivators are as Miss Jiu Xia predicted. They'll definitely think that our siege on the Sky Patrol City is just a diversion. I'll definitely believe it. Cheng Minghua smiled and said, shall I bet with Sword Master Ruo? TSK. I'll bet that the cultivators will be careless and not take the sword formation seriously. Ruo Tian raised his slanted eyebrows and said disdainfully. All right, the other sword masters agreed to the arrangement. However, before they could leave, Chong Taishu, who was frowning earlier, raised his voice and said, fellow sword masters, I still have something to say. Sword Master Chong, what's the important thing? Cheng Minghua was puzzled. Well, it's important. Chong Taishu nodded. I received a message from Shui Mingcha, a disciple of my Void Heaven Sword School. That terrifying phoenix Xiaofan, who went to the sword domain to train, is just as Qi Peng said. Not only is she that nameless nascent soul cultivator, but she also has the sword origin of my sword domain. Moreover, the cultivation of that sword origin is quite high, it's almost on the verge of transforming into a sword. What? This? Is this true? Cheng Minghua couldn't believe it. Who is this person? He had the Phoenix Dharma body, the identity of a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect, and the identity of a nameless nascent soul cultivator. And now, a swordsman who has surpassed the third grade of the illusory sword realm has appeared. These three may be Taoists. Because he has the transfiguration technique, his two appearances might be fake. Chong Taishu nodded. Actually, what we should be asking is, what is this person trying to do? Furthermore, the strangest thing was that the soul cultivators in Meng Mountains had sent word that this person had actually entered Meng Mountains. What is he going to do there? Sword masters, think about it, is there anyone in your sword's gate that has surpassed the third grade of the illusory sword? Hearing Chong Taishu's words, Blue Butterfly asked loudly. This. All the sword masters frowned and thought for a moment, but no one stepped forward to answer. Alas, it's as I thought. Chong Taishu sighed and said, this Wu Ming must be hiding in a small sword sect, not in our big sword sect. He must have some plans. He must have some plans in hiding in our sword realm. In that case, what are his plans for having two identities in the Imperial Lightning sect? Ruo Tian asked curiously. He revealed two identities as disciples of the Imperial Thunder School with different cultivations, but does he only have two identities? In my opinion, he must have other identities. He also covets the Dao sect. Zhuo Ming said. In that case, we must keep this a secret. Chong Taishu sneered. We just have to be vigilant and see what that bastard wants to do in our sword realm. As for what he wants to do in the Three Kingdoms, what does it have to do with us? We must not let the Dao sect know about this secret. But I heard that, the horrifying Phoenix has killed many illusory swordsmen in our sword realm. Although we don't know what his intentions are, he is so arrogant in the name of the horrifying Phoenix. Isn't that destroying the prestige of the sword realm and the arrogance of the Dao sect cultivators? If our sword realm doesn't give him a head-on blow, wouldn't it be a disgrace to our sword realm? Yes, I have the same idea. Chong Taishu smiled. After discussing with you, I will send out the Sword Master's command again, ordering the second-grade sword transformation disciples to head to Drifting Cloud Lake. No matter what his intentions are in Meng Mountains, we must block the horrifying Phoenix's path back to the kingdom of Shi. On one hand, we must see if we can kill this bastard. On the other hand, even if we can't kill him, we must find out his true identity and purpose. Good. Black Phoenix Sword Sect's Qi Liandia clapped her hands and said, I will also send out the Sword Master's command, ordering the second-grade sword transformation disciples of Black Phoenix Sword Sect to head there. My Soaring Wind Sword Sect also has a great enmity with the horrifying Phoenix. Zhuo Ming smiled. Moreover, my Soaring Wind Sword Sect is closer to Drifting Cloud Lake. I will also send out a second-grade illusory sword disciple. Good. 3 second-grade sword transformation swordsmen. There's no reason why they can't capture a nascent soul cultivator, right? Chong Taishu clapped his hands and smiled. Then, the three of them sent out the Sword Master's command. However, just as their Sword Master's command disappeared, a sword beam rushed in through the gap. A tall female swordsman stepped on the sword beam and landed in front of Qi Liandia of Black Phoenix Sword Sect. When the sword aura around the female swordsman dissipated, LV Ruochang's figure was revealed. Junior LV Ruochang greets Sword Master Qi and the other Sword Masters. LV Ruochang stopped and did not dare to be negligent. He bowed to the dozens of people around him. Get up, Ruochang. You are the hero of the great battle of Dao and sword. You should be recuperating in the sword tomb. Why are you here today? Qi Liandia looked at her proud disciple and asked with a smile. Sword Master Qi. LV Ruochang clapped his hands and took out a sword slip. He respectfully handed it over and said, Junior received news from my Void Heaven Sword Sect's disciples near the Sword Edge Mountain. This news is really incredible. Junior did not dare to neglect and personally delivered it. Incredible news? Qi Liandia was also puzzled. She took the sword slip and scanned it with her divine sense. But after a moment, she involuntarily exclaimed, how is this possible? Millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain actually took the initiative to evacuate. Not a single one is left. What? Hearing Qi Liandia's words, let alone Chong Taishu, all the other sword masters were stunned. They had racked their brains to start the great battle of Dao in advance. They had worked hard for more than 10 years and finally won the battle. They were about to escape the pursuit of the soul cultivators. But in the end, the soul cultivators were not playing anymore. It seemed that the tens of years of fighting and the hundreds of thousands of fallen swordsmen had turned into an illusion. Everyone's heart was empty. They even had an impulse to roar in their hearts, damn it, if we knew this would happen, why would we fight so hard? Is this news true? Chong Taishu sighed and looked at LV Ruochang. Reporting to Sword Master Chong, LV Ruochang respectfully replied, Junior received a message from Sword Master Xiao Jianpain of the Mountain Patrol Sword Sect. He is presiding over the battle with the soul cultivators. There should be no mistake. Chong Taishu nodded slightly. The Mountain Patrol Sword Sect was not a first-class sword sect in Sword Realm. Xiao Jianpain was only a second-grade swordsman. However, soul cultivators were not as strong as cultivators in attacking Sword Realm. Soul cultivators planned to advance step by step. Moreover, the soul cultivators sent their soul cultivators into the battle were generally not of high cultivation. They relied on the number of soul cultivators and the mystery of soul skills to suppress the swordsmen. Therefore, under Jiu Xia's suggestion, Sword Realm put more power into the great battle of Dao in Sword Realm. For the great battle of soul swords that started the great battle of Dao in Sword Realm, second-grade or even third-grade sword sects were sent into the battle. This was because the sword cultivators knew that the power of millions of Meng Mountain was enormous. In the face of such a huge beast, sword cultivators were not very confident of winning. The best thing they could do was to take over Sky Patrol City and expand the territory of Sword Realm. Miss Jiu Xia is really a god. Chong Taishu looked at the sword slip handed to him by Qi Liandia and waved his hand slightly, gesturing for others to check it. He looked up in the direction of Sword Realm and sighed, she did not lie to us. Just now, we were talking about how the two things she promised us were completed. Now, the first thing has been completed perfectly. Yes, Senior Jiu Xia is really amazing. Lu Ruochang's eyes flashed with a strange light. I feel that nothing in this world is a secret to her. She can almost predict the past 500 years and the future 500 years. Does the retreat of the soul cultivators have anything to do with Miss Jiu Xia? Cheng Minghua looked at the sword slip and asked hesitantly. Of course. Lu Ruochang nodded. Sword Master Cheng, according to Sword Master Zhao's message, Senior Jiu Xia left for Meng Mountain. Some sword cultivators have also seen Senior Jiu Xia occasionally. In particular, Senior Jiu Xia returned from Meng Mountain last year and came to the vicinity of the Sword Catacomb. When I saw her, she said that the soul cultivators would withdraw in less than 2 years. Then, she went back to cultivate in seclusion. Of course, Senior Jiu Xia just casually mentioned this to me and did not ask me to inform the sword masters. I dared not report it rashly for fear that I would mislead the war. Miss Jiu Xia came to the Sword Catacomb? What was she doing here? Qi Liandia did not have any scruples in front of her disciple and asked directly. Chapter 29-30. Lu Ruochang was also at a loss. He shook his head slightly and said, I don't know. Senior Wuxia did not go into detail. She only stayed for half a day. She only asked about the situation of the Dao-seeking sword battle. At this time, all the sword masters had finished reading the sword slip. The sword slip finally fell into Chong Taishu's hands. Chong Taishu looked at the inch-long sword slip in his hand and smiled bitterly. He shook his head slightly and said, how good would it be if this thing came 10 years ago? Now that the warriors of the sword domain have killed their way to the Sky Patrol City, they can take it down at any time. Yet, this thing came at such a time. How can we? At this point, Chong Taishu's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. He raised his head and said, Sword Masters. What do you think is the right thing to do now? Should we quit while we're ahead and return to the sword domain with the spoils of the Dao-seeking sword battle? Or should we take down the Sky Patrol City in one go? He. Not only Cheng Minghua who was beside Chong Taishu, but even the sword masters in the distance showed disdain on their faces and snorted coldly. However, no one spoke. They just waited quietly. Ruochang, what do you think? Qi Liandia smiled slightly. She glanced at Lu Ruochang and asked with a smile, after all, you've experienced the first stage of the Dao-seeking sword battle. You have a deep understanding of the Path Sect's cultivators and have your own confidence in this battle. Lu Ruochang was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, he replied, Sword Master, in my opinion, this matter is decided by the sword domain. It has nothing to do with Senior Wuxia. When she came to the sword domain last time, although she already knew that the soul sword battle was about to end, she did not let me inform the masters. This has already shown her attitude. Qi Liandia nodded slightly and glanced at Chong Taishu. The two exchanged glances and seemed to have made a decision. Lu Ruochang said again, the Path Sect's cultivators are the most cunning. Although there were not many talents comparable to Tu Hong in the conference hall of the Sky Patrol City, during the Sword Tomb battle, I still fell into their trap and almost failed to live up to the master's expectations. Therefore, I feel that even though the sword domain has repeatedly used the Sky Patrol City as a diversion, the Dao sect's cultivators, such as Pan Dongmin from the Lanli sect and Zhu Chenghe from the Su Yen sect, might have seen through the plan. Maybe they have already set a trap in the Sky Patrol City and are waiting for us to fall into it. In the worst-case scenario, they will even divert some of their attention to the Sky Sentry City to prevent us from launching a surprise attack on the Sky Sentry City. Ruochang, you mean, we should stop while we're ahead? Chong Taishu asked with a smile. Yes, that's what I think. Lu Ruochang said respectfully, since the sword master asked me to say it, I'll tell you what I think. After all, the Sky Patrol City has been managed by the Xueyu spiritual master and the other castellans for tens of thousands of years. It's not easy to take down the Sky Patrol City. Moreover, if the Path sect's cultivators surround us from the outside, it'll be even more troublesome. You're right. Chong Taishu nodded. After the first stage of the battle, you've improved a lot. You know when to advance and retreat. You're not as reckless as you were at the beginning. I'm afraid you'll be the leader in the next sword battle. I wouldn't dare. Lu Ruochang hurriedly bowed and then changed the topic. All plans are based on knowing one's enemy. I only watched the battle from the Sword Tomb battle, so I can't fully grasp the subtleties of the battle. In fact, in my heart, I still think. Oh? What do you think? Cheng Minghua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, do you have other ideas? Sword Master Cheng. Lu Ruochang nodded and said, logically speaking, I think we should withdraw. But in my heart, I'm a little unwilling. After all, we've already killed our way into the country of Xi and the country of Huan. In the first stage, we've gained the upper hand. In the second stage, under the leadership of our masters, We're not at a disadvantage even when facing so many nascent soul stage practitioners. Now that we've reached the final blow, wouldn't it be too regretful if we give up? The Sword Tomb battle is no longer a natural barrier, and the Sky Patrol City has replaced it as the key to defeating the enemy. If our Sword Realm takes down the Sky Patrol City, it's tantamount to having one foot in the country of Xi and a short sword firmly inserted in the territory of the 3 cultivation countries. This place is too important for the future development of our Sword Realm. If the Sword Masters have the means to kill it in one blow. Speaking of this, Lu Ruochang gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment before saying, I still think we should take down the Sky Patrol City. But, if we take down the Sky Patrol City, dozens of nascent soul stage practitioners from the 3 cultivation countries will gather in the Sky Patrol City. Our Sword Realm only has a dozen Sword Masters here, and with the Sky Patrol City as a burden, I'm afraid it's not easy to resist these menacing nascent soul stage practitioners. Chong Taishu still had a smile on his face as he asked Lu Ruochang. Sigh, yes. That's why I'm hesitating. Lu Ruochang did not hide the contradiction in his heart. The warriors of our Sword Realm have always been good at offense and not defense. If we take down the Sky Patrol City, the Sky Patrol City will bear the brunt of the Dao Sword War in the future, and even the usual attacks will not be reduced. This is different from the previous war. Facing dozens of nascent soul stage practitioners, even those who did not participate in the war will come out to participate in the war when they see that things have developed beyond their expectations. This has a far-reaching impact. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll win every battle. That's true. Chong Taishu praised. Ruochang's analysis of the war situation is very good. His estimation of the strength and reaction of the 3 cultivation countries is also very accurate. It's just that he underestimated the power of our Sword Realm. Isn't this Miss Jiuxia's idea? Qi Lianjie smiled. In order to keep it a secret, only the 5 of us know about the Sky Blue Light Sword formation. The Sword Masters only knew about it a year ago. It would be strange if Ruochang knew about it. Sky Blue Light Sword formation. Lu Ruochang's face showed ecstasy. Sword Master, are you talking about the Sky Blue Light Sword, Tai Qing Green Light Sword, Tai Wei Green Light Sword, Tai Xian Green Light Sword, Tai Yi Green Light Sword, and Tai He Green Light Sword that are part of the innate 5 elements? Hee, you silly child, if it's not this sword formation, what sword formation is there? Qi Lianjie rebuked, but her face was full of pride. Great! Since there's such a big killing formation, why are you still hesitating? Let's take down the Sky Patrol City. Lu Ruochang clapped his hands and shouted. But after saying that, Lu Ruochang panicked again and hurriedly smiled. I'm sorry for my rudeness, please forgive me. It's okay, it's okay. Chong Taishu waved his hand and laughed. You've said exactly what we're thinking. The Sky Patrol City is now a piece of fat meat, and it's already at the mouth of our Sword Realm. How can we give it up? Not to mention the dozens of nascent Soul Realm cultivators who are participating in the battle, even if there are dozens more, they'll all fall into the Sky Azure Light Sword formation and die. That's right. Qi Lianjie also smiled. The Taoist sect cultivators have backup, but so does our Sword Realm. When Sword Master Xiao returns from the Battle of Soul Swords with the Sword Realm warriors, we'll surround the Taoist sect cultivators. We'll show them the power of the Iron Blood Swordsman. Hearing Chong Taishu and Qi Lianjie's words, all the Sword Masters smiled. They knew that even if they wanted to withdraw from the battle at this point, the participating swordsmen would not agree. This was a rare opportunity for the Sword Realm. Moreover, hundreds of thousands of swordsmen would withdraw from the Battle of Soul Swords, and they would be a powerful backup. They would have no problem dealing with the cultivators of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Then I'll return to the Sword Tomb and prepare to welcome Sword Master Xiao back. Lu Ruochang bowed and said, I wish you all success and take down the Sky Patrol City in one fell swoop. Wait. Seeing that Lu Ruochang was about to leave, Chong Taishu stopped him. Oh? Sword Master Chong, do you have any other orders? Lu Ruochang was curious. Chong Taishu smiled and said, Ruochang, do you still remember Wu Ming from the Imperial Thunder Sect? At the mention of Wu Ming, Lu Ruochang's face flushed with shame and anger. He nodded fiercely and said, of course I remember, and, it's unforgettable. If there's a chance to kill him with your sword, are you willing to go? Chong Taishu's expression remained unchanged, seemingly satisfied with Lu Ruochang's ruthlessness. Of course. Lu Ruochang replied without hesitation. I'll do whatever Sword Master Chong says. Before you came, I've already issued a Sword Master's order to the disciples guarding outside the valley. Your martial aunt Feng Suiwu is going to the Drifting Cloud Lake to stop Wu Ming. If you want to go, you can go with your martial aunt Feng. Qi Liandia looked at Lu Ruochang with satisfaction. Drifting Cloud Lake? Lu Ruochang was stunned. Isn't that the Meng Mountains? Wu Ming, why is he in Meng Mountains? Who sent this news? Of course someone sent it. And you know this person? Chong Taishu said with a smile, but he did not say the person's name directly. Lu Ruochang frowned, and there was a hint of realization in her eyes. As for why Wu Ming went to Meng Mountains, that person doesn't know, and neither do we. Chong Taishu said again, but, who is Wu Ming? I'm afraid it's beyond your expectations. Who is Wu Ming? Lu Ruochang was stunned again. She really did not know what Chong Taishu meant. But when Chong Taishu told Lu Ruochang that Wu Ming might be the terrifying phoenix Xiaohua, Lu Ruochang's face showed great astonishment. But after the astonishment, Lu Ruochang's brows gradually relaxed. Yes, there was nothing in this world that could be hidden from others. Everything could not stand up to scrutiny. The strength difference between Xiaohua and Wu Ming was too big, so no one could connect them. However, when someone really connected the two people with different identities, then countless clues would surface. People were good at catching wind and making groundless accusations. They could even make up groundless rumors, let alone this real thing. Chapter 29-31. That bastard. LV Ruochang gritted her teeth in hatred. After a long while, she finally spat out those two words. Alright, you can go now. Qi Liandia waved her hand and said, it'll be best if you can uncover John Doe's secret. Otherwise, bring his head back to the sword domain. Yes, I understand. I'll look for Martial Aunt Feng Suiwu now. LV Ruochang did not delay. She bowed and was about to leave on her flying sword when she suddenly stopped and asked softly, I have something to tell you, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Just say it. Chong Taishu smiled. I think that Xiaohua and the others are the heroes of the Dao sect in this great war of Dao sword. Whether they have their own secrets or are arranged by the Dao sect cultivators, their lives are very important to the Dao sect cultivators. Previously, we were focused on the Great War of Dao Sword and the Great War of Soul Swords, so we didn't pay much attention to them. Now that everything has been settled, why don't we leak the news of us killing Xiaohua and the others to the Dao sect cultivators? For the sake of the Dao sect's reputation, the cultivators will definitely send late-stage gold core or even early-stage nascent soul disciples to Meng Mountains. We can set up an ambush and take the opportunity to kill the Dao sect cultivators. LV Ruochang told them her plan in one breath and looked at Chong Taishu quietly. She felt that the sword masters would definitely agree to her plan of killing two birds with one stone. Unfortunately, Chong Taishu shook his head with a smile and denied LV Ruochang's plan without discussing it with Qi Liandia and the others. Marshal Nice LV, although your plan is excellent, the Dao sect cultivators might be able to see through it. Drifting Cloud Lake is deep in the sword domain. Will the Dao sect cultivators go there? Right now, the focus is not on Xiaohua and the others, but on the Great War of Dao Sword and the Sky Patrol City. As long as we don't take down the Sky Patrol City and drive the Dao sect cultivators away, the Great War of Dao Sword will not end. This is also the reason why I didn't kill Xiaohua and the others when they rushed into my sword domain to train. Most importantly, that Xiaohua might not be Xiaohua. Wuming is Wuming. Who knows what this mysterious person covets for my sword domain and the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Even if we can't kill Xiaohua and the others this time, we definitely can't let the Dao sect's cultivators notice Xiaohua. This old man has a feeling that he might be related to something. Something? Not to mention Lu Ruochang, even Ruo Tian and the others were puzzled. Don't forget the death of Sky Patrol City's Tu Hong. Chong Taishu pointed his finger and said, this Tu Hong is a rarely seen commander among the Dao sect cultivators. He is definitely comparable to Marshal Nephew Lu. But who was the one who killed him? Qin Jian had personally admitted that he didn't know. When Tu Hong was killed, I was near Sky Sentry City and saw Tu Hong with my own eyes. He did not recognize my sword Qi, but I recognized him. He definitely did not kill Tu Hong. Moreover, as far as this old man knows, the person who killed Tu Hong knows the Devil Sect's concealment technique. Tu Hong's dual cultivation partner is also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. At this point, Chong Taishu stopped talking and looked at everyone with a smile. This junior understands. Lu Ruochang's face revealed a look of realization again. He nodded and said, this person might be Wuming. Only Wuming's cultivation could kill Tu Hong. This Wuming is not a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, but a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. If he is a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, what is his purpose in sneaking into the Imperial Thunder Sect? This is a very interesting scene. Chong Taishu said with a smile. Blue Butterfly also came to a realization. If Wuming is killed by Tu Hong, the Dao sect cultivators will be at a disadvantage in the Taoist sword war. The war will be chaotic, and the Dao sect cultivators will be able to focus on the war. Only then can the Heavenly Demon Sect be established. Sigh, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Our sword domain and the Dao sect are fighting fiercely, but the Heavenly Demon Sect is the one who benefits in the end. Therefore, even if we can't find Wuming, capture him, or kill him, we must hide this matter from the Dao sect. Chong Taishu said, let the Heavenly Demon Sect cause trouble behind the Dao sect cultivators. In the end, won't the ones who benefit be us swordsmen? Yes, this junior understands. Lu Ruochang bowed and did not dare to say anything else. He turned around and flew away. Chong Taishu and the others naturally discussed a little and then left Lake Chui. In the quiet afternoon, the water of Lake Chui reflected the luster of the sun in the sky. The luster on the windless lake was so pale that it was even more bleak than the blood that flowed during the Taoist sword war. It was as if the clear emerald color of Lake Chui could not withstand the boundless waves of blood that were stirred up by a few words from a dozen transformed swords. Xiaohua naturally did not know that he had been completely seen through by the transformed swords of the sword domain. Currently, he was in a quiet room, looking at the sleepy little black and not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Since that day in the ancestral hall of the Hutu stronghold, Xiaohua had placed Little Black into his spirit storage pouch. Because he had discovered the secret of the Green Seal text, he had been comprehending the Green Seal text and had placed Little Black to the side. Today, after returning from Old Wu's place, he knew that he had 80 days of free time to cultivate. Thus, he took out Little Black and prepared to ask about it. But who would have thought that Little Black would become like this? Xiaohua was very familiar with Little Black's appearance. It was exactly the same as Little Yellow's appearance after swallowing its soul. Thinking of Little Yellow, Xiaohua's mouth twitched and he pulled Little Yellow out of the space. Sure enough, Little Yellow's eyes were also blurry and sleepy. It barely opened its eyes a little and then closed them again, as if there was 1,000 gene weight hanging on its eyelids. Xiaohua did not send Little Yellow into the space. Instead, he anxiously said in his heart, "Little Black? This is Little Yellow, do you know him?" Little Black also opened its eyes a little and looked around blankly. It only glanced at Little Yellow and said in a somewhat shaky voice, "Yes, Father. This is Little Yellow." So he was with Father. "Oh, you really are Little Black." Xiaohua was finally able to confirm this and sent Little Yellow into the space. Where did Little Yellow go? Little Black looked all around. "In a moment, Father will send you to find him." Xiaohua smiled and asked, "How do you know Father is called Zhang Xiaohua? Why did you have the Huda stronghold spirit warriors look for Father in Huan country? Also, do you know where Father came from? Does Father have a home? Is there anyone else in the family? Has anyone ever called Father Zhang Xiaohua that?" Father agreed. "Also, didn't Father have something in his hand?" That little girl said it was a flying sword. Little Black's eyes were still closed and he answered intermittently. "What's home? What do you mean there's someone else in the family?" Fine, Xiaohua understood. This Little Black and Little Yellow were the same. They didn't know anything and he couldn't ask them anything at all. However, Little Black seemed to be a little more sensible than Little Yellow. At least he knew that he was called Zhang Xiaohua and that he used to have a sword embryo in his hand. "Forget it, let's talk about it after I raise the two of you." Xiaohua smiled bitterly and sent Little Black into the space. Little Black was extremely astonished. He forced himself to open his eyes and look around at the unfamiliar place. However, when he saw Little Black, he felt at ease and obediently lay down next to Little Yellow to sleep. Little Silver, who had been swinging between the spirit grasses, was so scared that he jumped down from the spirit grasses when he saw Little Black suddenly appear. He burrowed into the roots of the spirit grasses and stayed there for a long time before his sharp nose and furtive rat eyes popped out and stared at Little Black. He didn't know what kind of divine being had suddenly appeared. After sending Little Black into the space, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took out the soul nest that the Shaman King had given him and the bone that Huda Stockade's elder Wu had given him. Xiaohua first opened the soul nest and scanned it with his soul consciousness. Xiaohua was immediately stunned. This soul nest didn't look big, but the space inside was more than 10 times larger than an ordinary storage bag. Inside the soul nest, there were countless strange plants piled up. Some of these plants looked like spirit grasses, some looked like withered branches and withered leaves, and there were also many that were simply seeds. He couldn't tell what they were at all. Apart from these plants, there were some strange things. Some looked like materials for refining tools, some looked like broken pill furnaces. In short, Xiaohua couldn't tell the origin of any of them. Damn it, what's the meaning of this Shaman King? Do you really think this young master is a garbage collector? After Xiaohua's astonishment, he pulled a long face. These aren't the strange things you're looking for. What kind of bones did you get? Can't you give me the bone? I haven't collected all the bones in this young master's space yet. However, it was very obvious that Xiaohua was delusional to think that he could find these bones in the millions of Meng mountains. There were some green seal scripts in these bones. Of course, they were things that soul cultivators could discover. The Shaman King also understood that how could he give these things to Xiaohua? Forget it, forget it. This was the second time Xiaohua had to accept this kind of extreme helplessness. He sent the soul nest into the space. At this moment, those puppets had stopped. They were no longer planting and harvesting millet seeds day and night. Xiaofan sent these puppets and the soul nest to another remote edge of the space. He let the puppets plant the strange plants in the soul nest one by one on the ground. Xiaofan's space was already more than 1,000 miles wide. Although it was far from the millions of Meng mountains, it was more than enough to plant these things. Of course, it wasn't that Xiaofan didn't think that the shaman king, who possessed divine arts, would be able to divine his biggest secret. However, he still felt that even someone as powerful as Wuxia would only be able to find some clues. It was impossible for him to know that this space didn't belong to Xiaoyu continent. If the shaman king knew about this, would he still need to worry about the change of the weather in the millions of Meng mountains? After arranging everything, Xiaofan sent his soul sense into the bone and carefully read through the contents of this green seal script. He already had an idea of how to practice this green seal script. Although this green seal script was not the same as the green seal script Rain of Misty Cloud sect, and even the nature of the record was very different, he had after all used this green seal script to refine his voodoo puppets. He had completely practiced the art of traveling clouds and summoning rain. Therefore, he wasn't unfamiliar with this voodoo incantation whose effect he didn't know. All he needed to do was to follow this record and cast the green seal script that formed the spell. Chapter 29-32. Currently, Xiaofan was still practicing the most basic 50 green seal scripts in the heaven of Ring of Breath, and was still trying to understand the realm of Dao Shengyi. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to practice this new talisman technique. What he needed to do now was to follow the instructions given to him by Zi Ming, using the soul cultivator technique in the bone to record the technique of traveling clouds and summoning rain. Initially, Xiaofan thought he had already mastered the green seal script, and he thought it would not be too difficult for him to record the technique using the divine will of Daoist sect. But when he began to record the technique according to the soul cultivator technique in the bone, he realized that the method used by soul cultivators to record the green seal script was completely different from the method used by Daoist sect to record the jade slip. The technique used to record the technique was completely a soul technique. If the method used by Daoist sect to record the jade slip was the writing method used by mortals, then there was no need to write anything, as all one needed to do was to copy the content stroke by stroke, and the quality of the handwriting did not matter. But the method used by soul cultivators to record the green seal script required one to understand the content of the text, and every stroke had to be exactly the same as the text. If there was even the slightest difference, the green seal script would not be able to be recorded. But in this case, recording the technique of traveling clouds and summoning rain was like Xiaofan carefully comprehending the entire technique, and teaching it to others word by word. Thinking back to his reckless behavior in front of Grandmaster Wu that day in the palace, Xiaofan could not help but smile wryly. His arrogant behavior made his face burn. Xiaohua's body was flashing with a faint green light, countless soul threads were dancing in front of his eyes, and strange syllables were being played without any rhythm. The wind and clouds in the quiet room were flickering, and the capital star formation was changing from time to time, putting aside the fact that Xiaofan had recorded the lost art of traveling clouds and summoning rain for Meng Shan in Huda Stockade, in the distant territory of Lian Kingdom. There was a huge mountain range that had a beautiful scenery. The bottom layer of the steep foothills was lush and green, and there were some tall and straight spirit trees growing around it. Although there were no spirit birds flying among these spirit trees, it still gave off the aura of an immortal realm. Looking up at the foot of the mountain, the emerald green gradually turned into a dry and yellow color. The spiritual trees and spiritual grasses at the bottom of the mountain had already disappeared, replaced by some thorny plants. These plants were thick and strong, and between their branches, there was an aura that seemed to want to fight against the heavens. However, these plants only occupied an area of less than 1,000 feet. Further up the mountain, solid soil and hard rocks gradually began to appear. Furthermore, there were some gray-green spots. Upon closer inspection, these spots were actually some thumb-sized moss gathered together. Even the thistles and thorns couldn't survive here. If one looked up, then there was a faint snowy shadow and thin ice that went straight to the peak of the mountain range. Everything had become a world of white snow and ice. A mountain range actually had so many different sceneries. Even in the Xiaoyu continent, it was rarely seen. However, if one looked at the foot of the mountain, then one should be able to understand the formation of this scenery. At the foot of the mountain, there was a misty place. Under the misty clouds, there was an incessant gurgling sound of water. When a cold wind blew, all the clouds were blown away, revealing 9 large hot springs scattered in the valley like stars in the sky. Boiling water was gushing out from the hot springs. The boiling water sprayed several feet high, and some sprayed several feet high. When the boiling water fell down, it flowed into the 9 pools of hot springs. The water in the pools rippled, and the warm water circled around the foot of the mountain a few times, flowing far away from the foot of the mountain. Ding ding dong. Suddenly, just as the hot spring was covered by the mist, a clear and melodious sound of a zither came from one side of the mist. The zither sound came from a few small pavilions. These pavilions were hidden in the emerald green spirit wood, and a faint red tip of the pavilions peeked out from the spirit wood. A fist-sized bird was engraved at the top of the pavilions. If one didn't look at it carefully, one would really think that this bird was alive. Everyone would even think that this clear zither sound came from this bird. The zither sound was like a gurgling stream that surrounded the spirit wood and flowed into the hot springs. When it flowed away with the water, the sound gradually faded away. Before the zither sound faded away, clapping sounds came from another part of the spirit wood. A very bold and unrestrained voice shouted, "Fairy Fian's zither sound is indeed out of this world. I haven't gotten tired of listening to it for many years. Every time the zither sound comes, my heart will calm down, and the chaotic thoughts in my mind will be orderly like the flowing water. If possible, I really want to continue this sword battle forever." Ha ha ha, senior brother Gu Yun, in this way, you are happy, but what about the disciples of your Kunlun sect? I'm afraid that martial uncle Xian Jing will pull your ears and drag you back to Kunlun Mountain, right? Another rather bold voice came from another place. The place where the spirit wood was located was faintly a bamboo shed made of bamboo, and this voice was actually Zhu Chenghe of Su Yan's sect. Thank you for your praise, senior brothers. At the sound of the zither, a clear and weak voice came out again. A petite female cultivator walked out of the pavilion and slowly walked to the edge of the hot springs. This female cultivator was in the early gold core stage. Her eyes were big, and her skin was white and clean. However, her face with big eyes was indeed mediocre. Even if she was wearing a Taoist robe, there were no curves on her body. She looked much stronger than ordinary village girls, but if this appearance was compared with the early gold core stage, it was extremely unworthy. However, this female cultivator's big eyes were so lively that even the clouds rising from the hot springs could not cover the divine light in her eyes. This female cultivator was the Jiang Fian that Gu Yun of Kunlun sect spoke of. She was a disciple of Nanming sect and was extremely good at analyzing details. She was often a wise person who could see the intentions of ordinary sword cultivators from the details that others could not see. Jiang Fian walked to the side of the hot springs. Her small nose wrinkled slightly, showing a trace of disgust. She raised her eyes to look at the other side of the spirit wood and said loudly, "Senior brother Pan, don't calculate anymore. Come and rest for a moment. Although this 9-eye hot springs has some sulfur qi, there is also a lot of spiritual qi in it. Resting here is extremely beneficial for our cultivation." Tsk, a blue figure flashed across the sky. Zhu Chenghe was still wearing his blue robe and landed beside Jiang Fian. He had a smile on his face and said, "Fairy Fian, I and the others seem to be nearby too, right? Why don't you know to call me? I'm afraid Brother Dongmin isn't the only one who has racked his brains for our Dao sex war, right? Jiang Fian did not even raise her eyebrows. She looked at the dreamy clouds and said indifferently, Senior Brother Zhu's wisdom is profound and far from what we can compare to. You only have to come up with one plan and it takes us half a day to think about it. Wasn't this 9 hot springs found by Senior Brother Zhu during his planning? I remember that at that time, I was still accompanying Taiqing sect's Daoist Yu Qing in Jinshuan Valley to think about how to ambush the Huan Kingdom's swordsmen. Senior Brother Pan also occasionally encountered the swordsmen at Peng River. If not for Daoist Qing Yan and Daoist Lao Yun of Mo Sang Mountain risking their lives to protect him, he might not even have seen this hot spring. Therefore, we can't compare to Senior Brother Zhu. Fairy Fian, we shouldn't have brought this. Zhu Chenghe laughed. This Zhu only said one sentence, but Fairy actually refuted so much. Are you praising me? Or are you insulting me? Of course I'm praising Junior Brother Zhu. A slightly arrogant voice sounded. Then, from the other side of the spiritual tree, a well-built mid-gold core cultivator slowly walked out. This cultivator's eyebrows were like laying silkworms and his nose was like hanging gall bladder. What was even more eye-catching was his 5 strands of long beard. Coupled with his fair skin, he looked exceptionally handsome. When Jiang Fian heard this, she quickly looked up. Her gaze landed on the cultivator's face, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. However, this smile was faint and quickly disappeared. Even her gaze, which had only met the cultivator's gaze for a brief moment, fell to the ground and once again looked into the clouds. Io, Senior Brother Dongmin. I'm already not Fairy Fian's opponent. Now that you're here, we're a pair of good-looking man and talented woman. How can I be your opponent? Zhu Chenghe slapped his forehead exaggeratedly and said in distress. Senior Brother Zhu. A trace of anger flashed across Jiang Fian's face. She said coldly, what do you mean by good-looking man and talented woman? This little sister wants Senior Brother to explain the origin of this. Wang, at this moment, a long whistle came from the other side of the 9-eyed hot spring. A series of strange crackling sounds came from the spiritual tree. Then, a well-built cultivator with bulging muscles and a few spiritual herbs on his body flew out from the spiritual tree. With a pang, he landed on the ground again and the entire ground shook. Senior Brother Gu Yun. Hurry up and come over. Zhu Chenghe was extremely happy when he saw the person. He pointed his hand and said, hurry up and be the judge. When did this little brother say that we're a good-looking man and talented woman? In this world, there's only a good-looking man and a talented woman, right? No matter how ignorant I am, I won't make a mistake about this. The well-built male cultivator was Kunlun Sect's Gu Yun, who was in the later stage of the Gold Core realm. He naturally thought that Zhu Chenghe was fighting with Pan Dongmin of the Blue Li sect and Jiang Fian of the Nanming sect. Why would he get involved? He just chuckled and walked quickly to a hot spring. He sat down and took off his boots. His 2 black hairy feet dipped into the hot spring with a plop sound. Then, he stretched his body and lay on the ground. He opened his mouth and exhaled a long breath. He seemed to be extremely comfortable. That breath rushed into the clouds in the air. Moments later, an illusion like a flying crane appeared. It flapped its wings and flew above the hot spring, blowing away the clouds. Then, it disappeared. Chapter 29-33. Senior Brother. Jiang Fian was originally angry at Zhu Chenghe's words, but when she saw Solitary Cloud's actions, she did not know whether to laugh or cry. She stomped her feet and said, people say that burning the zither and cooking the crane and washing the feet in the clear spring are the most unpleasant things in the world. I didn't expect Senior Brother to have a method comparable to the ancients. Washing the feet in the hot spring should also be included in the classics, right? SSS Solitary Cloud took a deep breath and rubbed his feet against each other in the hot spring, as if he was extremely satisfied. He then said lazily, "Junior sister is still wrong. How can washing the feet in the hot spring be included in the classics? If it is to be included, I'm afraid it will be washing the feet in the hot spring." Ha ha ha! Zhu Chenghe clapped his hands and laughed. "Senior brother Solitary Cloud, you're right. I'll get a disciple who can remember this. This matter will definitely be spread throughout the cultivation world." "How dare you?" Solitary Cloud glanced at Zhu Chenghe. "Be careful that I don't smash your face." He. Zhu Chenghe laughed and glanced at Pan Dongmin, who walked to his side but did not approach Jiang Fian. He said, "Even if senior brother smashes my face into a rotten persimmon, I won't feel the pinch. I can't compare to senior brother Pan in this life." Pan Dongmin frowned and did not answer. He also did not look at Zhu Chenghe. His gaze followed the clouds and went up again, as if he was admiring the different beautiful scenery at the foot of the mountain. Pan Dongmin did not react, but Jiang Fian's expression turned ugly. Zhu Chenghe looked at this strange situation and was overjoyed. He understood that although Jiang Fian was an early-stage golden core cultivator and did not look outstanding, she was very intelligent and far superior to most cultivators. The reason why she was called a fairy was also because of her intelligence, not her appearance. Jiang Fian was one of the 4 people in the Dao sect who came up with the plan in this Dao sword war, and she was also the only female cultivator. Therefore, she thought highly of herself. Not to mention Zhu Chenghe and the others, she did not even care about ordinary nascent soul masters. However, Jiang Fian had tied a strand of love to Pan Dongmin at some point in time. However, perhaps Pan Dongmin did not notice it, or perhaps Pan Dongmin did not fancy Jiang Fian, but Pan Dongmin ignored Jiang Fian's gaze. If that was all, then it would be fine. However, Jiang Fian was an ordinary female cultivator. She would probably be more eager and take the initiative. This matter might not be completely hopeless. Unfortunately, Jiang Fian was not an ordinary female cultivator. She was a female talent who was full of vigor and vitality. How could she possibly lower herself to take the initiative? As a result, the two of them ended up in a lukewarm situation. Gu Yun and Zhu Chenghe were outsiders and could see everything clearly. Although Gu Yun saw it, he acted as if he did not see it. Zhu Chenghe, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. From time to time, he would make fun of the two of them. Or do you want to break them up? Zhu Chenghe originally thought that Pan Dongmin would use this as an excuse to avoid the awkwardness, but who would have thought that Pan Dongmin would stare at it for a long time, and he was very engrossed in it, as if he had discovered something strange on the foothills. Zhu Chenghe could not help but follow Pan Dongmin's gaze as well. However, the scenery on the foothills was the same as what he had seen for the past dozens of days. There was nothing special about it. Zhu Chenghe was stunned and asked curiously, "Senior brother Pan, what did you see? Why are you so engrossed?" "I saw the great battle of the Dao sword and even the ending." Pan Dongmin replied indifferently. "Ah." Upon hearing that, Zhu Chenghe was not the only one who was shocked. Even Gu Yun and Jiang Fian, who pretended to ignore him, were shocked. All of them looked towards the foothills. However, Zhu Chenghe and Gu Yun did not gain anything after looking at it for a moment. Instead, Jiang Fian looked pensive and there was even a hint of joy in her eyes. "Junior brother Pan, spit out what you have to say. Don't be so mysterious." Gu Yun frowned and no longer looked at the foothills. Instead, he looked into the air and said coldly, "The great battle of the Dao sword has been going on for more than 10 years. The battle situation is just like the scene on the foothills." Pan Dongmin pointed with his finger and said, "At first, the swordsmen of the Huan kingdom were unstoppable under LV Ruochang's command. They forced our Tao sect cultivators to a dead end and were restrained in every way. The victory of the swordsman was just like the spiritual trees and spiritual herbs. It seemed to be unstoppable. However, at the end of the spiritual trees was the great battle of the sword tomb. The battle situation changed several times and was unpredictable. It was not clear whether it was warm or cold. Although the warmth still had the upper hand in the middle of the dried-up foothills, the higher it went, the colder it became. This also meant that our Tao sect battle became increasingly powerful and gradually gained the upper hand on the entire battlefield. Just like the ice on this mountain range, no matter which direction you go, you will only end up being covered by a layer of ice. However, no matter how many foothills were covered by a layer of ice, the spiritual trees and spiritual herbs below the foothills were ultimately unable to be destroyed by the ice. Jiang Fian's voice was somewhat weak as she said, "This is because the source of the spiritual trees and spiritual herb survival was ultimately unable to be reached by the ice. The 9-eye hot spring has always been hidden within the clouds. Although the cold wind would occasionally blow the clouds away and reveal the truth would immediately be covered by the clouds. All the chaotic scenes would then fill the air, causing us to be unable to find out where the truth lies." Good, Zhu Chenghe clapped his hands and said, as expected of a talented man and a beautiful woman. "I admire you." At this moment, Jiang Fian's face was slightly flushed. However, Pan Dongmin ignored her and continued to say, "Even if we saw through the clouds, we could only see one hot spring and 2 hot springs. It was impossible for us to know that there were actually 9 hot springs in this valley. Furthermore, there were so many spiritual trees and spiritual herbs around the hot springs. How could there only be so many spiritual trees and spiritual herbs?" Gu Yun sneered and said, "There are also 4 pavilions and straw huts, as well as people who burn musical instruments and cook cranes and wash the hot springs in their stinky feet." Hiss, hearing Gu Yun's words, Pan Dongmin, who originally thought that he had already thought deeply, gasped and said hurriedly, "Senior brother Gu Yun, could it be?" "Yes, junior brother Pan." Gu Yun smiled bitterly and said, "Could it be that you feel that this great battle of Taoist sword is completely different from the previous one? Although we have already planned so much, we still feel that we are unable to do anything despite having the will to do so. The Huan country on the other side, the people who are competing with us, are far more powerful than what we expected. I really did not expect that the sword cultivators of the Huan kingdom would actually have such wisdom. Let's not talk about other things. Just based on the current situation of the battle, I feel that it is not so simple. Although we have already thought and done a lot of things, and have taken precautions in all aspects, I still feel that we have overlooked something. You even feel that after this great battle of Taoist sword, there must be a reason that we do not know, but I still feel that the reason that we want to know is far from the root of this battle. The hot springs are hidden under the clouds and mist, but, although the hot springs are the root of these spiritual trees, beside the hot springs are. Jiang Fian muttered to herself, almost losing her voice, could it be that the sword cultivators of the Huan kingdom are not the only ones participating in the battle? They have the support of soul cultivators behind them? Moreover, perhaps, there are other cultivators that we do not know about guiding them from behind? The cultivators of the Tao sect. This is not something that we can point fingers at. But soul cultivators? Didn't the Battle of the Sword Catacomb reveal some clues? Pan Dongmin said faintly, "Isn't there a soul formation besides LV Ruochang Square Sword Formation? If it were not millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountain, would the swordsman be able to set it up?" But later, there were no more soul cultivators. Jiang Fian bit her pale lips and retorted. Pan Dongmin did not argue with her and only sighed, "Unfortunately, it is extremely difficult for the cultivators of the Tao sect to sneak into the ranks of sword cultivators, and the information we receive is also very little. It is even more impossible for us to know the situation over at Meng Mountain. Actually, early on in the battle, the nascent soul masters had already sent some disciples to the Huan kingdom. Zhu Chenghe said, but for some reason, although these disciples returned with news, none of them were about Meng Mountain. Meng Mountain is behind the Huan kingdom. How could the disciples of the Dao sect approach it so calmly? Jiang Fian said coldly, even if senior brother Zhu could enter the Huan kingdom, I'm afraid it would not be easy for you to receive news about Meng Mountain, right? Sigh, indeed. Zhu Chenghe nodded. After the great battle of the Sword Catacomb, the Changbai sect also sent some disciples with sword energy to sneak into the Sword Catacomb. Unfortunately, most of them were seen through, and only a small number of them were able to send back some news. But these news were all from the Huan kingdom near the Shi kingdom and the Lian kingdom. Perhaps there is also a problem between the Su Huan kingdom and Meng Mountain? Pan Dongmin's eyes flashed with a strange light as he suddenly said. It is not that I have not thought of this. Jiang Fian said with a bitter smile, but the Huan kingdom has no reason to send troops from both sides. Moreover, it is very obvious that the forces of Meng Mountain are not much weaker than the three kingdoms of the Dao sect. If they are also at war with the Huan kingdom, how could the Huan kingdom send so many swords here? Sigh, if only some nascent soul master could make a trip to Meng Mountain. Gu Yun sighed, won't we know what the situation is when we see it? Pfft. Jiang Fian laughed, senior brother Gu Yun, if you want to go, no one will stop you. It is a great battle now. Just like those third-grade sword masters, although they are powerful and can fly very fast, would they dare to enter the territory of the three kingdoms alone? Would they be able to receive news from the Kuei-he Sea? If they dare to go to the Kuei-he Sea, they must be prepared to die in the Meng kingdom. Speaking of this, Jiang Fian raised her eyebrows and looked at Gu Yun, asking, by the way, senior brother Gu Yun, didn't Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction of the Lian kingdom bring a few disciples to the Huan kingdom? Is there any news? Oh, you mean Li Zongbao, Kai Hongxia, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua. Gu Yun seemed to have realized something and said, when I first came to Sentry City, I heard from the sect leader that the four of them had broken through the Sword Catacomb that day, but after that, there was no more news. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. It has been so many years, I'm afraid they are doomed. Chapter 29-34. I've heard about it too. Zhu Chenghe, who had been silent all this while, said, senior brother Gu Yun, I've always been puzzled. Why did these disciples break into the Sword Catacomb? Could it be the arrangement of Immortal He Ping from the Utopia faction? Sect leader asked Immortal He Ping that year. Immortal He Ping just smiled and didn't answer. Gu Yun didn't know either. Besides, Li Zongbao's master, Heng Zhao, has returned to the Utopia faction. Even Kai Hongxia and the others' teachers have returned. No one knows what they're doing. It must be the arrangement of some nascent soul stage teacher. Jiang Fian said calmly, who's free to rush into the Huan kingdom after the war? This. I'm not sure. Gu Yun hesitated. If Fairy Fian wants to know, oh? Jiang Fian was stunned and said curiously, I do want to know. Then junior sister and junior brother Dong Min should think about it carefully. Maybe we can solve this fog-like mystery and find a pool to bathe in. Gu Yun said seriously. Senior brother. Jiang Fian blushed. Just as she was about to scold him, a voice came from the mountain wall in the distance, teachers, a message jade slip has arrived. Zhu Chenghe laughed so hard that he bent over. However, he was not like Gu Yun and didn't dare to be loud. He felt uncomfortable holding it in. When he heard it, he rushed to the sky and laughed, ha ha ha, good, bring it to me. Immediately, a disciple in the early stage of foundation establishment flew in from outside the stone wall and landed outside the straw hut behind Zhu Chenghe. Zhu Chenghe landed on the ground and didn't speak to the disciple. Instead, he laughed loudly. The disciple was confused, but he didn't dare to ask and stood aside respectfully. After Zhu Chenghe finished laughing, he stretched out his hand and said, "Give it to me." "Yes." The disciple reached into his chest and took out a few jade slips and handed them to Zhu Chenghe. "Uncle, these are 9 jade slips from various places. There are 4 from the Shi Kingdom and 5 from the Lian Kingdom. Please take a look." "Good, you've worked hard." Zhu Chenghe took them and praised, "It's your credit that the message was sent in such a timely manner. After the war, I'll ask for a reward for you." "I don't dare." The disciple respectfully bowed. "We juniors are all boorish fellows. We relied on Uncle Master and the others to devise strategies for the war. Everyone will do their best." Zhu Chenghe smiled as he watched the disciple bid him farewell. With a shake of his body, he landed in the straw hut. The hut was not big, similar to an ordinary quiet room. However, every blade of grass that made up the hut was emerald green, like a piece of jade. Strands of invisible green silk strands connected the grass. If an ordinary cultivator saw this, he would be stunned, because the grass was blue sky grass, and the strands were dark green silk. Both of them had the effect of calming the mind, calming the heart, and expelling evil spirits. Ordinary cultivators would place some of them around their quiet rooms. Cultivating in such a quiet room, it was easy to calm the mind, and inner demons and other things would not come to disturb them. However, this straw hut was actually built with these 2 strange items. It was really rare. Zhu Chenghe entered the straw hut, walked to a jade table, and sat down. With a wave of his hand, the 9 jade slips landed on the table. He casually picked one up and carefully read it with his divine sense. As he read, his eyebrows trembled slightly, as if he was thinking. After a moment, Zhu Chenghe finished reading. Then, he raised his head and looked at the blue sky grass with some confusion. He muttered in a low voice, "Strange. Didn't the Lian country's Polonia Peak just kill thousands of swordsmen a few days ago? Why did they rush there again? Polonia Peak, Polonia Peak. It doesn't seem to have any vital points." After muttering for a moment, Zhu Chenghe raised his hand and flicked his middle finger. The jade slip flew out with a whoosh. Looking at his familiar movements, it was obvious that Zhu Chenghe often did this. "Fairy Fian, don't think about how to take a bath. Take a look at the battle report first." Ha ha ha! As Zhu Chenghe spoke, he couldn't help but laugh again. Then, he picked up another jade slip and prepared to read it. However, just as his divine sense entered it, the laughter came to an abrupt end. Even the smile froze on his face. A strange and inconceivable expression appeared in his eyes. "This. How is this possible?" Zhu Chenghe muttered in a low voice that sounded almost like a moan. Then his eyes darted around and he glanced outside. His finger curled slightly, and the jade slip in his hand suddenly disappeared. It was as if he had never picked it up or even seen it. Of course, Zhu Chenghe's finger curled again, and another jade slip fell into his hand. However, this time, Zhu Chenghe was a little absent-minded. He seemed to have roughly looked at it, and without even thinking, he directly sent it out. Zhu Chenghe skimmed through the remaining 6 jade slips like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. He casually passed them to Jiang Fian. Then, as if he was thinking about something, he stood up and slowly paced around the straw hut. After the time it took to eat a meal, he finally raised his head and looked outside. Some of the confusion on his face had disappeared. He knew that Jiang Fian, Gu Yun, and Pan Dongmin had finished reading the 8 jade slips. It should be time for the 4 of them to discuss. Zhu Chenghe took a slight breath and his expression returned to normal. He walked out of the green heavens grass and Zhanbi silk and walked towards Jiang Fian's pavilion. Jiang Fian's pavilion was also rare. It was built with many spirit-nourishing trees. When Zhu Chenghe walked to the front of the pavilion, Gu Yun and Pan Dongmin had already arrived. One of them was sitting on a wooden chair with a pink wine pot in front of him. A strong flowery fragrance was emitted from the wine cup in front of the wine pot. The faint pink wine brew was as intoxicating as the red lips of a beautiful woman. The other one was standing with his hands behind his back and facing outside the pavilion. He seemed to be looking at the clouds in the foothills. Jiang Fian was sitting behind a jade table. There was a 6-stringed zither on the table. However, at this moment, Jiang Fian's hand was gently pressing on the zither's strings. Her fingers were moving intermittently, but there was no sound. The 8 jade slips were scattered in front of the 6-string zither. Senior brother Gu Yun is in such a good mood. Zhu Chenghe glanced at Gu Yun, who was holding a wine cup, and said with a smile, "Your beautiful lips have flushed the Tiantai fragrance out of the 9 heavens in an instant." Gu Yun pursed his lips and looked at the small tea stove on the wooden table behind Pan Dongmin. He looked at the small red charcoal fire under the tea stove and said in annoyance, "In this state, it should be green ant fresh wine and red clay stove to cook dog meat. How can the Tiantai fragrance that's so bland that birds come out of the mouth be completed?" Humph! Jiang Fian raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "Senior brother Gu Yun, are you saying that I'm spoiling the fun? All right then, I'll return to the Nanming sect now. Senior brothers, you can enjoy yourselves again." Don't. Gu Yun hurriedly waved his hand and drank a mouthful of wine. He said, "If you leave, won't others change your name to Jiang Hongyan in their hearts?" Zhu Chenghe naturally understood the message sent by Hongyan. He immediately understood that Gu Yun was alluding to Pan Dongmin again. Senior brother, Jiang Fian was a little anxious and stood up. Ahem! Zhu Chenghe knew that it was time for him to speak up. He hurriedly coughed twice and sat on the wooden table behind Pan Dongmin. He said, "Senior brother Gu Yun is an elegant person. We're just ordinary people. Let's enjoy the Tiantai fragrance. Fairy Fian, he's obviously envious of us. Why are you still arguing with him?" Humph! Jiang Fian was given a way out. She pouted and sat down. She still glanced at Pan Dongmin's back. When Zhu Chenghe picked up his teacup and took a sip, Pan Dongmin beside him said softly, "Junior brother Zhu, the messages that are coming in are getting more and more complicated. Have you noticed anything?" "Sigh, I just don't understand. That's why I'm here to listen to everyone's opinions." Zhu Chenghe said with a bitter smile, "The things in these jade slips are all over the place. I can't see anything special at all. They're all ordinary troop arrangements. There's even some extremely useless things. I'm having a headache just looking at them." "Is that so?" Pan Dongmin turned around and looked at Zhu Chenghe in confusion. "Is that so?" Zhu Chenghe felt a little guilty for no reason and asked in confusion. "What about senior brother Gu Yun?" Pan Dongmin shifted his gaze away from Zhu Chenghe and looked at Gu Yun. Gu Yun took another sip of wine and said calmly, "I feel that today's messages are very strange. They're all pointless troop deployments. But it's really so boring. They've already revealed the intentions of the sword cultivators." "That's right." Jiang Fian, who was beside him, also made up an excuse. "After reading it, I feel that the sword cultivators are about to bare their fangs." This. Zhu Chenghe's face was slightly red. He really didn't check it carefully and thought that it was the same as the previous messages. He didn't expect that the 3 of them had already reached a consensus. However, Pan Dongmin didn't ask much. He only said in a low voice, "I also feel that it's a little strange. The actions of the sword cultivators this time are really messy. It feels like they're trying to cover it up. It's different from all the previous arrangements of the sword cultivators. Yes, or rather, it's only this time that it gives a familiar feeling. It's as if the previous movements weren't the arrangements of the sword cultivators. Only this time, it's the real movements of the sword cultivators." Sigh, it's a pity that I still can't see any specific movements from the messages in the jade slips. The goal of the sword cultivators. We still can't be sure. Even LV Ruochang, who commanded the first stage of the war, actually left the sword tomb and returned to Huan Kingdom. In the previous few years, although LV Ruochang didn't directly participate in the war, he's always been guarding the sword tomb. I have an extremely bad feeling. Jiang Fian said seriously, the goal of the sword cultivators will definitely stun us. Maybe LV Ruochang is preparing for this. I hope that our arrangements will be of some use. I also hope that we can find the nine-eyed hot spring behind the fog before the sword cultivators launch their final attack. Pan Dongmin turned again and looked at the dreamy fog in the distance. Oh right, senior brother Zhu, where's the other jade slips? Jiang Fian suddenly asked. Chapter 29:35. Oh. Zhu Chenghe was shocked. His expression was a little unnatural. He rolled his eyes and asked curiously, how did you know? Hee, don't joke with me. Jiang Fian pointed at the jade slip in front of her and said with a smile, it's written clearly in this jade slip. This time, 9 jade slips were sent. Senior brother Zhu, did you not see them? Hee, Zhu Chenghe smiled faintly. He waved his hand and took out the jade slip. He handed it to Jiang Fian and said, the information in this jade slip is a little strange, so I took it out alone to discuss with the three of you. Oh? Jiang Fian raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, what's so special about the information in this jade slip? Take a look for yourself. Zhu Chenghe said with a smile, weren't you asking just now? Where did LV Ruochang go? There are some clues in this jade slip. Although Jiang Fian was a little surprised and did not understand Zhu Chenghe's actions today, she did not have any special suspicions. Moreover, when she immersed her divine thought in and saw it, she threw her doubts away. What? The Sword Master of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect issued the Sword Master command? He went to Drifting Cloud Lake to kill the cultivator with the surname Xiao. Yes. Zhu Chenghe took advantage of the situation and said, all the information in this jade slip is similar to the information in the other 8 jade slips. They are all deceiving themselves. However, this piece of information is mixed in, and it's so obvious. This Zhu suspects that this is a trap. That's why I took it out to discuss with you. The jade slip was passed between Gu Yun and Pan Dongmin. Both of them looked at it and then frowned slightly. They looked at each other and suddenly understood. Junior brother Zhu, I think that this information should be true. Gu Yun said faintly, this information was sent by our cultivator's secret pawn in the sword tomb. Moreover, the way he got the information was normal. What's more, when he got the information, it was when LV Ruochang left the sword tomb. These two pieces of information corroborated each other and should prove that both pieces of information are true. It's precisely because both of them are so coincidental that I just thought that the message was sent here. That's why I'm so suspicious and feel that there's something fishy going on. Zhu Chenghe said with a smile, it must be a trap set up by the swordsmen here. They want to draw our attention away from their target. Speaking up to this point, Zhu Chenghe said confidently, the fact that they are trying to cover up so much shows that our previous actions must have already found the sword cultivator's vital point, and they have no choice but to cover it up. But, the vital point that we found. Where is it? No. This information is correct. Jiang Fian shook her head firmly. If they wanted to set up a trap, they would have set it up near the sword tomb. How could they set it up directly at the Flowing Cloud Lake? That Flowing Cloud Lake was far away in Huan country. How can cultivators like us go there? Oh. Zhu Chenghe frowned. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, it may not be as simple as junior sister thinks, the cultivator surnamed Xiao must be Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua is with Li Zongbao from the Utopia sect. Jiang Fian did not wait for Zhu Chenghe to finish speaking. Her fingers flicked on the six-string zither, and a sharp sound rang out. Li Zongbao and the others actually broke through the blockade of Huan country, and they even entered millions of Meng mountains. How did they do it? And that Black Phoenix Sword Sect's Sword Master actually issued the Sword Master command. It seems like, they have already attracted the attention of the sword cultivators. This matter, is definitely fishy? Fairy Fian, you mean? Gu Yun asked with a serious expression. However, Jiang Fian did not pay attention to Gu Yun. She seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes stared straight at the six-string zither in front of her, and her brows were tightly knitted. Go and save them. Pan Dongmin said straightforwardly. What the sword cultivators want to do is what we want to stop. What's more, Li Zongbao and the others are the heroes of the great battle of Dao and Sword. If the other disciples know that we have received the news but do not go and save them, what will they think? Their hearts will definitely turn cold. I object to sending the participating disciples to save them. Zhu Chenghe frowned and said, even if this news is true, the participating nascent soul stage masters have the entire battle under control. If they leave, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to the battle. Moreover, this news is more than a month ago. Even if Shinran He Ping of the Utopia faction wants to save them, I'm afraid it will be too late. If we don't send the participating disciples, let the disciples of Shi country go. Pan Dongmin replied without hesitation. Gu Yun nodded. Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction is the flag of the great battle. We must not let him fall. Since Huan country wants to send the non-participating swordsmen to kill them, then our Dao sect will also send non-participating cultivators to save them. Sky Patrol City. It's Sky Patrol City. Jiang Fian, who had been pondering, suddenly relaxed her brows. An indescribable glory radiated from her not-so-beautiful face. It was a kind of confidence, a kind of pride. Sky Patrol City? Gu Yun, Zhu Chenghe, and Pan Dongmin were all stunned. They looked at each other, and there was a trace of understanding on their faces. Yes, Sky Patrol City is a bright lamp in the dark night, illuminating the battle between Shi country and Huan country. Under the brilliance of this bright lamp, we are searching for the mystery of this battle. However, we have forgotten the source of this brilliance. As long as the sword cultivator of Huan country takes down Sky Patrol City, the entire battle will fall into darkness, and we will inevitably fall into a passive state. Jiang Fian explained with a smile of exultation. But Zhu Chenghe still disagreed. He shook his head and said, it's not that we haven't discussed the Sky Patrol City before, but we always rejected it. The Sky Patrol City has never lost in any of the previous wars. Not in the past doesn't mean it won't in the future. Jiang Fian's tone was a little high-pitched, and she seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with Zhu Chenghe's distrust of her. Maybe the sword cultivator has never had the means to take down Sky Patrol City in one fell swoop, so he has been delaying the battle. Pan Dongmin heard Jiang Fian's high-pitched voice and frowned slightly. There was a trace of displeasure in his eyes, but he still said, Junior brother Zhu, I remember a long time ago when you were at Floating Duckweed Mountain with your sect leader Bai Kongzi and sect leader Sun Yunzi, the sect leader of Jinghua sect, Quangtianzhenren of the Imperial Thunder sect received a message from our disciples, saying that the sword cultivator's ultimate goal is Sky Patrol City, right? Zhu Chenghe smiled faintly and nodded. Indeed. At this time, Quangtianzhenren of the Imperial Thunder sect and Qian Diheng have been brooding over it. I have also reported this matter to all of you, and everyone treated it as a joke that day. Well, now it seems that, we were really wrong. The one who sent this message is probably Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect, the Foundation establishment disciple who was with Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction. All of this is true. But I don't know how they got this news. This is absolutely incredible. Jiang Fian sighed. Why didn't I think of it that day? If I had set up a backup plan back then. Why not? Gu Yun raised his eyebrows. We have already left disciples to guard Sky Patrol City, and the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain are also in the city. Even the two nascent soul early-stage masters outside the city are keeping an eye on it. Moreover, the judgment at that time could only be regarded as unfounded and impossible. If this message was sent now, or a while ago, we would naturally understand. And we wouldn't have become a joke. What are you waiting for? Pan Dongmin had already turned around and ordered, since we feel confident, let's quickly inform the nascent soul stage masters and mobilize the troops. Yes, and Li Zongbao's matter. Gu Yun didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly got up. If Heping Zhenren knows that just as he said this, he heard the sound of wind above the foothills. A rainbow streaked across the distance and rushed to the sky above the nine-eyed hot spring in the blink of an eye. Oh no! It's the nascent soul stage masters. Gu Yun's cultivation was the highest. He had already sensed it and hurriedly rushed out of the pavilion. Sure enough, where the rainbow landed, a nascent soul middle stage cultivator appeared. It was Yunmengzi from the Changbai sect. At this time, Yunmengzi's face was extremely gloomy. The sword light around his body was produced from time to time, like a dragon swimming around the surface of his body. Greetings, Martial Uncle Yunmengzi. Gu Yun saw Yunmengzi's expression and knew that something was wrong. He immediately asked while bowing, Martial Uncle, you came in a hurry. Could it be that Sky Patrol City has fallen into the enemy's hands? Oh. You already know the sword cultivator's intention? Yunmengzi raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. That's right. Pan Dongmin, Zhu Chenghe, and Jiang Fian had already bowed to Yunmengzi at this time and hurriedly said, we have already noticed the abnormality from the recent news and were about to inform the disciples to send a message to the masters. Yunmengzi looked at the four of them and then at the many Foundation establishment disciples flying in from outside the mountain. He smiled bitterly and said, of course, Sky Patrol City has not fallen into the hands of the sword cultivator. Fu, Zhu Chenghe and the other three heaved a long sigh of relief. They looked at each other with a look of relief in their eyes. But Yunmengzi changed the topic. All the sword cultivator swordsmen have abandoned their targets and madly rushed to Sky Patrol City. There are so many swordsmen attacking Sky Patrol City so openly. We are afraid that Sky Patrol City will fall. It's good that Sky Patrol City has not fallen yet. Jiang Fian smiled and said, we have already set up a trap near Sky Patrol City. It should be effective. At the very least, the four nascent soul realm seniors from the Celestial City, Senior Shuiyu, Imperial Thunder Sect, and Mo Sang Mountain will be able to resist for a while with the help of the Celestial City's formation. When the True Path Sect disciples arrive, we will defeat the sword cultivator with the help of the Celestial City's disciples. Alright, since the martial nephews have already decided, let's hurry up and leave. Yunmengzi sighed and said, looking at the madness of the sword cultivator, this battle is already the final blow. We cannot afford to be negligent. Chapter 2936. Yes, we'll follow Martial Uncle's arrangement. Everyone bowed. Yunmengzi didn't delay. With a wave of her hand, a rainbow covered the four of them. A rainbow flashed under Yunmengzi's feet, and several people quickly rushed into the sky and disappeared. As for Jiang Fian's request to send a message to the sects in the country of Xi, hoping that they would send their disciples to fight against the sword cultivators and rescue Li Zongbao and the others from the sword cultivators' attack, the four of them had already forgotten about it. After all, their safety compared to the Sky Patrol City was too insignificant. Xiaofan naturally didn't know about this. he was still sitting cross-legged in the quiet room. Right now, it had already been several days since he started recording the cloud-traversing rain summoning technique. Without anyone's guidance, Xiaohua finally recorded the 36 green seal characters into his bones one by one according to the instructions in the soul technique Zi Ming gave him. Although Xiaohua was unbearably tired, his mental strength was also greatly exhausted. But the harvest was extremely rich. Not only did Xiaohua have a deeper understanding of the green seal characters, but the flexibility of the soul strands were also much better than before. Xiaohua was even confident that if he was given another 10 days, he would absolutely comprehend the green seal characters given to him by Elder Wu. However, just as Xiaohua put away the bone and rested for a few days, a guard called from outside again. Xiaohua didn't even think about it. He immediately removed the capital star array and walked out of the quiet room. He knew that today must be the auspicious day for Zi Ming to light the soul-extinguishing lamp. He couldn't delay this lantern-burning ceremony. Sure enough, when the dark-skinned guard saw Xiaohua come out, he immediately bowed and greeted him. Similarly, he spoke fluently in the three kingdoms of cultivation respectfully. Young Master Xiao, tonight is the lantern-burning ceremony of Miss Zi Ming of the Huda Stockade. This humble one is specially ordered by Elder Wu to invite young master. Good. Xiaohua nodded. Looking at the sky outside, it was dusk. Presumably, Zi Ming's lantern-burning ceremony would be held at midnight. This way please. The guard bowed and extended his hand, inviting Xiaohua to walk in a direction. You lead the way. Xiaohua looked at the somewhat gloomy corridor, and asked again, where are the other senior brothers of this Xiao? Shall we go together? Reporting to young master. The imperial bodyguard followed Xiaohua's instructions and walked to the front. He bowed slightly and turned his head, young master Li, young master Xiao, and the others have already left. In order to show our respect to the distinguished guests, Elder Wu instructed us to invite you one by one. Young master, I was the first to arrive. However, because young master was in seclusion, I waited for a while. I believe the other guards have already invited young master Li and the others over. Xiaohua casually nodded. He followed the guard through the layers of shadows. The dusk gradually became heavier, shrouding the many palaces in Huda village, giving birth to a heavy feeling. Walking in this heavy atmosphere made Xiaohua feel like he couldn't bear the burden. As he was walking, an old maidservant suddenly appeared from the side of a palace door and blocked the guard's path. The guard was obviously stunned, then immediately bowed. Without waiting for him to speak, that servant girl raised her voice and said, Xiaohua, young master Xiao, my family's G-man has a matter to ask. Young master Xiao, please follow this humble one. Oh. Xiaohua raises his eyebrows. He looks at the servant girl from head to toe and says coldly, is G-Manda in this Huda stronghold? Or is it Elder Wu? Naturally it's Elder Wu. The servant girl's face is slightly angry. Even if Elder Wu is more honorable than my family's G-man, you can't disobey G-man's orders. What a joke. Xiaohua doesn't want to see G-man at this time. He waves his hand and says, this Xiao is going to the Dipankara ceremony under Elder Wu's orders. If G-man wants to see this Xiao, please come to the Dipankara ceremony. Impudent. The servant girl is furious. She seems to have never seen someone like Xiaohua who doesn't put G-man in his eyes. Young Master Xiao. At this time, a faint voice comes from the palace behind the servant girl. Greetings to G-man. The guard hurriedly bows and greets, his face carrying a trace of embarrassment. It's G-man's dignified and irrefutable tone. Greetings to G-man. Xiaohua also bows and says, forgive this junior for being rude, but this should be Zi Ming's Dipankara ceremony. Lord G-man and this junior should appear at the ceremony on time. Even if G-man doesn't want to go, this junior can't delay. The Dipankara ceremony is my Huda village's most important ceremony, and it hasn't been held for many years. As G-Man, how can this old one be delayed on such an occasion? Actually, if this old one isn't here, this Dipankara ceremony, hee. G-Man says halfway, then changes the topic. However, it's still early to the Dipankara ceremony. Just like when you went to the Netherworld Eye with Ziyi, you were able to rescue Elder Ji-Lan and find the Netherworld bamboo in this period of time. Can't this old one ask you a few questions? Hearing G-Man mention the Netherworld Eye, it seems to be a threat. Thinking about Ziming and the Dipankara ceremony that is close at hand, Xiaofan nods and says with a smile, since G-Man wants to go to the ceremony with this junior in a while, this junior also hopes to listen to senior's teachings. Come in. G-Man's voice is faint, the two of you stay here and guard. Yes. That maid fiercely glares at Xiaohua, and the guard also helplessly stands at the side of the hall door. Xiaohua walks into the hall and sees G-Man standing in the middle of the hall. At this time, G-Man is dressed in splendid clothes, there are several layers of decorations on her head like a flower crown, and there are many thumb-sized white bones around her neck. Her clothes look very complicated, and there are many layers of strange patterns and tassels all over her body. Xiaohua can't help but stare blankly at her. Young Master Xiao. G-Man doesn't care about Xiaohua's gaze, and directly asks, which great scholar's disciple are you? Great scholar? Xiaohua stares blankly, somewhat baffled. What's a great scholar? This junior doesn't understand? G-Man frowns slightly, and says indifferently, young Master Xiao, since you are familiar with Ziming, you must have heard her mention it. This old one has a longing for the path of Confucianism, and this shaman stockade also has the legacy of Confucianism. Since there are some changes in your middle dantian, and you even asked this old one for the inheritance of Confucianism, could it be that you are not a disciple of Confucianism? Xiaohua suddenly understands. Although he knows that G-Man has already left the ancestral hall before he asked Elder Wu to search for the seal on his middle dantian, he also believes that even if G-Man didn't know the secret of the seal on his middle dantian from Elder Wu, she can also know that he is asking Elder Wu for help regarding his middle dantian. From these two aspects, it is normal for G-Man to infer that he is a Confucianism. However, Xiaohua naturally has to deny it. G-Man misunderstands. This junior thought that I was more curious about Confucianism, and in my early years in Shi Country's Jinghua City, I saw a descendant of Confucianism, especially when I heard that G-Man has the inheritance of Confucianism, so I asked for it. As for this junior, I am a genuine disciple of Taoism. Shi Country's Jinghua City? G-Man frowns, which great Confucian's descendant is that? Hee, Lord G-Man, this is junior's secret, it is not convenient to tell senior. Xiaohua flatly refuses. Sigh, young Master Xiao. G-Man sighs, are you still so guarded against this old woman? Senior, what are you talking about? Xiaohua says with a smile, you are the influential figure of Huda's stronghold, second only to one person and above tens of thousands. This junior is only a passerby of Huda's stronghold, completely unrelated to senior, there is no need to be guarded against. Sigh, Xiaohua. G-Man is not satisfied with Xiaohua's explanation and sighs again, this old woman knows that this matter is my fault, I almost sent you, Ziming and the others into the arms of Huda great God. However, you should also put yourself in this old woman's shoes. Lu is this old woman's legitimate son, he is the candidate for Elder Wu of Huda's stronghold, how can this old woman not be anxious about his death? Back then, when this old woman and Ziming's mother were fighting over G-Man, there were some differences, but Ziming's mother was one step ahead and was chosen by Elder Wu, and this old woman was not chosen. What G-Man did to this old woman that day, there is no need for this old woman to explain in detail. In the words of your Tao sect, the dead are the most important, even if this old woman said it, you would not believe it. Later on, Zi Ming's mother entered the arms of hooded great god. Zi Ming was too young to succeed Ji Man, so this old woman once again took over the position of Ji Man. But at that time, the soul-falling lamp had already been bestowed to Zi Ming by Elder Wu. Although Lu had the qualifications to be Elder Wu, these qualifications fell behind Zi Ming and Zi Yi. At that time, Lu was extremely sensible. Under this old woman's persuasion, he did not put the position of Elder Wu in his eyes. But what about Zi Ming? She took Ji Man's position as her own. She saw Lu as her enemy. Even when Zi Yi returned to the arms of hooded great god, she did not report this matter. She still let Zi Yan be ranked after Zi Yi, who no longer exists. This old woman already knew about this matter, but this old woman did not point it out. This old woman even tried to cover it up for her. This old woman knew what she was thinking. She wanted to take back the position of Ji Man that belonged to her mother. In fact, although this old woman coveted Ji Man's position, it was also for the sake of my Huda village. That year, if it was not for Zi Ming being too young and unable to take over Ji Man's position, this old woman would definitely have rejected Elder Wu. This old woman's tolerance time and time again. I did not expect that Zi Ming would repay kindness with enmity. Xiao Hua, if you were in her place, and you heard that your family was killed, and this ending was what you had been worried about all this time, how would you react? Facing Ji Man's questioning and confession, Xiao Hua was silent. That day, Ji Man was truly crazy, almost taking the lives of Xiao Hua and the others. But today, after hearing Ji Man's words, Xiao Hua also understood the hardships of being a mother, as the village's Ji Man. That's right, this old woman did scold Zi Ming's mother, but Zi Ming's mother scolded this old woman 100 times more vicious than that day. Seeing that Xiao Hua did not answer, Ji Man continued, and this old woman wanted to kill all of you. But that was because this old woman did not know the specific reason. She thought that you were the culprits who killed my Lu. Xiao Hua, think about it. Even at that time, Zi Ming did not take out the soul bead. She actually suspected this old woman to that extent. This old woman's heart is still in pain. Chapter 29-37. Huta village is the descendant of Huta great god. Zi Ming, Zi Yi, Zi Yan, and a few other juniors have inherited the bloodline of Huta great god, and their bloodline is very pure. It is not as complicated as the bloodline of Shibai village, and it is not as chaotic as the other shaman villages. In my opinion, since Huta village is in the hands of me and Grand Shaman, we should focus on unity and harmony. We must stick to our familial ties and overcome the most difficult obstacle in Meng Mountains. As for whether Zi Ming becomes Ji Man, or Zi Yi becomes Grand Shaman, it doesn't matter. After all, they are the descendant of Huta great god. Besides, Grand Shaman and Ji Man don't have much conflict. When Ji Man reached this point, she paused for a moment and continued, Zi Ming is wary of me because he wants power. Oh. The bloodline of Shibai village is thin? The conflict of shaman villages? Xiao Hua was slightly startled. He understood what Ji Man was trying to say, but he didn't want to get involved too deeply. He frowned and asked curiously. Humph. Ji Man said coldly, if not for the thin bloodline of Huta great god, how could Xiao Mao gain the respect of the people of Bailu village when he came to Meng Mountains? How could he gain the loyalty of Bailu village's Grand Shaman and Ji Man? Xiao Mao's arrival is really timely. It is like a drop of cold water falling into boiling oil. The chaos of Shibai village is getting more and more disorderly. To be honest with young Master Xiao, when I saw Xiao Mao, I already had the intention to kill him. With his existence, Shibai village will most likely be divided. Is this the reason why you and Grand Shaman didn't want to do anything? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and he said calmly, actually, you and Grand Shaman know about Xiao Mao's background? No. Ji Man shook her head and said, what I said to Grand Shaman is the truth. We really don't know about Xiao Mao's background. Besides, that killing intent was something I used to maintain the stability of Meng Mountains. Now that I know you are Daoist Xiao Mao, I'm afraid he was sent here by Great God Shibai. Since this is the will of Great God Shibai, why should I care about him? Then Xiao Hua glanced at Ji-Man. He understood that this Ji-Man was an old woman who placed the safety of Huda's stronghold and even Meng Mountains as her #1 priority. Perhaps she had some complaints about Ziming, but she would never act as Ziming thought and kill him ruthlessly. In fact, after knowing the truth behind Ziyan's death, she didn't resent Ziming and Xiao Mao too much. Perhaps, because of Ziming's words, Xiao Hua had misunderstood her. Of course, Xiao Hua also knew that his understanding was only his understanding. The real truth was probably only known to the Huda god. Following which, Xiao Hua asked respectfully, with Ji-Man's thoughts, what will Xiao Mao do? Oh? Do you really want to listen to this old woman's opinion? Ji-Man asked curiously. Yes, please explain, senior. Xiao Hua replied sincerely. It's simple. Ji-Man said, if you're strong, you'll have the shaman village in your heart. If you're weak, you'll have to be independent. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua finally understood. Of course, since Venerable Wu has promised young Master Xiao, I believe he will have some discussions with Venerable Wu of Shibai Stronghold. Young Master Xiao, what can you do if you wait for Venerable Wu's news? Ji-Man said again. Thank you, senior. Xiao Hua bowed. Then, can you be honest with this old woman now? Which family of Confucian cultivators are you? Ji-Man finally asked again. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and told her about his encounter with the descendants of Zhu clan in Jinghua City. After listening to Xiao Hua's explanation, Ji-Man's face was filled with desolation. She sighed and said, according to the records in the inscription on the armor, when Confucian cultivators were flourishing, the Zhu clan was a clan that could stand up to the emperor. But now, they have been reduced to such a miserable state because of that talisman. How pitiful. Ji-Man, you said that this talisman was originally a method of your Meng Mountains. How could it be, used to curse the descendants of Confucian cultivators? Xiao Hua couldn't understand. The green seal script is the essence of heaven and earth. If it was one of the 12 great gods. Ji-Man shook her head slightly and said, originally, it could only be used by the descendants of the 12 great gods through the power of their bloodline. However, the heavenly Tao has changed. Soul cultivators are not the only powerful ones. Taoist sects, Buddhist sects, Confucian cultivators, and so on are all rising. Even young Master Xiao is able to use the green seal script, right? If young Master Xiao is the one who uses this talisman, as long as young Master Xiao is not afraid of exhausting his life essence, he can also use it as a curse. Then tell me, how would this old woman know who cursed the descendants of Zhu clan? This junior understands. Xiao Hua bowed and said. Actually, with young Master Zhao's benevolence, it suits the righteousness of Confucian cultivators. You should be an excellent successor of Confucian cultivators. Ji-Man said regretfully, unfortunately, young Master has already joined Taoist sects. Confucian cultivators are not accepted by Taoist sects. If this old woman passes the legacy of Confucian cultivators to young Master, it will be harming young Master. Moreover, young Master already has the cultivation base of Taoist sects. If young Master continues to cultivate Confucian cultivators, he will definitely be distracted. Not only will his cultivation base not improve, it will even cause conflicts and delay young Master's growth. It's fine. Xiao Hua said with a smile, it's all fate. It's good that young Master understands. Ji-Man raised her eyes and looked outside the hall, it's already late. Young Master, you don't have to leave early, but this old woman has to leave. Today's matter will be remembered in young master's heart. You don't have to tell Zimming a single word. The more you say, the more she feels that this is this old woman's trick. Hee, G-man, you're too naive. Seeing this, Xiaofan raised his eyebrows. He knew that this was an extremely good opportunity. He would rather bet on the kindness of the human heart, so he said with a smile. Oh? What do you mean? G-man was obviously stunned. G-man, please take a look. Xiaofan said as he clapped his hands and took out the rejuvenation pill. He said with a smile, Zimming asked this junior to pass this to G-man. Ah, rejuvenation pill? G-man was obviously shocked. Joy appeared on her face, but she immediately smiled bitterly. Young Master Xiao must be joking. This originally belonged to young master. You're helping Zimming to cover up his lie, right? Xiaofan naturally thought that G-man was not so easily deceived. His mind quickly turned and he said, Senior, you're wrong. This rejuvenation pill is Junior's, but Junior doesn't have it anymore. This rejuvenation pill was given to Zimming by Junior. Even if you gave it to Zimming, it was because you used the green seal text. Zimming returned this rejuvenation pill to you to replenish your life essence. G-man was indeed perceptive and did not hide it. Senior, you're too confident. You were still talking about Zimming earlier. How could you make such a mistake? Xiaofan still said calmly, this rejuvenation pill was given to Junior by Zimming when he entered the Netherworld Eye with Junior. Oh? G-man's eyes lit up. When Zimming gave the rejuvenation pill to Xiaofan, G-man was not in the ancestral hall. Elder Wu naturally would not tell this to G-man. That day, Zimming said clearly that after tonight, there would be no more Zai in this world. What's the use of this rejuvenation pill? Thinking about G-man's love for me, I might as well use this rejuvenation pill to exchange for her favor. Xiaofan said word by word. However, this rejuvenation pill, Zimming did not give Junior the Netherworld Eye to Senior. When would that be? G-man asked. If Zimming returned to Huda God's embrace because of Zimming's matter, it would be the time for this rejuvenation pill to be given to G-man. If Zimming lit up the soul-falling lamp because of Elder Wu, it would also be the time for this rejuvenation pill to be given to G-man. Xiaofan cleverly changed Zimming's words and said with a smile, since today is the time for Zimming to light up the soul-falling lamp, Junior will give this rejuvenation pill to G-man according to Zimming's words. This child is just like her mother. G-man sighed slightly, even if she wants to curry favor with others, but she doesn't let others know of her own suffering. And her mouth is also unforgiving. It's good that G-man knows. Xiaofan said with a smile, sometimes, it's because we're familiar with each other that we neglect the most precious thing. At the same time, when we think that we're familiar with each other, we always feel that we know each other, so we don't communicate. But in reality, we might have misunderstood each other. Thinking about this, if G-man and Zimming were honest with each other, there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. Even if there were Devil Cultivator's possession, there wouldn't even be a chance for Devil Cultivator to take advantage of it. Young Master Xiao is right. G-man nodded. This old one is older and thought that blindly enduring would be able to make Zimming understand. It seems like it's all this old one's fault. If there's a mistake, then change it, as long as there's a chance. Xiaofan said again, don't wait until there's no chance, even if you want to change it, you won't be able to. Good. This old one understands. This old one also thanks young Master Xiao for reminding me. G-man nodded and looked at the rejuvenation pill in Xiaohua's hand. As for this pill, if G-man doesn't take it, how can Zimming get rid of the knot in his heart? Xiaohua flicked his hand and the rejuvenation pill landed in front of G-man. Forget it. This is that girl's filial piety. How can this old one not know how to return the favor? G-man was a little puzzled in her heart, but the temptation of this rejuvenation pill was too great. She didn't think too much about it and took the rejuvenation pill and said with a smile, Ziming's lantern ceremony is about to begin, this old one will leave first. G-Man, please. Xiaohua stepped to the side and let G-Man go first. G-Man walked past Xiaohua and nodded with an elegant smile. When she walked out of the hall, she turned around and said with a smile, Young Master Xiao, you have to hurry over too. Ziming has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Yes, this junior understands. I will definitely not let G-Man and Ziming wait for too long. Xiaohua also nodded with a smile. The guards who were waiting outside the palace were a little nervous. They had been thinking about how to report to the old witch if something happened to Xiaohua. But when they saw Xiaohua come out safely, and even G-Man who was walking in front of him was so amiable, they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. As for the servant girl, her eyeballs were about to fall out. She understood in her heart that although G-Man could be considered amiable and approachable, but to treat people like this, it seemed to be the first time she saw it. Although the two of them didn't understand, one of them hurriedly followed G-Man, while the other still led Xiaohua forward with suspicion. These two people, N plus G-Man, seemed to not know that Xiaohua was worried about his gains and losses. Chapter 2938. Yes, after all, Xiaohua had given this rejuvenation pill to G-Man on his own initiative. This was an absolute gamble. Xiaohua was well aware of the effect this pill had on a woman, and the effect it would have on Ziming. The reason why Ziming didn't want to give this pill to G-Man was because he was afraid that G-Man would be filled with vitality and regain her youth, allowing her to sit in the position of G-Man for a longer period of time. In this way, even if Ziming lit up the soul-setting lamp, she would never be able to get the position of G-Man. Since he couldn't get G-Man, wouldn't Ziming's soul-setting lamp be lit in vain? Wouldn't Ziming's years of hard work be wasted in vain? However, the conflict between G-Man and Ziming had been brewing for many years, and now it had reached its peak, and the conflict had officially broken out. In Xiaohua's opinion, if nothing unexpected happened, there would be many more conflicts like this in the future. Not to mention that Ziming, who was determined to get the position of G-Man, would be on guard against and alienate G-Man, even G-Man, an elder, would also set up a dam in her heart, pushing Ziming away from her concern. And the best time to ease this conflict, to resolve this conflict, was now. The time when everything was not completely clear yet. And the only way to resolve this conflict was for one of them to take a step back. Actually, it might not be just one step, but half a step was enough. Although it was only half a step, G-Man's dignity in her injuries had determined that she would not take a step back, and the young and vigorous Ziming would also find it hard to take a step back. Therefore, Xiaohua had no choice but to take a step back for Ziming. Coincidentally, Ziming's last rejuvenation pill was in Xiaohua's hand, and Xiaohua took it out in a flash of inspiration. Sigh, there are many precious things in this world, power, youth, life, kinship, any of them are hard to give up. But giving them up doesn't mean losing them. By giving up power, you will get kinship, and the stability of Huda's stronghold. If Ziming knew about my painstaking efforts, perhaps he might not blame me, right? Although Xiaohua was clear about this, and he also hoped that the kinship in G-Man's heart could continue, he was after all not Ziming. Walking in the dark corridor, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Looking at the silhouette of the palace, which looked like a huge monster in the night, he sighed in his heart. Although Huda's stronghold had a large number of people, and was one of the strongest powers in Meng Mountains, it was facing many internal and external troubles as well. While Xiaohua was pondering, he followed the guard to the back of the mountain. The back of the mountain was filled with guards. There were spirit beasts flying in the air, and each of the guards was holding a strange lantern. The flame in the lantern emitted a green light that illuminated the entire mountain. Xiaohua understood that the Dipankara pawn would be held in the ancestral hall of the Huda stockade. Sure enough, as the guards led Xiaohua through the mountain path, the guards holding lanterns on the mountain path all stared at Xiaohua with unusual vigilance. Even when Xiaohua arrived at the entrance of the ancestral shrine, he still felt countless piercing gazes following him. "Young Master Xiao, please wait a moment." That guard very politely asked Xiaohua to wait, while he himself took out a thumb-sized transparent skull and walked in front of the ancestral shrine's gate. There were already several dozen guards wearing pitch-black armor standing in several rows on both sides of the gate. This was the first time Xiaohua saw this armor. It looked very cumbersome, and it covered the guard's head, face, body, and other parts. Moreover, outside the thick armor, there were tendons as thick as a thumb. The surface of the armor looked like the soul runes that were drawn on the skin of the spirit warriors. Occasionally, a dark green beast head would appear where the tendons were. The guard handed over the skull and whispered a few words to the guard who came to greet him. Then, he led the guard to Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Young Master Xiao, I can only escort you up to here. Please follow this palace guard into the ancestral shrine. Venerable Wu should be waiting inside." "Okay, thank you." Xiaohua nodded lightly and expressed his thanks. The palace guard looked at Xiaohua, then looked at the skull in his hand. He waved his hand, indicating Xiaohua to follow him, then he turned around and walked away. Xiaohua didn't say anything and walked up a few steps. Just as he followed the palace guard up the stairs, there was a burst of noise behind him. A slightly louder voice shouted, "Venerable Wu of Shibai village has arrived." The steps that were originally filled with people walking up and down suddenly quieted down. Then, everyone hurriedly moved to the sides of the steps. The palace guard who led Xiaohua also stopped and moved to the side. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then followed the crowd and moved away. After standing firm, Xiaohua turned his head to look. He heard the sound of the mountain path. Among the dozen or so burly guards wearing the same pitch-black armor as the palace guard, a thin and tall old man quickly walked over. This old man's skin was yellow, and he was dressed very solemnly. On his white bearded face, there was a pair of thin and long eyes that were slightly narrowed. The old man's face was also thin and long. His thin lips were tightly shut, and the wrinkles that seemed to have been carved by a knife covered his cheeks and forehead. A kind of coldness, calmness, and pressure was emitted from this old man's body. No one dared to look at him, let alone approach him. Following the old man's silent footsteps and the palace guard's heavy footsteps, everyone who passed by bowed and saluted, their faces filled with extreme respect. The old man acted as if he didn't hear this, and his eyelids didn't even move. Until he walked up the steps of the Ho-Tu village's ancestral temple. At this time, there were more than 10 people standing respectfully on the steps. All of the people of Ho-Tu village bowed and saluted. Even the palace guard wearing pitch-black armor raised his right arm as if he was saluting. Only Xiaohua stood there with his arms folded, indifferently looking at the venerable Wu. Xiaohua was originally thin and tall, and when he stood next to the palace guard, he was half a head taller than the palace guard. Now that everyone was saluting, he was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Even if the venerable Wu of Shibai village didn't want to see it, he had no choice but to see it clearly. Oh, much to Xiaohua's surprise, the venerable Wu of Shibai village made a strange sound from his throat. His narrowed eyes slightly raised, and 2 balls of ghostly green light flashed out from the venerable Wu's eyes. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt his entire body was covered by a kind of ice. An incomparably heavy and extreme coldness came from his skin, and from the bottom of his heart at the same time. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. The protective golden light around his body immediately flourished, wanting to disperse the coldness. However, after the protective golden light appeared, the coldness on the surface of Xiaohua's body seemed to be covered, and there was some faint warmth. However, the coldness in his heart became even more intense, as if it was about to freeze his blood vessels. Damn it, the venerable Wu of Shibai village, indeed lives up to his reputation. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. Xiao Mao, this guy is a bit troublesome. After bitterly smiling, Xiao Hua simply didn't resist, and just stood there quietly. The venerable Wu of Shibai village also seemed to be startled. He didn't expect that Xiao Hua would give up resisting when he tried just now. If it was someone else, perhaps they would have let go. After all, Xiao Hua was a junior, and this was the ancestral shrine of the Huda village. Unfortunately, the venerable Wu of Shibai village was only startled for a moment, and then a trace of a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. An indescribable heartbeat sound came from Xiao Hua's ears. Thump, thump, thump. This heartbeat sound was extremely slow, as if there was a strange suction force. Xiao Hua felt this sound become increasingly louder, surrounding his entire body, and his own heartbeat also slowed along with this sound. The power of blood vessels. Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization, this old bastard. The instant Xiao Hua came to a realization, thump, 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 the sound in his heart suddenly sped up, and Xiao Hua suddenly felt his entire body throbbing. Moreover, at the end of his blood vessels, his entire heart seemed to be about to burst. This is bad. Xiao Hua hurriedly circulated his magic power, and just as he was about to do his best to resist, he heard a faint voice say, "Jimin, this is just a junior cultivator of the Dao sect. Why are you willing to give up your face and make things difficult for him?" Immediately, a faint dark green brilliance flashed around Xiao Hua's body, and all the coldness and sound disappeared, returning to the previous silence. Humph, this old man naturally doesn't want to make things difficult for a junior, but there are some juniors who overestimate themselves and want to make things difficult for this old man. Jianji, don't you think this old man should let them know that the people of Meng Mountain aren't easy to bully and fool? The venerable Wu of Shibai village raised his eyes, looked at the venerable Wu of Huda village who appeared on the stairs, and coldly snorted and said, "The matters of the juniors will naturally be settled by the juniors. I'm already old, so why should I care so much?" The venerable Wu of Huda village answered indifferently, and then glanced at Xiao Hua, and changed the topic, saying in an extremely serious tone, "Furthermore, this young friend Xiao is a distinguished guest of our Huda village, not to mention our Huda village, even if it's within the borders of Meng Mountain. If anyone dares to make things difficult for young friend Xiao, it's the same as going against our Huda village." Oh. The venerable Wu of Shibai village frowned, and coldly said, "Jianji, are you going against our Shibai village? You know very well the matters of your Shibai village. This old man is too lazy to ask." The venerable Wu of Huda village waved his hand and said, "This young friend Xiao has nothing to do with your Shibai village. If anyone dares to touch him, even the shaman king won't allow it." Ah! The venerable Wu of Shibai village was startled, and opened his eyes. His cold gaze swept over Xiao Hua's body, and he looked very shocked. "Jimin, why aren't you coming in? Other than Tanja and you, everyone else has already arrived. This is the grand meeting of the Huda village, and you're the closest one, yet you're the last one to arrive?" While they were talking, a tall old man appeared next to the venerable Wu of Huda village, and shouted loudly. The venerable Wu of Shibai village glanced at him, then coldly looked at Xiao Hua, and quickly walked up the stairs. Caw! A beast's roar resounded through the sky from afar, and then, the back mountain of Huda village, which was already cold, was suddenly filled with a fierce wind. A dark shadow, like a shooting star, rushed over from afar, and in just a blink of an eye, it flew above everyone's head. Chapter 2939. How can its flying speed be so fast? Seeing that the black shadow's speed had far surpassed his own, Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed as he was shocked. When the black shadow landed on the steps of the ancestral temple, Xiao Hua could clearly see that the black shadow was a bird beast with 4 wings on its back. Not only did this bird beast have 4 wings, but it also had 3 claws under its abdomen and chest. On top of its head, there was a phoenix coronet. Damn it, I'm late again. Without waiting for this strange bird beast to stop, an old man who was as thin as a bamboo pole jumped down from the back of the bird beast. His body swayed slightly, and in the fierce wind, he flashed to the side of Huta Village's Elder Wu. You're Dejiang Village's Elder Wu, so you're naturally good at speed. Even if you're late, can't you just fly a little faster? The tall old man mocked, so, you're always late. Ming Hua. I have something to do this time. Dejiang Village's Elder Wu argued, my Meng Mountain is in such a dangerous situation today, of course I have to rack my brains to think of a way. Ming Hua. Although these few elders were speaking in the language of Meng Mountain, Xiao Hua could not understand them. However, when this Elder Wu uttered the words Ming Hua, it sounded very similar to the name Chia Xiu when Xiao Hua heard it. Xiao Hua could not help but shudder in his heart. Could it be, this old man is the Ming Hua that the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress is looking for? Xiao Hua looked at the tall Elder Wu on the steps in the distance, and the white-haired Elder Wu's appearance. No matter how hard he tried, he could not put him together with the Empress's peerless appearance. It was like the feeling of cow dung and fresh flowers. Then, several people said a few more words and entered the ancestral temple. When the figures of several people disappeared, everyone on the steps let out a long breath and slowly moved. When Xiao Hua followed the palace guard into the ancestral temple, he saw Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia, and the others standing in a corner not far from the door. Xiao Hua did not need the palace guard to lead him and walked over. But just as Xiao Hua took 2 steps, the palace guard behind him anxiously said, Young Master Xiao, your position is not here. Oh? Where is it? Xiao Hua turned around and asked curiously. The palace guard glanced at the skeleton with his sole consciousness and pointed to the top of the ancestral hall. He smiled apologetically and said, Young Master Zhao's position is just above the 11 Grand Shaman Elders. No need, I'll just stay here. Xiao Hua looked at the Daoist robe on his body and shook his head. At this moment, he finally understood why so many soul warriors had been staring at him. This lowly one does not dare to disobey Elder Wu's orders. Young Master Xiao, please proceed. How could the palace guard let him do as he pleased? Go and tell Elder Wu. Xiao Hua said indifferently, since I have the qualifications to stand there, I can naturally stand here as well. Seeing that Xiao Hua wasn't going, the palace guard could only leave and report to Elder Wu. Xiao Hua ignored him and walked towards Fairy Hongxia and the others. Big brother. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to approach, Xiao Mao waved his hand with a smile. What took you so long? Fairy Hongxia grumbled, we've been waiting for so long and thought that something had happened to you. Sigh, from what the guard said, we've only just arrived. Xiao Hua sighed, however, I just met G-Man outside the palace. Oh? What for? Fairy Hongxia's face tightened as she hurriedly asked. Nothing, nothing. Xiao Hua knew that everyone was like him and had some preconceived ideas about G-Man. He waved his hand and said, she only asked about Zi Yan and Zi Ming, she didn't make things difficult for me. Furthermore, this G-Man is really pitiful. Unfortunately, before he could finish, Fairy Hongxia said coldly, a pitiful person must have a hateful side. This. Xiao Hua was speechless. What? Am I wrong? If not for her indulgence toward Zi Yan, if not for her rejection of Zi Ming, would Empress Earth's stronghold have fallen to such a state? Fairy Hongxia retorted, don't look at how she cares for Zi Ming on the surface and gives in to him in everything. She's actually retreating in order to advance. Once she catches hold of Zi Ming's weakness like before, she'll definitely kill Zi Ming. Alright. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Xiao Hua was speechless. After all, everyone had their own judgment. He only hoped that his judgment wasn't too outrageous. Ignoring Fairy Hongxia's reproach, Xiaohua looked at the entire ancestral hall. Today was different from the last time. There weren't many people in the ancestral hall today, but they were all rather old. Most of them were Wu Lao. Furthermore, these Wu Lao were divided into 3 groups, clearly separated. The first group was the Wu Lao from the 12 main strongholds. They stood in front of the statue of Empress Earth Great God, occupying a large area. Behind them was the second group, close to 200 people. These 200 people were divided into 2 groups, standing on the left and right sides of the statue. They should be the Wu Lao from the 99 upper strongholds of Empress Earth Stronghold and Shibai Stronghold. Lastly was the third group. They were also divided into 2 groups, following behind the 99 upper strongholds. Each group had about 300 people. They should be the Wu Lao from the 360 lower strongholds. Xiaohua looked around. There were many Wu Lao here, and they all looked similar. He really couldn't differentiate the Wu Lao from the Bai and stronghold that he first met. Ziming doesn't seem to be in the ancestral hall? Xiaohua looked around for a moment, then suddenly realized something. Sure enough, the surroundings of the statue were empty, and there wasn't any trace of people. No, G-Man isn't here either. She should have come a long time ago. Ziming is the main character of tonight's lantern-burning ceremony, and G-Man is second only to the Wu Lao in Empress Earth Village. How could she not be here? As he thought about this, Xiaohua focused his gaze on the left side of the statue, trying to find some clues. However, what he saw was still empty. Now, above the ancestral hall, the Wu Lao from the 12 main strongholds of Meng Mountain were gathered. Any one of them was an existence that Xiaohua looked up to. How could Xiaohua dare to release his Buddha's consciousness? After looking around, Xiaohua gave up and turned his gaze to the 12 Wu Lao who were whispering to each other. Among the 12 Wu Lao, other than the Wu Lao from Empress Earth Village who looked young, there were 3 others who were also abnormally young. However, these 3 people were facing Xiaohua from the side, so Xiaohua couldn't see their faces. In particular, the Wu Lao from Xianming Village that Xiaohua saw outside the ancestral hall seemed to have the name Minghua. His body was really big, and he was standing at the outermost area, blocking the other Wu Lao. Even if Xiaohua wanted to see the faces of these Wu Lao, he couldn't. However, occasionally, from the side of Wu Lao's body, Xiaohua could still see the back or side of those Wu Lao. They all seemed to look a little strange. There was even a Wu Lao who had a third arm growing out from his right arm. TSK. It's really a strange phenomenon. Xiaohua blinked. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, Wu Lao, Minghua, raised his arm and moved away from the Wu Lao who had 3 arms. Coincidentally, the cloth that the Wu Lao was wearing on his head was suddenly lifted up. Under the cloth, a ferocious ghost face was revealed. His eyes, which looked like bloody holes, met Xiaohua's gaze. Hiss. Xiaohua was shocked, and all the hair on his body stood up. If he saw the ghost face on a normal day, he might not be afraid. However, the sudden appearance of the ghost face behind the Wu Lao's head and under the cloth was completely out of his expectations. Fortunately, the cloth seemed to have been brought up by the mysterious Nether Fort's Elder Wu when he swayed. As the mysterious Nether Fort's Elder Wu lowered his arm, the cloth fell again and covered the ghost face behind the Elder Wu's head. Furthermore, the mysterious Nether Fort's Elder Wu's figure completely covered the Elder Wu. Damn it, who are these Wu Lao of Meng Mountains? Xiaohua thought to himself with lingering fear, what do these so-called 12 great gods look like? Could they all be? Thinking up to here, Xiaohua suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. I understand now. These 12 great gods, could they be related to the ancient spirit beasts? These people in Meng Mountains are the descendants of those spirit beasts, just like how there are many cultivators with spirit beasts bloodlines in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Furthermore, doesn't Fairy Wuxia have the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix? Isn't the ancestral shrine of the Kai clan also in Meng Mountains? However, these 12 spirit beasts are too powerful. Oh? Not necessarily. They are probably similar to Fairy Wuxia's ancestor, the Ice Phoenix. Otherwise, the ancestral shrine of the Kai clan wouldn't be in Meng Mountains. Perhaps the Kai clan couldn't establish themselves in Meng Mountains, so they moved from Meng Mountains to my Dao sect's country of Xi. Hehe, what a pity. If the Kai clan was also in Meng Mountains, would also be able to become a Fu man. Thinking of Fu man, Xiaohua's heart was moved. Where did you go? Doesn't he want to kill Xiao Mao? Now that Xiao Mao's identity is still unknown, it's the best opportunity for him to strike. Once Xiao Mao's identity is recognized by the shaman of Shibai village, what chance would he have? Io, that's not right. I'm afraid Yi Yu has already said something to the shaman of Shibai village. Xiaohua frowned again. Otherwise, why would the shaman have a problem with me before entering the ancestral shrine? Why would he block so many people in front of the ancestral shrine of Ho Tu village and attack me? Was he going to attack yours truly? Or will he attack Xiao Mao? The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Looking at Xiao Mao's face, which was filled with excitement and expectation, he couldn't help but feel worried. While Xiaohua's thoughts were running wild, another hour of waiting had passed. The entire ancestral shrine was noisy. Not only were the 12 great shaman talking, but many other shaman were also whispering to each other. This Dipankara ceremony was indeed rare. Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from outside the ancestral hall. The hall, which was originally quiet and noisy, immediately quieted down. Even the 12 great shaman who had gathered together to discuss hurriedly dispersed, and stood in their respective positions. Chapter 2940. Elder Wu of Huda village turned around and floated up into the sky. He gave the crowd a glance and said, "Elders of Huda village, welcome to Huda village. Welcome to the rare Dipankara ceremony of Huda village. As you all know, Huda village hasn't held a Dipankara ceremony for several tens of thousands of years. If we follow the teachings of our ancestors, none of the G-man of Huda village can be called G-man. Meng Mountains is the sacred mountain of the 12 great gods, and also the place where the descendants of our great gods live and reproduce. For thousands of years, countless storms have washed over Meng Mountains, but we have always stood on the peak of Meng Mountains, and never backed down. In order to continue the bloodline of the 12 great gods, it is unavoidable for us to be at death's door, unavoidable for us to panic, and unavoidable for us to lose our confidence. However, we are after all the descendants of the great gods, and we are not the same as mortals. The great gods have always entrusted us with their hands. Although there is no Dipankara ceremony, the Dipankara ceremony has always existed in our hearts. Although G-man of Huda village is not the rightful G-man, in the hands of the great gods, she is still the rightful G-man. And now, under the order of the great god Hudu, the soul-falling lamp of Huda village has been repaired. From now on, when the G-man is confirmed, we can hold the Dipankara ceremony again. G-man of Huda village can now carry out the order of the great god Hudu. As Elder Wu's voice echoed out, the entire ancestral hall was boiling with excitement. Not only were the elders of Huda village chanting in some unknown language, even the elders of Huda village had gone crazy, as each of them was chanting the grace of the 12 great gods. Looking at the boiling scene, the young Elder Wu of Huda village descended from the sky and began chanting in some unknown language, while his body began dancing slowly. The 11 elders of Huda village standing behind Elder Wu dared not to be negligent. Their faces were filled with solemnity and longing, while they were chanting the same language, and their bodies were dancing together with the movements of Elder Wu of Huda village. When the 12 elders of Huda village moved, the other elders of Huda village dared not to wait any longer. Their cheering stopped immediately, they began chanting in the same language. The entire ancestral hall was filled with an extremely solemn and pious voice. Strands of dark green light mixed with strands of golden light began to gather around the statue of the deity. There were even some dark green lights coming from the outside of the ancestral hall. Clearly, all of the soul warriors and natives of the Back Earth Palace were worshipping the deity statue at the same time. Not only that, but there were also some dark green lights coming from outside the ancestral hall. Clearly, all of the soul warriors and natives of the Back Earth Palace were worshipping the deity statue. At first, the light was like a small stream, but after the meal, it was like a tidal wave, filling the entire ancestral hall and covering the statue of the god. His power of faith? Xiaofan saw the green brilliance and the faint golden threads, and couldn't help but guess. Xiaofan and the others couldn't hear what the old shaman of the Huda village said earlier in the shaman language. Xiaofan wanted Xiao Mao to explain, but when he saw that Xiao Mao had the same longing expression as the other old shamans, Xiaofan swallowed his words. However, even though Xiaofan didn't understand what the old shaman of the Huda village was saying, he could roughly guess from the old shaman's expression and the reactions of the surrounding elders of Huda village. As time passed, the brilliance became even more numerous, as if it was real. However, the golden threads in the brilliance became fewer and fewer, almost invisible. Gugujiji. Suddenly, the old shaman of the Huda village let out a hysterical roar and jumped up from the ground. Then, the sound from his mouth changed greatly, becoming extremely loud and resounding. His body danced crazily in the air. However, the shaman language of praise in the entire hall still maintained the same rhythm as before, neither fast nor slow. As the old shaman of the Huda village danced, a layer of blood-red light appeared around his body. This blood-red light floated from the surface of his body, just like the true blood dharma body of a disciple of a cultivation family. It gradually condensed into the image of the Huda god in the air. This dharma body was so clear that it was as if the hair on the great god's body could be seen. Moreover, a majestic and supreme aura gradually emerged from the dharma body. Aoo, the dharma body suddenly swung its snake tail and let out a roar that caused the hearts of others to tremble. At the place where this roar fell, a deep sound was immediately produced. In front of the statue of the Huda god, more than 10 jade skeletons appeared. In the middle of these skeletons, Ziming and Ji-Man, who were dressed in splendid attire, also appeared. At this time, Ziming was kneeling on the ground with his hands held in front of his eyes in an extremely sincere manner. His hands were like blooming lilies as he held the soulfall lamp. Ji-Man from the Huda village didn't kneel. Instead, she stood to the side with her waist slightly bent. However, her hands were also holding a small bone staff in her right hand. Xiaofan, Li Zongbao, and Red Dawn Fairy stood at the back with a trace of surprise on their faces as they looked at everything in front of them. In the ancestral shrine, everyone was dancing. Many of these elders had dark skin and their clothes were also strange. If they were to be described as a group of demons dancing, it wouldn't be more appropriate. Looking at Xiao Mao, he seemed to be dancing on his own without anyone teaching him. Moreover, there was also a faint green light coming out from between his eyebrows and converging into the current in the ancestral shrine. Caw 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 caw, the Huda village's elder Wu suddenly stopped flying, and the sound from his mouth grew louder. The Dharmakaya slowly flew toward the statue along with the seemingly solid green stream. Seeing the two extremely similar figures approaching, the Huda village's elder Wu's body fell to the ground like a meteor, and he prostrated himself deeply in front of the statue. At the same time, all the other elders stopped dancing and prostrated themselves on the ground at the same time. Boom! A faint roar sounded and the Huda village elder rushed into the statue of the Huda great god. The statue of the deity instantly emitted an extremely resplendent green light. Moreover, the 7 hands behind the statue emitted a faint black aura. As soon as the green light and black gas appeared, the green light in the ancestral shrine mixed with faint golden threads rushed into the statue like a swarm of bees. The entire statue let out a strange sound. This sound was almost exactly the same as the Huta village elders chanting of the Huta village elder. Woo woo woo. When the green light in the ancestral shrine completely disappeared, a shrill ghost-like wail was clearly emitted from the god statue. A feeling comparable to a huge boulder pressing down on one's head instantly spread out from the god statue. Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hong Xia, who had been standing quietly and watching everything in the ancestral shrine, had no strength to resist at all in the face of this heavy pressure. They were immediately overturned and pressed down on the ground. This. Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. The golden light around his body flashed chaotically. Unfortunately, whether it was his magic power or strength, it couldn't be compared to this seemingly unparalleled heavy pressure. Looking at the statue again, the Huta village elder's Dharma body was also squeezed out and returned to the elder's body in an extremely sorry state. Furthermore, as Elder Wu's celestial body appeared, a cold, barbaric, and merciless aura appeared from the deity statue. The moment this aura was released, it immediately filled the entire ancestral hall. Moreover, it was as vast as the sea of smoke as it enveloped the entire Huta stockade. Aoo, the strange thing was that Ziming and Ji-Man were pressed down by the heavy pressure. The soul-falling lamp in Ziming's hand flew up and a terrifying aura rushed out from the soul-falling lamp. The three-headed black hound in the spirit treasure immediately appeared and even opened its mouth to roar. G-A, G-A, G. Just as Xiao Hua raised his head with difficulty, the statue that was originally an inanimate object suddenly let out a cryptic, hard-to-understand and rare syllable. It seemed to be green seal script but also seemed to not be green seal script. Following this syllable, the three-headed black hound's body immediately emitted an intense green light. A kind of heart-trembling fluctuation came from the soul-falling lamp. Pooh! It was also at this time that Ziming, who was lying on the ground, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. It really landed in mid-air. The blood essence instantly turned into a phantom image of the Huta great god. When the three-headed black hound saw this phantom image, it roared again. One of the beast heads opened slightly and the phantom image entered it like a stream of light. Swoosh! Following the entrance of the phantom image, countless ghost wails and wolf howls came out from the void all around. Furthermore, countless of light and shadow rushed into the ancestral shrine from all directions. All of the flames in the entire Huta stronghold disappeared at this moment. Suddenly, a jade-colored flame was born from the three-headed black hound's head. Once the flame was born, it immediately lit up the entire ancestral shrine. Xiao Hua could not help but close his eyes. Even so, the jade-green flames still penetrated Xiao Hua's mind, and even his soul. Waves of shock pulsed along with the flickering of the flames. It was as if the flames could see through the entire world, illuminating everyone's soul. See, Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. This spirit treasure, isn't it too powerful? Just as this thought appeared in Xiao Hua's mind, the flame immediately retracted. Furthermore, the phantom image of the three-headed black hound also entered the fallen soul lamp. The entire ancestral shrine sunk into an indescribable darkness. Only the brilliance of the fallen soul lamp was reflected in everyone's eyes. Huff! Another sound like an old man gasping for breath came out from the darkness. Xiao Hua suddenly felt his body become lighter. Furthermore, that frightening aura also disappeared like a torrent. Wah wah wah. Yiyu. Just as Xiao Hua was about to stand up, countless shaman language once again emerged from within the ancestral temple. Streaks of green light once again appeared within the ancestral temple. In front of Xiao Hua, the hundreds and thousands of shaman elders once again began to dance with tears streaming down their faces. The atmosphere was even crazier than before. Xiao Hua slowly stood up amidst this jubilation. His heart was extremely puzzled. His eyes also flashed with fear as he looked at the god statue in the middle of the green light. Chapter 2941. That aura. Does it belong to Huda Great God? Why is it so vast? What is that pressure? Is it pressure? Is human strength like an ant in front of this pressure? If all of this belongs to Huda Great God, then where is he? How did he come into this statue? In front of this aura, let alone a nascent soul cultivator, even a divinity separation cultivator or a body fusion cultivator. I'm afraid they are no match for it. If I want to fight against this aura, I have to cultivate more. Poor Xiaofan. He could only imagine a divinity separation cultivator. He didn't even know what a body fusion cultivator was. How could he compare the aura of this statue to a body fusion cultivator? Perhaps he would only know such a superficial thing after he cultivated to the body fusion level. In the ancestral shrine, whether it was the descendants of Huda Great God or the other 11 great gods, all of them were dancing with tears streaming down their faces. They had always been proud of the bloodline of the great gods. Although the Taoist cultivators looked down on them and thought that they were uncivilized barbarians, they knew very well that in terms of inheritance, they were not much worse than the Taoist cultivators. However, they had never thought about where the bloodline they were so proud of came from. Or perhaps, they had thought about it before, but they had always relied on and revered this kind of power, and it was impossible for them to have a rebellious heart. It was also impossible for them to be as curious as Xiaofan and think so much, even thinking about how to resist this aura. It had to be said that sometimes, success or failure didn't lie in cultivation or talent, but in the starting point, in the vision, in dreams. As a human, whether it was a mortal, a cultivator, or a swordsman, as long as they had dreams, their lives would be romantic and they would never be lonely. After a full hour, the entire ancestral shrine calmed down again. The noisy and crazy aura still lingered in the ancestral shrine. Elders. The elder Wu of Huda village stood in front of the crowd. His ruddy face was extremely pale. It was obvious that he was extremely weak. However, what didn't match his weakness was the ecstasy and excitement in his eyes. The elder Wu waved his hand and said loudly, "Huda Great God didn't forget his people. After tens of thousands of years, he still came to Meng Mountains under our devotion. He is like this, and so are the other 11 great gods. Therefore, we should firmly believe that no matter what happens in Meng Mountains, no matter what difficulties we encounter, we will be able to face them and overcome them with ease." Then, old Wu waved his hand, and the lost soul lamp that was floating in the air slowly fell into his hand. At this time, the lost soul lamp had returned to normal. It was almost exactly the same as when Xiaofan first saw it. The only difference was that the bean-like flame on the lost soul lamp was like an emerald gem, sparkling and translucent, and did not move at all. Huda villages which elder, Jianji, under the oracle of Huda God, I bestow this soul-falling lamp to the god's descendant. Ming, let her take charge of our Huda village's soul treasure in preparation for the position of Ji-man. Although Xiaofan couldn't understand what he was saying, Xiao Mao tactfully explained to Xiaofan and the others at the side. Boy obeys old Wu's order. Ming drifted to Grandmaster Wu's side, knelt down on the ground, raised his hands high above his head and said respectfully, "With the soulfall lamp as my life, I will accompany it at all times, and I will comprehend the oracle of the great god Hudu. I will keep the stability of Huda village and the safety of Meng Mountains in my heart." Old Wu's face revealed a kind smile, and he gently placed the lost soul lamp in Ming's hand. Ming slowly rose to his feet, his face filled with pride and pride. Good. As Ming held the lost soul lamp in his hand and walked to the side, old Wu of Huda village said in a loud voice, "Fellow old Wu, today is the burning lamp ceremony of our Huda village, and in this grand occasion, I have an important announcement to make, Elder Wu." Just as everyone was slightly stunned and waiting for Elder Wu to reveal the truth, G-Man from the Huda stronghold took a step forward and said with a smile, "I also have a small piece of news that I would like to announce. I hope Elder Wu can forgive me for being rash." "Oh? What do you want?" Elder Wu furrowed his brows, clearly unhappy. However, G-Man didn't care. She glanced at Ziming and smiled. Ziming, who was holding the lost soul lamp in his hand, felt his heart tighten, and an unnatural expression appeared on his face. He didn't know what G-Man was going to do. "Fellow Old Wu," G-Man of Huda village said in a clear voice, "today is the ceremony of our Huda village, and also Ziming's day. As G-Man of Huda village, I am happy for her from the bottom of my heart. Everyone knows that when the previous G-Man returned to the great god's embrace, Ziming was a baby boy and couldn't take over the position of G-Man. It was me who took over the position for her. Now, Ziming finally lit the lost soul lamp and completed the test of the Huda great god. She is the real G-Man. Just now, when Huda god descended, I suddenly understood that I was just sent by Huda god to lead the way for Ziming." Not only was Elder Wu surprised, even Ziming turned pale with fright. They had never imagined that G-Man would actually say something like that. Especially Xiao Hua, after Xiao Mao's explanation, he was also stunned. How is this possible? But, it's just a rejuvenation pill. This G-Man, how could she give the position of G-Man to Ziming? Even if the rejuvenation pill is important, but, if it doesn't exist today or tomorrow, who knows if it will exist in the future? As G-Man, to obtain the rejuvenation pill, wouldn't it be harder than ascending to the heavens? This was truly a little strange. Could it be that the missing rejuvenation pill? G-Man? Old Wu whispered, "This matter, G-Man." Ziming was also used to modestly declining, "Boy is still young, not enough to intimidate everyone, not enough to sit on the position of G-Man. Old Wu, when Huda great god descended just now, I was already enlightened. Forgive me for being a little willful, but I have already decided, 10 years later, I will give the position of G-Man to Ziming." G-Man said seriously, "I will tell all the Old Wu about this at Ziming's lantern ceremony. Please be my witness." 10 years? Old Wu pondered for a moment. Looking at G-Man's expression, she didn't seem to be faking it, so he nodded slightly and said to the 11 Old Wu of the shaman villages, "Everyone, although this is an internal matter of my Huda village, since everyone is here, how about you be my witness?" "Good." The tall Old Wu of Xianming village clapped his hands and praised, "Although our 12 shaman villages have always valued bloodline above all, we are all descendants of great gods. It's inevitable that there will be some conflicts and grudges when fighting for the position of Old Wu and G-Man. G-Man's actions make me feel gratified. I will be your witness." Immediately, several people clapped their hands and cheered. Ziming would still hesitate if he were to hand over G-Man's position to him now. After all, he wasn't able to convince the masses, and it would be difficult for him to take over the position. Who knew, G-Man might even do something to him. But when he heard that G-Man would give the position of G-Man 10 years later, it was giving him time to grow his wings. Only now did Ziming know that G-Man truly wanted to return the position of G-Man to him. "G-Man." Ziming called out softly. That feeling was like when she brought Xiao Hua to Huai Xian Pavilion that day. That voice was like Ziming's childish voice calling out, "Boy." As he spoke, Ziming choked a little and didn't know how to continue. G-Man also smiled and nodded lightly. A ball of warmth appeared in her heart. This was a feeling she hadn't felt since Ziyan's death. Perhaps, it's true. Xiao Hua couldn't be sure if G-Man's abdication was related to the rejuvenation pill. When Old Wu saw G-Man give the position of G-Man to Ziming in front of so many people, he was also overjoyed. He understood the conflict between Zi Ming and Ji Man better than Xiao Hua. As the saying goes, if the family is harmonious, everything will prosper. With the conflict between Zi Ming and Ji Man, how could the Huda village be stable? Even if Zi Ming couldn't directly go against Ji Man, he couldn't resist the temptation of some small fries. Or, even if Zi Ming and Ji Man weren't enemies, it was obvious that many people wanted to choose their own direction. Would they follow Zi Ming? Or would they follow Ji Man? This could easily form many undercurrents in the Huda village. It could be said that Zi Yan's death, the invasion of the demon dwellers, was also related to this conflict. Although the two of them hadn't completely reconciled, Ji Man's concession had made this conflict gradually fade and disappear. It was believed that the Huda village 10 years later would be completely different from the Huda village today. Good old Wu raised his eyebrows and said, "This old man thought that today was my Huda village's double happiness. But I didn't expect it to be 3. I really have to thank Huda great God. Old man Jianji, what's your third happiness? Hurry up and tell me." A vulgar voice shouted, "Could it be that you have another little old Wu?" He. Old Wu of Huda village wasn't angry. He laughed and said, "This is the third happiness. It's the biggest happiness today. Not only is it a happiness for my Huda village, but it's also a happiness for my Meng Mountain." Oh. Old Wu of Xianming village suddenly realized something and said anxiously, "Jianji. Are you talking about the Shaman King?" "Ha ha ha, that's right, that's right." Old Wu of Huda village laughed and said, "The Shaman King summoned us and dismissed us without waiting for the result of the discussion. If it weren't for this great happiness for my Huda village, wouldn't his God-connecting technique be useless? Hurry, hurry." Old Wu of Xianming village was anxious, "Jianji, hurry up and tell us the reason. I've invited great God Xianming for this matter, but I didn't expect that the root of this problem is with great God Hudu. Everyone, please wait." Old Wu nodded with a smile and said to Zi Ming, "Zi Ming, tell the seniors about the millet seed." Chapter 2942. Yes, this boy knows. Zi Ming gracefully rose to his feet and put away the lamp of lost soul. Then, he reached his hand into his bosom and took out a storage bag. After opening it, he took out a handful of millet seeds and said, "Dear Magi, please know that these are the millet seeds sent by the great deity Hudu from the QC. They are completely different from the millet seeds we have in Meng Mountains. Not only are they not afraid of drought, they also grow very fast and can be harvested many times a year." "How is that possible?" The elder of Xianming village waved his hand and a few millet seeds fell into his hand. After taking a closer look, he still couldn't believe it and said, "These are just ordinary millet seeds. I can recognize them clearly. I've even studied them carefully for the sake of millet seeds." "Please wait a moment, Elder Wu." Zi Ming said with a smile, "The effect of these millet seeds has been tested by Kueha village, a subordinate of Shibai village. I'd like to ask Elder Wu to explain it to you." As he was speaking, the Elder Wu of Kueha village walked out from the crowd in a panic. He was only one of the 360 senior magi in the Shibai village, and had an extremely low social status. Normally, he didn't even have the chance to meet the senior magi of the Shibai village, not to mention meeting the senior magi of the 12 main villages. "Greetings, Grand Elder Wu. I'm Kiji." The Elder Wu of Shibai village, who didn't even mention his name when he met Xiao Mao, finally announced his name and bowed to the 12 Grand Elder Wu. "You little kid, why are you so polite? Tell me, are these millet seeds as Zi Ming said?" The Elder Wu of Xianming village waved his hand impatiently. "Yes, Grand Elder Wu." The Elder Wu of Baiyan village said hastily, "I've planted them twice, and each time, I've harvested a lot of millet seeds. Not only is the harvest 30% more than the previous one, the harvested millet seeds can also withstand drought and ripen early. Ha ha ha. Seeing that someone had already tried it, the other 10 Grand Elder Wu's faces were filled with wild joy. Only the Elder Wu of Shibai village had a gloomy expression. Ziming, is this a storage bag? The Elder Wu, who had 3 arms and a face hidden behind a square cloth, was stunned when he saw the storage bag in Ziming's hand. That's right, Grand Magus Elder. Ziming said with a smile, how can the people of Meng Mountains travel to Qi so easily? It was sent here by the Dao sect cultivators under the guidance of the hooded great god. A Dao sect cultivator? Everyone in the ancestral shrine focused their gazes on Xiao Hua's group. At this moment, they also understood why there were several Dao sect cultivators in the ancestral shrine of the Empress Earth Stockade. Young Master Xiao, please come over. Ziming's clear voice rang out. Following Xiao Mao's analysis, Xiao Hua saw that everyone was looking at him, and Ziming had called out to him. Xiao Hua knew that it was time for him and the others to go on stage. Therefore, Xiao Hua nodded at Xiao Mao, and under Xiao Mao's lead, they walked out of the crowd of shamans and came to the front of the statue of Hooded God. Taiyan village's Elder Wu was also in front. When he saw Xiao Mao walk past him, his face flushed red. He wanted to open his mouth to call out, but he didn't dare. How could Xiao Mao not know what he was thinking? He only nodded slightly at him with a smile on his lips. This smile immediately put Taiyan village's Elder Wu at ease. Junior Xiao Hua of the country of Xi's Imperial Thunder sect greets all the seniors. Xiao Hua was the first to bow, and Xiao Mao and the others followed suit. Many of the shamans nodded slightly and didn't pay much attention to him. However, Xianming village's Elder Wu asked in the language of the Dao sect in disbelief, "You found this grain?" "This one and this one's junior brother, Xiao Mao, found it together." Xiao Hua corrected. "Where did you find it?" "QC, of course." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "It's just that it's a barren island. Junior brother and I encountered a storm. If we were to find it again now, I'm afraid it won't be easy." "Why did you come to Meng Mountains?" "Junior is here to gain experience." Xiao Hua was still neither haughty nor humble, "But I didn't expect, under the arrangement of Hooded Great God, I'm here to deliver the grain seed to the people of Meng Mountains." "Jianji, you're here to deliver the grain seed on behalf of Hooded Great God, so you're Hooded Great God's messenger." Shebi village's Elder Wu said coldly, "But when will this Dao sect cultivator become the messenger of Meng Mountain's great god?" Jamin, Huda village's Elder Wu's expression changed, which was rare for him, and he said faintly, "I only said that Xiao Hua is here to deliver the grain seed, but I never said he's the messenger of Hooded Great God. The grain seed is far away in the QC, and the people of Meng Mountains rarely go there. That's why Hooded Great God sent a Dao sect cultivator here. What's wrong with that? Besides, even if Hooded Great God sent Xiao Hua as her messenger, I won't doubt it." "Oh?" Before Shebi village's Elder Wu could speak, another young shaman asked curiously, "What do you mean? You must know about the sacred beast that descended from the sky a few dozen years ago, right?" Huta village's Elder Wu said faintly. "Oh, that's right, where's the sacred beast of your Huta village?" Only now did many shaman elders remember, and they all looked at the table in front of Hooded Great God's statue. "That sacred beast is Xiao Hua's soul beast." Huta village's Elder Wu said, "Xiao Hua came here to train himself in order to find his soul beast. Tell me, if Hooded Great God didn't send him here, why did his soul beast come to Meng Mountain's Huta village before him?" Hearing Elder Wu's words, Xiao Hua also took out Blackie. Blackie was obediently lying in his hand, and its eyes were hazy with sleep. Many grand shaman elders of shaman villages gasped. They had seen Blackie before, and they knew that it was not an ordinary soul beast. But this strange creature was actually in Xiao Hua's hand, and it was so intimate with him. Even if Xiaohua was the messenger of Huda great god, who could refute that? A thoughtful look appeared in the eyes of several shaman elders. Of course, Xiaohua is a cultivator of Taoist sect, and he has never said that he is the messenger of Huda great god. He came here only to take away his soul beast and leave behind the seed that Huda great god entrusted to him, to help the people of Meng Mountains get through this crisis. That is all. Huda village's elder Wu looked at the crowd and added. Do we not need to pay any price? Huda village's elder Wu asked. Xiaohua smiled. Without waiting for Huda village's elder Wu to answer, he said, there is no need to pay any price. This seed is given to the people of Meng Mountains by Huda great god, and it is not ours. Why should we pay any price? All right. Huda village's elder Wu nodded, then turned to Huda village's elder Wu and said, Jianji, since Xiaohua has said so, this old man will not be polite. But there are so few seeds, I'm afraid it will not be easy to distribute them. You don't need to worry about that. Huda village's elder Wu said with a smile, since he is sent by Huda great god, how could he not consider it thoroughly? He. Ming also laughed. He extended his hand and took out 5 more storage bags from his bosom. So many? Huda village's elder Wu's eyes flashed with joy. I have more here. Huda village's G-man also walked over and took out 6 more storage bags. Huda village's elder Wu said with a smile, Huda great god sent us 12 storage bags, and each of our 12 main villages will get 1. Although there are other shaman villages in Wu Meng that do not have one, our 12 main villages will distribute these seeds first. After a year and a half, we will distribute them in Wu Meng. All right. All the shamans were overjoyed, and their gazes fell on the storage bags. The shamans of Huda village and Shebi village are all here. After a while, we will distribute them carefully. The other shamans can take a storage bag and distribute them yourselves. G-man said with a smile on the side. Hearing this, the shamans did not stand on ceremony. They each took a storage bag and opened it to take a look. Their eyes were filled with satisfaction. After all, Xiaohua had left a lot of seeds in these storage bags. Although they could not solve all the disasters in Meng Mountains in one go, it would not be a problem for 5 to 6 years. In the eyes of these great shaman elders, 5 to 6 years was just a blink of an eye. Jianji, thank you so much. A shaman elder with a blue face said, the people of Russia village will remember the kindness of Huda village. Don't be so polite. Huda village's elder Wu said with a smile, we are all descendants of the 12 great gods. We should support each other. If you really want to thank, you can thank these 2 little friends from Tao sect. They came from Meng Mountains and suffered a lot in sword domain. Xiaohua wanted to put on a smile and humbly decline. Unfortunately, after the shaman elder glanced at him and Xiao Mao, he only nodded slightly. Although there was no arrogance on his face and no disdain in his eyes, it was obvious that they were nothing in the eyes of these great shaman elders. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first. The shaman elder with a blue face moved his gaze away from Xiaohua and Xiao Mao, nodded at the Huda village's elder Wu and said lightly. A hint of helplessness appeared in the eyes of Huda village's elder Wu. He valued Xiaohua very much, but he couldn't ask the other shaman elders from the other 11 shaman villages to have the same opinion as him. Xiaohua's status might not be any worse than his, so he couldn't force him. All right. Huda village's elder Wu nodded and said with a smile, Meng Mountains are now full of mourning. The earlier we leave, the earlier we can make plans. Wait. Right at this moment, Shebi village's elder Wu opened his mouth and said with a strange expression, Jianji, some things are better said in front of all the shaman elders. Since they are all here, why don't you tell them about him? After saying that, Shebi village's elder Wu looked at Xiao Mao and even pointed at him with his finger. Jamin, this is the business of your Shebi village and Huda village. It has nothing to do with us. The tall and burly Xianming village's elder Wu smiled and said, "You should solve it yourselves." In fact, when Ming pointed out Hebi village's elder Wu, all the great shaman elders had realized something. If Huda village wanted to test these millet seeds, they would definitely choose the shaman villages under Huda village's command. It was impossible for them to look for the shaman villages under Shebi village. Besides, Shebi village's elder Wu had attacked Xiaohua before he even entered the ancestral temple of Huda village. There must be something fishy about this. These shaman elders didn't want to get involved in the conflict between the two villages. Chapter 2943. Jamin, it's better for me to talk to you in private. Elder Wu from Huda village didn't want to reveal Xiao Mao's incident to the public. After all, he wasn't sure what had happened in Shibai village. We, the 12 shaman villages, have always shared weal and woe, and there's nothing that we can't talk about. Elder Wu from Shibai village said indifferently, but you, Huda village, are using a Dao sect cultivator to threaten me with this seed? I'd like to ask, Jianji, why is Huda village so interested in the internal affairs of Shibai village when even the shaman king can't interfere with our internal affairs? Hehe, Jamin, so that's what you're thinking. Elder Wu from Huda village sneered, I wanted to help you, but since you've misunderstood me, I have no choice but to be frank with you. Huda village's elder Wu was depressed. Unlike Huda village, Shibai village didn't have as many descendants as Huda village. The bloodline in the village was getting thinner day by day, and many factions had formed in the village. Although Elder Wu didn't care too much about it, he was still scratching his head. Especially this time, the drought in Meng Mountains was very serious, and because of it, various factions had taken action. Not only were the conflicts increasing, but the methods they used were also more severe. When Elder Wu from Shibai village returned from the shaman king's place, he immediately heard that something was wrong with Baili village. To his surprise, someone with the purest bloodline of great god Shibai had appeared in Shibai village, and this person was a Dao sect cultivator. When he heard that this person was with Ziming from Huda village, Elder Wu was infuriated for no reason, thinking that Huda village was trying to encroach on his Shibai village. But today, he saw Elder Wu from Huda village take out the seed that could save lives, and this seed. Elder Wu from Baili village didn't report it to him in time. Obviously, he had been instructed by Elder Wu from Huda village to launch an attack and threaten him with this seed. That was why he couldn't help but jump up in anger. Jianji, let these kids go first. Elder Wu from Baili village glanced at them and said indifferently. His face had turned blue. All right. Elder Wu from Huda village nodded, then he turned and said, Ji-man, Ziming, bring Huda village and Huda village to Huda village's Huda village and distribute the seed. In addition, let Changji tell them about the things they should pay attention to and how to sow the seeds. The grains of our Meng Mountains have always been nurtured by nature. They might not even know how to sow them. I know. Ji-man nodded, then slowly walked out of the ancestral hall with the hundreds of senior magi. Where are these cultivators? A young magus asked. This is a matter of Meng Mountain. Although they don't understand magus language, they shouldn't stay here. Senior Marshal Brother Li and Senior Marshal Sister Wuxia can leave, but my big brother can't leave. Facing the 11 elders, Xiao Mao felt weak in his heart and hurriedly argued. Oh. When the Xianming village's elder Wu heard Xiao Mao's sorcerer language, his eyes lit up. He looked at the Shebi village's elder Wu strangely, and the others also understood. Shibai village's elder Wu's face was terrifyingly dark. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Huda village's elder Wu. It was clear that he had placed all the blame on Huda village's elder Wu. After Fairy Wuxia and Li Zongbao left, the entire ancestral hall fell into silence. No one said a word. Jianji, don't you want to explain something to me? Finally, Shebi village's elder Wu spoke. I don't want to explain anything. Huta Village's elder Wu said calmly, look at this young man's face and see if you have any impression of him. I've never seen him before. Shebi Village's elder Wu answered firmly. What about someone who looks like him? Or his ancestor? Huta Village's elder Wu frowned. What are you trying to say? Jianji. Shebi Village's elder Wu said coldly, do you think he's a descendant of some senior magus of our Shebi village? Shebi Village's elder Wu emphasized the word think. Poor Xiao Hua, he couldn't understand a single word. Xiao Mao's face was filled with fear, and he didn't dare to say anything else. Isn't he a descendant of your Shebi village? Huta Village's elder Wu was getting anxious, didn't you hear his magus language? If he's not the descendant of great god Shebi, how could he speak so fluently? What I heard. Speaking up to hear, elder Wu glanced at Xiao Mao and transmitted his voice to Shebi Village's elder Wu. Although the 10 great magus elders were standing there, their gazes were either looking at the storage pouch or the statue of great god Hutu. It was as if their minds weren't here. Hearing elder Wu's transmission, Shebi Village's elder Wu's face turned red, and he retorted. Huta Village's elder Wu laughed, looks like I've made a mistake. I thought I was that person. However, if he's not that person, he must be related to your Shebi village. Humph, there are many people related to my Shebi village. Shebi Village's elder Wu snorted coldly. But someone with such a pure bloodline. I'm afraid he's the only one, right? Huta Village's elder Wu advised, now your Shebi village is really in a mess. Sword cultivators and cultivators are all acting like your own sword domain. What about the message I sent you last time? How is it? Is it true? Shebi Village's elder Wu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, it's true, and it's even spreading. I've killed over 20,000 people. I have to thank you for this. Over 20,000 people? Huta Village's elder Wu was dumbfounded. I didn't get that much information, did I? Humph, they are all my people. I can kill as many as I want. Shebi Village's elder Wu snorted coldly, didn't you kill 5,000 people too? It's the pot calling the kettle black. Hee hee. Huta Village's elder Wu laughed, if it didn't involve the foundation of my Huta village, how could I be so ruthless? Also, my fellow elders, their target is the people of Meng Mountains. I've told you this in my previous message. Don't be careless. Got it. The few senior magi's eyes brightened up, and they agreed without pause. That's enough, Jianji. This little kid from Dao's sect has nothing to do with me. Shebi Village's elder Wu seemed to hate Xiao Mao. He waved his hand and said, if there's nothing else, I'll return to Shebi Village now. Don't be hasty. How could Huta Village's elder Wu let him go so easily? He raised his head and said, Xiao Mao, show him the portrait in the jade slip. Perhaps he can find something. Yes. Xiao Mao bit his lips, then took out the jade slip he had hidden in his pocket and handed it over to Shebi Village's elder Wu respectfully. Shebi Village's elder Wu glanced at the jade slip on the ground indifferently. He grabbed it with his hand, but didn't take it. Xiao Mao looked at this unfriendly elder Wu, but he didn't take a step back. This jade slip was very important to him, and he had to take it back. Shebi Village's elder Wu glanced at the jade slip, then casually returned it to Xiao Mao and said, I'm sorry, Jianji. I've disappointed you. I don't know this woman. That's strange. Huta Village's elder Wu was really puzzled. If Shebi Village's elder Wu didn't know her, how could she be from Shebi Village? He turned to look at Xiao Mao and said, do you have any other keepsakes? This. Xiao Mao naturally had the jade pendant his mother had left for him. But seeing Shebi Village's elder Wu's attitude and Huta Village's elder Wu's helpless expression, he didn't dare to take it out. This was the only thing his mother had left for him. He would rather not find out his identity than lose this jade pendant. He didn't want to make the same mistake as Jinghua City. No. Xiao Mao refused decisively. Sigh, then there's no other way. Huta Village's elder Wu sighed. It seems, oh, wait a moment, just as the Huta Stockade's elder Wu and Xiao Mao gave up, the Shibai Stockade's elder Wu seemed to have thought of something. He stretched out his hand and said, "Show me the jade slip again." Yes. Xiao Mao was overjoyed. He quickly took out the jade slip again and handed it over. This time, Shebi Village's elder Wu looked at it for a long time. He frowned slightly. When he returned the jade slip to Xiao Mao, he said, "I have some impression of this girl." Xiao Mao felt his mouth go dry. He opened his mouth and looked at Shebi Village's elder Wu. "Can I tell you who she is?" Shebi Village's elder Wu rolled his eyes and said coldly, "But before that, you have to tell me, who asked you to come to Meng Mountains? What's your purpose in coming to Meng Mountains?" "No one asked me to come to Meng Mountains." Xiao Mao understood what Shebi Village's elder Wu meant. He smiled and said, "Besides, I came to Meng Mountains to accompany Big Brother and the others to train. In fact, before I came to Meng Mountains and met Hebi Village's elder Wu, I didn't even know I had the bloodline of Meng Mountains." Humph. Shebi Village's elder Wu harumphed coldly. How could he believe it? Elder. Xiao Mao had no choice but to tell him about his impression of his parents, and how he came to Meng Mountains with Xiao Hua and the others. In the end, he said, "If it wasn't because Yi Yu wanted to kill me, I still wouldn't know I have an enemy in Shebi Village. Of course, I think Hebi Village's elder Wu might have mistaken me for someone else." "Yi Yu?" Shebi Village's elder Wu frowned even more. "He is a sword cultivator, and he is our Shebi Village's servant." "What grudge does he have with you?" "I don't know." Xiao Mao answered honestly. "Until now, I'm still confused." He. "Jamin, can't you see through such a simple thing?" A young elder Wu with a red face sneered. "If I'm not mistaken, this kid's mother must be an unknown girl in your Shebi Village. Even you didn't pay attention to her. And this kid's father should also be a swordsman. Although this kid doesn't know Yi Yu, he looks exactly like his father. That's why Yi Yu was able to recognize this kid's origin with just a glance. But, why did Yi Yu want to kill this kid? I'm afraid that this kid's father has some secret with Yi Yu." Chapter 2944. "Pan Zhu, why do you have to be so vague?" A similarly young shaman with long cheeks said straightforwardly, "From what this old man sees, this child's father must have the same goal as this night rain. He must have wanted to go to Shibai Village to win the favor of G-Man and obtain the position of Fu Man. Unfortunately, this child's father was a sentimental person. When he met this child's mother, for the sake of an unknown woman from Shibai Village, he didn't even want the position of Fu Man and directly eloped with this woman. The women of Meng Mountains are sentimental. Shibai Village is close to the border of Meng Mountains, so it has a lot of contact with the swordsmen of Sword Region. This kind of thing is not unusual, right? Jamin, tell me, am I right? Jamin, am I right?" The elder Wu of Ho-Tu Village had a smile on his face. Obviously, he had also guessed it, so he asked. "Yes, I can't remember the name of this girl. She seems to be a servant girl who served G-Man of Shibai Village." The elder Wu of Shibai Village didn't have a bad expression on his face. He said calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, what Feng Min said should be correct." I can't believe it." Feng Min said with a smile, "A lowly servant girl and the son of a swordsman from Sword Region actually have such a pure bloodline of a great god. The strangeness of this is really hard to understand. Jamin, this servant girl, and this swordsman. And that you have to investigate carefully. There might be some interesting stories behind this. A tall and thin old man who had been silent all this while said with a smile, I remember that there was a case of bloodline loss in your Shibai village, but before this old man could finish, the elder Wu of Shibai village sneered, Jianfeng, you don't have the right to talk about me, do you? You're acting like it's easy to get the position of elder Wu of Shibai village. Jimin, just pretend I didn't say anything. Anyway, it's the internal affairs of your Shibai village. I won't interfere. Even if the shaman king is here, he won't interfere. The elder Wu of Shibai village shrunk his head and smiled wretchedly. Fine. Let's end this matter here. The three-armed venerable Wu said with an indifferent tone. This is the moment of life and death for Meng Mountains. Let's wait until these millet seeds have spread all over Meng Mountains, and the trillions of people of Meng Mountains have overcome this crisis. You are a citizen of Shibai village. No matter how big the matter is, it can't be bigger than this. Yes, Swan and I is absolutely right. Nothing is as important as this. Elder Wu of Huda village nodded and said, I wanted to mention it to Jimin because Xiao Mao sent the millet seed here and the bloodline of Shibai village has become weak. Since Jimin doesn't want to care about it, please just laugh it off. Shibai village's elder Wu snorted coldly to show his dissatisfaction. After that, 10 elders of Shibai village nodded their heads at Huda village's elder Wu, then turned into black winds and left the ancestral hall. At this moment, Shibai village's elder Wu's expression was much better than before. After all, he didn't have any intention of meddling in the affairs of Shibai village, and Xiao Mao's background was only related to a little maidservant of Shibai village. Even if it was spread out, it wouldn't be a big deal. Especially, Xiao Mao's bloodline of a great god was indeed very pure, which made him very interested. However, his interest was only limited to asking Xiao Mao a few questions, then he also turned into a black wind and left. Jimin, all the shaman villages of your Shibai village are distributing the millet seeds in Huda temple. Don't you want to go and have a look? Huda village's elder Wu stopped him. No need. You have made the preparations, so I'll leave it to you. Shibai village's elder Wu didn't stop. His figure gradually disappeared, but his words were still lingering in the air. Ask Swan Nig to give me my share. Sigh. Looking at the disappearing black smoke, Huda village's elder Wu sighed. In the entire ancestral shrine, only Huda village's elder Wu, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao were left. Elder Wu frowned, as if he was thinking about something. Xiao Mao, on the other hand, had a joyful look on his face. In fact, he had never thought about the position of Elder Wu. All he wanted was to find out where he came from. However, when he arrived in Meng Mountains, he was raised to the position of Emperor by Bai Lu village's Elder Wu and Ji Man. The desire in his heart was ignited involuntarily. However, now that he had witnessed the incident at the Huda stronghold and the abilities of the 12 shamans, he knew that he was nothing more than a little bug in their eyes. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua could not put up any resistance, let alone him. Therefore, he had achieved his goal of coming to Meng Mountains, and he didn't have any regrets. In this ancestral shrine, the only one who was confused, depressed, and bored, was naturally Xiao Hua. Although he stayed in the ancestral shrine, from the beginning to the end, all the shamans were speaking in Meng Mountain's shaman language. He couldn't understand it at all. Xiao Mao didn't dare to say anything. He was just like a log standing there. He might as well follow Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao and leave the ancestral shrine. Big brother, Xiao Mao finally noticed Xiao Hua and said with a smile, I'm sorry, big brother. Little brother's matter has been settled. It's fine. Since you know where you come from, everything is easy. Xiao Hua said with a smile, looking at that elder Wu from Shebi village, it seems like, you don't have much relationship with him. Yes. Xiao Mao said with a smile, little brother's mother is just a servant girl of G-man from Shebi village. In his eyes, I'm just a nobody. Oh. Then why is Yi Yu so hostile towards you? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Xiao Mao explained the whole story with a smile. Yi Yu is just gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Little brother is just here to find out where he came from. How could he possibly threaten his position? On the contrary, because of him jumping up and down, he revealed the plan of the swordsman to Shebi village's Elder Wu. I'm sure Elder Wu will do something about it, right? That's strange. If it's like what you said, even if your mother knows the language of shamans, it's impossible. Xiao Hua was sharp enough to think of this. Xiao Mao shook his head slightly. Big brother, it's already like this. Little brother is already very satisfied. How could the Elder Wu not know about what big brother knows? Since they don't want to tell me, why should I ask? Sigh, Xiao Mao is right. The Hutu stronghold's Elder Wu said, the development of this matter has exceeded my expectations. The secrets of this matter are too deeply hidden. The identity of Xiao Mao's mother is a problem. The identity of Xiao Mao's father is also a problem. If we continue to investigate, that would be the matter of Shebi village. Judging from Jimin's reaction, he might not pay attention to it. After all, the disaster in Meng Mountains is the most serious. He can only think about other things after overcoming this crisis, right? Senior, little brother thanks you. Recalling what he saw just now, Xiao Mao knew that if it wasn't for Elder Wu from Huta village's recommendation, he wouldn't have been able to meet the Elder Wu from 11 Shaman village, and it would be even more impossible for him to learn about his background from Elder Wu from Shebi village. Especially, according to what Patriarch Wu of Shebi Stronghold said, this might be a shameful incident of Shebi Stronghold. If he went to Shebi Stronghold recklessly, he would offend this Patriarch Wu and G-man of Shebi Stronghold. Perhaps, before he could even get close to Shebi Stronghold, he would be killed in Meng Mountains. Therefore, Xiao Mao bowed and thanked Elder Wu sincerely. It's all right. Elder Wu from Shebi village waved his hand and said, not to mention that little brother Xiao is your big brother, just the fact that you have the bloodline of Meng Mountains in your veins is enough for me to lend you a hand. Senior, that Elder Wu from Bai'an village will be fine, right? Xiao Mao had a good impression of Bai'an village's Elder Wu, so he asked. He, nothing will happen. Elder Wu said with a smile, Changji pledged his loyalty to you because of your bloodline, not because of you. In Meng Mountains, pledging loyalty to a descendant of a great god is very normal, so Jimin won't punish Changji too much. Besides, Changji is very experienced in planting millet seeds. I think Jimin wants Changji to teach him how to plant them, right? After saying that, Elder Wu looked at Xiao Hua and asked, little brother Xiao, aren't you going to Wu Meng? Xiao Hua knew that this was Elder Wu's concern. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, let's wait a little longer. Not to mention that I haven't passed the obstacle of Meng Mountains, it's not appropriate for me to go there now. Even senior brother Li of the younger generation was eager to return home. I still have to escort them through Huan country and return to Shi country. All right. Seeing that Xiao Hua had made up his mind, Elder Wu nodded, if you are going there, you will have to pass by my Huda village. Other elders don't care about this, but I still recognize your kindness. Just come. I understand. Xiao Hua recalled the coldness of the 10 great elders and said with a smile, if I didn't come to Huda village to find you, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know where Wu Meng is. Isn't there? Elder Wu was stunned, thinking that Xiao Hua didn't know there was a route in the Witch King token. Big brother has always been bad at directions. Xiao Mao laughed, if you let him find it himself, he will never find it. Ha, so that's how it is. Elder Wu also laughed and waved his hand, let's go and see how the millet seeds are distributed. Once I'm done with the matters in the village, I'll personally send you off from Meng Mountains. Io, that won't do. I'm really scared. Xiaofan knew that Elder Wu had a noble status and wouldn't leave the witch village easily. How could he let him personally send him off? Little brother Xiao, don't be so polite. While walking, Venerable Wu said, you've done a lot for Meng Mountains. If I don't even send you off, wouldn't that make the cultivators of Dao's sect laugh at the people of Meng Mountains for not being civilized? Hee, all right. Thank you for your kindness. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of Yi Yu. Who knew what kind of tricks this guy would play on his way back? Of course, he wasn't afraid of leaving Meng Mountains, but within Meng Mountains, it was better to have Elder Wu accompany him. When the three of them came out, Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia were already waiting outside. They didn't ask anything and followed the three of them to Huda Palace. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.